everyone, welcome back. I was just on stream just 20 minutes ago, not even, watching the EU tournament, and now we've got another tournament, but in North America. So for those of you that aren't familiar, because if you're not closely following the scene, it may not be obvious what's happening. This is the Deathslam League. So the Deathslam League is essentially a league that we run. I believe the current season duration is 7 weeks. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. And after those 7 weeks, we have the playoffs, which is essentially the culmination of everything that happens during the weekend. Originally, it was supposed to start earlier, but we kind of moved the starting time just to not conflict too much with the Trolley EU tournament, because we figured a lot of people, would want to watch it. And so it's starting just now, and then it's going to be tomorrow as well. So today, we've got 6 best of ones. We're going to be hopping between Division 1 and Division 2. So just to be clear, these are not pro players, but these are, amateur players. I would say, like, basically Division 1 should be pretty high quality of match. Division 2 might be a slightly lower quality just because the ranks are lower, basically. And we're going to be starting with Division 2, but it's always a lot of fun, regardless of the skill of the players. It's just a great time, and you can really see how the people have kind of developed through the months that they've played together as a team in the Deathslam ecosystem. So if you guys are interested in joining the Deathslam ecosystem, !Deathslam in the chat, and who knows, you could join a future event and have a lot of fun. How are you guys doing?
Thank you so much. I'm doing great. Thank you so much for introing us, Deathy, as always, and for putting these things together. At least one of the parts of putting these things together. We're always backed by a full team over here at Deathslam Events. So thank you to everyone who's putting this together, and everyone who's currently working behind the scenes, and all of you guys on the desk joining today, and everyone who's already in the chat. So congrats. You're the first comers here. You get to hear all the good stuff, and I believe we're about to start getting into game. But first, we'll let the next caster here, Tempo. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I mean, it's always exciting to see some different players play than just your typical, tier 1 teams. I mean, that's kind of what this is all about, showcasing what the upper echelon doesn't do. You're gonna see some very interesting strategies come out today. I remember watching a game for one of the tiebreakers for the playoffs here yesterday, where there was a Drifter, McGinnis, and a Dynamo on the same team for a Division 1 game. So you're going to see all sorts of things here today.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely expect theory crafting, surprises, comfort picks, and I mean, heroes that go unpicked on the higher levels of play are definitely going to get picked here. And perhaps people are, since there's not $10,000 on the line, people are probably going to be more willing to experiment as well. I think in the EU tournament, a lot of, people are a little bit scared of maybe trying out some of the new changes because they want to stick with comfort because there's a lot of money on the line. But here, I mean, screw it, let's just go all out and just try the new McGinnis change, or just go for, one of the less picked heroes like Dynamo, which can have like these big super swingy ults. But should be a lot of fun. And I guess Tempo, as someone who played yourself in the EU version of it, what do you think is like something that we're not expecting to see that we might see tonight, other than what you mentioned with the Drifter McGinnis?
I mean, I don't know much about what the NA meta is currently. I mean, EU runs a much more standard, a bit less, bit less changing meta. So it's hard for me to really say, but it's gonna be interesting to see what things can actually come out here today. I'm maybe expecting some teams to try and experiment with a lot of these buffed characters, like maybe the Guinness, the Drifter, maybe. I don't know. It's gonna be interesting at least to see what they're gonna come up with.
All right, and on your side, Jordan, is there any hero that you're looking forward to seeing? Perhaps maybe a fan favorite from the patch that you think, man, I hope we see a little bit of this.
Not necessarily. The thing with Deadlock is, ever since I started playing, I mean, I almost have like 1,000, I think I have 1,000 hours, so I have a lot of time, but this whole time, there's not been one character that's ever spoken to me. It's always been just the culmination of everything and the interaction between the characters, right? And just how the game plays out, because it's 6v6. But there is a certain play style that I certainly have always enjoyed watching, not playing, but watching in some of these games, and that is the good old NA Burger Box, baby. I'm always down for it. I'm always excited to see some of these lanes duke it out from level 1 and on. And that's kind of what we do best here, especially in some of these Division 2 games. I feel like they're a lot more willing to just, I'm in danger. I don't know what to do. Let me just throw a fat punch here and see what happens. And those can lead to some moments that would never happen otherwise. Some outplays that tend to happen otherwise. Some parries that you never really see in some of these high-level games. But, I mean, that's kind of just messing around. But in general, just, the craziness that ends up holding in some of these early games. And really just in general on these Division 2 and even some of the Division 1 games, like we mentioned before, even though Division 1 is still Division 1, they're still very good players, it's pretty much teams that are all just kind of being thrown together, right? It's teams that are being placed together, basically all new people. Maybe some players have played with each other before and everything, but the majority of people have not really played with each other before. And keep in mind, just to those watching right now, you can be one of these people. If you go over and join our Discord, stay tuned, because we come out every single season, new announcements to sign up, fill out a form, see if you get accepted into the league next season. It is the playoffs, so we're getting to the end of this season, therefore a new season will be on the horizon, so definitely stay tuned for that.
Without further ado, I believe that we are ready for draft, and if that is the case, I will be essentially leaving that up to you guys, as I'll be taking a short leave, as I've been doing stuff since this morning for Deadlock. Technically I've already been working, quote unquote, for like 8 hours. So I'll be around, for sure. I'll be in the chat and all that stuff. But you guys are in great hands, at the hands of Jordan Tempo for the draft. I believe it is ready. I guess I'll wait for confirmation on that, but I'm pretty sure we're ready to go. And whenever we are, okay, we are ready. So I will be taking my leave. So I hope you guys enjoy the show. Enjoy, and I'll be in the chat hanging out with you guys.
Thank you very much, Deathy, and hopefully you will enjoy watching. But Tempo, here we go. SSMU versus Toxic Positivity. The draft's already begun. The Yamato first ban. How are you feeling about it? What are you thinking so far about what we're going to see here in this first game?
Yeah, I mean, the Yamato ban is something that makes a lot of sense right now. With the current patch that just dropped, I think yesterday or 2 days ago, I don't exactly remember the date, but a lot of things have changed in the meta that you wouldn't expect, and especially on the frontliner side. I think Yamato is one of the more premium frontliners right now, and especially with the Victor nerfs, it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to respond to Yamato getting banned out here.
Yeah, definitely. Like when Yamato's strong as a Yamato player, but don't like seeing her banned. I think she's a cool character, but one character I definitely love seeing banned is that Kelvin. Too much of him. He's been strong for forever now. Let's just keep him off the board, maybe like another month or two. Like, I'm down, just let him rest, sit on the bench for a bit, get some Viscus in here, maybe some Page. Let's get some different supports in the mix here. And I was going to say, speaking of supports, but that is definitely not a support. Paradox getting first picked. Great initiator, great to just get it off the board early. Kind of reminds me of old school Deadlock, where you really prioritize those initiators early. Like the Paradox, sometimes the Bebop, the Lash, the characters like that always got priored really early. Definitely has started to come back into favor a bit now. And Toxic Positivity, they answer with an Infernus, and then they do have... Oh, actually, okay, it's a little different here. The Shiv getting picked now second. So Paradox Shiv versus that Infernus, and now Toxic Positivity, I believe, should have the next pick. Got a little thrown off there.
Yeah, I mean, these are definitely some really strong characters right now. Infernus getting nerfed in this latest patch could actually affect him a lot, because a lot of his utility in his kit was the things that got nerfed, not necessarily his like raw damage. So it's gonna be interesting to see if he's still gonna get the priority throughout the day, or if he's just gonna be standard. But I mean, Shiv is also one of these characters that's very strong right now, especially in the hands of a good player. So we'll see if that's maybe a little bit of a pocket pick coming out here from SSMU, or if there's something they've been working on. I mean, it's gonna be interesting to see how it pans out, at least in the game.
Yeah, and keep in mind this is Division 2, everybody, and to us here ourselves, right? So tends to be, obviously still fairly skilled players overall, especially for the majority of the player base. Like, this is where a lot of the player base that has been playing for a while is around. So maybe those in the chat watching, this might be around the skill bracket you're seeing. So keep in mind, maybe you can draw some strategies from here, see kind of what's going on. I'm seeing a Warden now. So Shiv, Warden, Paradox, 3 pretty heavy hitters, honestly. There's a lot of damage, a lot of spirit damage capability. Flex. So I'm going to be curious to see kind of where they end up going. And then they've got the Pocket Mo and Krill. So Interesting to see the pocket this early. I think it is really strong, especially into the Shiv. I'm assuming that's kind of the answer.
Yeah.
That's mainly the reason why. And then the Moe and Krill, maybe to lock down the Warden during a last stand, or a Paradox after she swaps, something like that. Definitely a lot of good ideas here. I think both drafts look pretty good so far. I'm curious to see where they're going to go as we see a Viscous ban. Toxic Positivity does not want any supports right now on either team.
Yeah, interesting to go for the Viscous ban over something like a Page, because I imagine the Page would hurt the side here more, but I mean, Viscous is one of those classic counters to the Moe and Krill, so it does make a lot of sense. However, so far in this draft though, I will say one thing that's catching my eye here is the Warden. I wonder if this is a Gun Warden or if this is gonna be one of the more traditional Spirit Wardens, because we've seen a little bit of both get action, and I could imagine at this level of play that a Gun Warden could work out pretty well. So it's gonna be interesting to see what they're gonna elect to go for.
Seen a Victor ban now, I believe, so that will be a lot of healing off the board, I guess is one way to put it, right? A little self-healing on one side, a little bit of not self-healing, I guess, on the other side. But as the bans are through, the second round has begun. And keep in mind as well, everybody, these are only going to be best of ones today for this early part of the playoffs. Obviously, you know, if it was all best of 3, this would take an entire week. So we're going to try to make sure things go fast, but one game's all it counts, and there is a loser's bracket, I will say. So one game does not mean it's the end of one of these teams. If they have a bad game or they have a bad draft or whatever happens, there is 2 chances. You got 2 lives, but it's only 2, so you got to use them wisely. As we're seeing a Lash get picked up here, I'm not sure how much I like that. I do like that into the Warden, the Shiv can kind of help with the engage, can kind of help peel certain things, start off the fight really well, but I mean, it really just depends what else they pick around it, because that Paradox can cause a lot of problems for the Lash if left alone, but it's kind of one of those like fate counters in my opinion.
Yeah, it's a really good utility pickup here for Toxic Positivity, especially into that Shiv and Warden, as you mentioned. But Lash in general hasn't seen much play recently, as his early game especially hasn't been very strong in a while. So it's going to be interesting if they found some sort of solution to that early game, or if they just have a sick Lash player or something. I mean, all things can happen here in Division 2. And Bebop getting picked here as well. Kind of a good pick here into the Lash. Definitely a character that can, you know, hit him out of the air if you're good at hitting those hooks, and stop his second part of his Death Slam. So, yeah, good pickup.
Yeah, I actually like the Bebop as well. I think, just like I mentioned with the Paradox, it's a counter in the sense of, in a straight vacuum, if Lash goes up, tries to try to do anything, you can just Carbine, swap, silence, whatever you need to do, and this Lash is just kind of screwed. But when you add the Moe and Krill, the pocket, you know, an Infernus shooting you, it's really hard for the Paradox to just do that randomly. So adding a Bebop in there just as insurance, just as another way to find picks, maybe just trying to keep the pressure on. That right now they have a very aggressive team comp now with that Mina as well. Lots of damage, lots of early game snowball potential if some of these hooks, some of the swaps, you know, a good last stand comes in early. So SSMU starting off, I'm assuming to win a lot of these early skirmishes is what they're trying to do, but that's going to be a little bit harder when Page and Abrams get picked up by Toxic Positivity, so they have a pretty good skirmish comp of themselves. I think we might see a bit of a bloodbath this game tempo.
Yeah, I mean, both sides definitely saying, look, we want to fight here. We don't want to play this greedy, you know, farm meta, play it slow. We're fighting right now. Abrams and Page especially, 2 great pickups into this, you know, very frontline heavy comp of SSMU. As both are characters that can very easily, you know, use a lot of crowd control to stop them from engaging you. Especially that Shiv is going to have a very hard time into an Abrams and a Page. But I will say, though, for SSMU, I'm getting very scared right now if I'm looking at that comp. It's a very greedy comp, and that Mirage does not help things. In general, I think they're lacking a lot of utility here, so maybe they have to play a sort of utility Bebop or something to try and get around that. I mean, it's definitely looking very scary to pilot.
At the same time, it's like, if not Mirage, I mean, really, what else? I mean, Viscous and Kelvin are banned. Those would be great 2 answers for this. Reset certain fights. Page is already picked. I wouldn't really like Page that much in their comp, maybe a bit, but Mirage gets a little bit of debuffing. You can get the toxic bullets. You can just get a bit more of that M1 consistent damage. With this Mirage pick, I do assume this is probably going to be more of that, like, utility Spirit Warden, maybe. I don't know if they're going to go full gun. I honestly don't know what Wardens are building nowadays. I haven't really been keeping an eye on the Warden build path. But they feel like they can kind of do whatever they want, and that character will always end up doing something. So we'll have to see what they do. I think Toxic Positivity, you are right. That is a very scary comp. That Abrams, just to close it all out, just so much frontline, so much engage. There's a ton of damage as well. However, if that Pocket or that Infernus goes down early, I'm a bit worried for them, as that's pretty much the only sustained damage they have. The Lash kind of out of juice. The Abrams and the Moe and Krill can just get kited, or, you know, I mean, they don't do a ton of damage as the game goes on, besides just that initial burst. So definitely I'm going to watch to see how this Infernus and Pocket play, because that really might just decide the whole game.
Yeah, and these are definitely gonna be some of the very impactful characters, especially into, you know, the Shiv, the Warden, the Bebop. A lot of characters that you really want to apply that anti-heal that both of these characters do innately have in their kit. So if they can get a good game here, if they can get that sustained damage going, and especially those debuffs, then this is looking like a good game for them.
I definitely agree with you. We'll see if they can get past the Paradox, the Bebop, Warden Engage. I mean, all the scariness that SSMU is going to throw at them. Toxic Positivity versus SSMU should be starting momentarily. The players, I believe, are just getting into the lobby now. Should be ready momentarily for you guys. But Tempo, here's what... I can't remember if we've casted before, but either way, maybe a while ago, I like to do this thing where it gets things a little spicy. Let's do some predictions, especially in a BO.
Oof.
It's always really fun. Who do you think is going to win? Just based on the team comps. We don't have to do based on the players or anything, as we are new to some of these teams as well. Just based on what you see, who do you think is going to take this one?
I mean, my money is on Toxic Positivity here. They definitely have the easier comp to pilot, and especially in this Div 2 that we're in, I think the ease of execution matters a lot for these teams. So the double pick on the SSMU comp is going to be a lot harder to pilot, in contrast to this very team-fighting comp with the Lash, with the Page, with the Pocket.
Well, normally I would agree with you, as I always say ease of execution, especially in, I wouldn't say lower divisions, but, you know, like, not the tippity top of the skill bracket, right? You're not prepping the hardest comps and strategies to run, really. We're just trying to pick what you're good at and run it. And looks like Toxic Positivity did do just that, but I just have a weird feeling. I think SSMU is going to get a good lane. They're going to get a couple kills, maybe a good first turn fight, and they're just going to snowball this lead. That's my bet. Chat, feel free to type who do you think is going to win this one. Who are you supporting? Hopefully you see some love all around for these teams, and I believe the game is now starting. The players are in the lobby, and we will be getting this game momentarily here. It will be, let's see, SSMU on that Amber side. The Sapphire side will be Toxic Positivity. So I'm very curious to see how these actually end up being, Tempo.
Yeah, I mean, there's something to say that both sides have drafted very strong laners. I think SSMU have the slight edge here, since enemy team does have the Lash and the Moe and Krill and the Abrams. Not necessarily strong laners, but I mean... It's gonna be interesting to see how they're gonna pair them up to try and fix some of their, you know, character issues.
That's always how it is, right? Is what the pairing is and where you roll into, right? Because at the end of the day, it's like you can try to call out the other team, see what they actually end up doing, but you really don't know. That's kind of the fun thing about Deadlock Comp, or unfun thing, depending on what side you're on, is you might just roll into the hardest lane possible, and then you have to somehow try to make adjustments or survive up until a certain point where you can get bailed out. Right, and I think one lane I'm definitely looking for is wherever this Mina and this Mirage are going to be. I assume they're going to be in separate lanes, but whatever lanes those are going to be, I feel like it's just a lot of damage. So I'm assuming they're going to pair them with either that Paradox or that Beep to really get things going. And if they get paired into, let's say, an Abrams and a Pocket, or an Abrams and a Moe and Krill, and they can put out that damage early to stop them, then that might be rough. But here we go as we get into the game, SSMU versus Toxic Positivity. Here we go.
Here we go indeed. Some interesting lane matchups to start here. I mean, if you look at that mid lane for the Amber side, Paradox and Bebop in the same lane is a little bit spicy, I would say.
Interesting. Yeah, spicy indeed. And on the other side of that, we are getting the Pocket and the Moe and Krill. So pretty interesting there. I mean, the Pocket Moe definitely... I don't think is going to have that hard of a time, just because they can get out of these engages, so I think they should be able to survive that one, Tempo.
Yeah, it's a pretty good sustained lane, and especially into Paradox Bebop, you know. Very, very tanky characters in general, and if that Bebop ever hooks either one of them, they both have a lot of damage they can dish out in very close range, you know. With the satchel from the pocket, you know, the briefcase as well, and the scoring from the Mo. It's definitely looking like they thought ahead here for Toxic Positivity with that lane matchup.
Well, let's take a look at some of these other side lanes, starting from lane number 1. This is Warden, and I believe Mirage into the Abrams Lash. So, pretty interesting one there. Pretty scary, honestly, for both sides. You get Abrams charged with a Lash Slam, you can get chunked very quickly, but at the same time, you get tornadoed with a cage on you. That's going to be a bit hard to get out of there. So, I mean, I'd say pretty even, though, overall.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an interesting lane here in general. Warden Mirage, pretty strong in general, but I mean, Lash Abrams definitely has that surprise factor on you with the charges and with the, you know, ground slams that you can hit out and do a lot of damage in very short fashion. And one of those charges coming out a little bit now, but it's gonna miss. Not gonna help him much, as he's gonna get poked out very much by this Warden. That's really showing the power of this Warden Mirage lane, that if you ever miss one of these, you know, very forcing engagements, then you're gonna get punished very hard.
Yeah, I thought about it for about 2 seconds after I said it was even, and I actually don't think that anymore. I think this is a little bit more Mirage Warden favored, as they have a bit more damage to dish out. But at the end of the day, we'll see what ends up happening there. As let's take a look over on the right-hand lane. Lane number 3, Shiv and Mina. Interesting kind of duo there versus that Infernus Page. And I feel like I'd want to give the edge to that Infernus Page just purely off of synergy, but at the same time, I mean, I really don't know how to feel about this Shiv Mina.
I mean, Shiv Mina is a lane that makes a lot of sense, I would say. I mean, Shiv has pretty decent wave clear, you know, with the dashes and the punch. He has pretty good base damage as well with that shotgun. Pretty good at taking the minions, and that leaves Mina, you know, just able to do a lot of damage with the love bites and with the rake. So I do like that lane pairing.
Alright, well, hopefully it goes well for them, as they were the ones that chose it. As we're seeing the lanes kind of unfold, let's just get a little check-in on exactly what's going on. We're still 14k, 15k even, and taking a look at the health bars pretty much across the board, fairly even as well. I would say maybe a slight edge over on the left-hand side with that Mirage Warden kind of having maybe the slightest edge on health, but this early on, I mean, unless you're 1 HP, it really doesn't matter. That heal minion does so much with how little health people have. So everything's pretty even. These players, I mean, they came to win, right? Especially in this best of 1. These players do not want to get down behind at any point in this game, especially early on.
Yeah, both sides playing pretty passively, I will say, so far, except for that left side lane where Warden is getting charged by the Abrams, gonna lose his life. Mirage gonna get a little bit of a trade on the Lash, but see if he ends up losing his life. No, he's gonna get out of that safe and sound.
Manages to get out of it for the 1-for-1 trade. I'd say a very slight edge right now. Maybe 4 this left-hand side, just because Mirage got so ballooned ahead with that little trade there, and then the Warden obviously can just come on back and be around us about even with the Lash, but that Warden has the Traveler already up, and so does that Pocket I just noticed actually has that Affliction up as well, so keep an eye on that to be made to play at any point now over in this middle lane, as we're seeing the Pocket kind of edge a bit towards the left-hand side, maybe looking for this buff here as both teams trying to favor it, but however, it is going to be Toxic Positivity grabbing both early on, which is going to be great for the early game.
I see Paradox.
Yeah, buffs are very important right now in the meta, as it just gives you that little bit of an edge in that early game from these 5 to 10 minutes, which can really start to decide a match. And as we're talking about the buffs here, a lot of ults getting popped here in the mid lane. Mo ends up going down here, but Bebop and Paradox are going to be very low off the back of that Affliction from the Pocket, so maybe there's a little bit of a trade coming.
You'd like to think that, however, the Paradox and the Bebop, they managed to get completely out. The Pocket was just a little bit too low to make that work. And the double affliction was good, but the Moan Krill went down a little bit too early, so well done SSMU for winning that slight trade over in that mid lane. However, not really going to give too much of a soul lead for them. The good thing about it is they are going to have a bit of a tempo advantage. The Pocket is coming back, the Moan Krill is already back. However, they are both going to come back at the same time, push this wave, and they might have a chance to look for a pick on this next one. We'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll have to see indeed. As I mean, there's definitely some things happening in these other lanes. Lash gonna go in on this Warden. Abrams will gonna follow him right behind. Not gonna have time to pop the ult probably. So Abrams in a lot of trouble and he's gonna go down. But Lash ult getting popped now. Warden now in a lot of trouble for himself. Dalt gonna get that kill onto Walk Hard Wizard and not looking too good for that Warden Mirage lane. I mean, Mirage is pretty fed, but that Warden is starting to fall behind.
This is what I love to see, Tempo. It's that I'm calling them cosmetic picks, right? Because all these kills, they really, I mean, that one actually matters a bit more, but these other ones not mattered at all. They've all been trades. They've all really not resulted in any Guardian damage whatsoever. These teams are just making it exciting for us. Now, this kill could open something up for us. Samina does go down. However, the wave just was not pushed in time, so the Infernus and this Page just have not been able to get this wave shoved in time. The Mina now goes back in, takes out the wave, gets a bit of poke onto the Infernus. The Shiv is completely in here. The Mina's doing a lot of damage here with her ultimate, but the Shiv is quite low and might not be able to find the execute in time, but is still alive somehow, but the burn should take him out. There you go. As the Infernus and the Page, they manage to pull through. They have the wave here to shove, and they should get a good amount of Guardian damage off of this.
Yeah, very scary, that Page in the early game especially. Those shields really, really hurt, and if you're not careful, they can come back and bite you a little bit, as happened there to the Shiv. And I mean, I think we just got a little bit of a classic, you know, NA burger box happening there with the Shiv. I mean, we were talking about how it was a little bit passive before, but it's no longer the case. Both sides playing very aggressively now and just trying to get that edge for themselves.
Yeah, and I said they were going to get tower damage off of that, but they really didn't. The Mina had a great play, getting aggressive back onto the Page, forcing out all the abilities, managing to kill the last 2 or 3 minions, I believe, that Toxic Positivity had, and managing to just get out alive. And speaking of getting out alive, the Mina, yet again, does it once again. I mean, just clearing this wave, getting the pressure, and getting out alive, keeping their Guardian alive. And speaking of alive, that Abrams definitely not, as this left-hand side still is getting crazy, but this time no trade. It seems like SSMU have the slight advantage. They're getting this Guardian completely, almost 100 to 0. The Mirage Warden does so much damage.
Yeah, this Mirage in the early game, very strong character, and he has the lead to back that up. Lash now gonna try to contest them on this Sinner Sacrifice, but Abrams gonna come in and help him now. This is suddenly looking very good for them.
Very good indeed. The Mirage is going to be jumping away, trying to get out a dodge here, but it's just cutting, it's putting him as much damage as possible. The Abrams, the slam comes on in, takes out AZ. The Warden is nowhere to be seen, had to back away, and should be here just in time to save this Guardian, but they're going to get a good amount of damage on this at the very least. Toxic Positivity, they get one back, but I mean, really, we'll see if that actually ends up mattering, as this Mirage does have the Traveler. They do have speed boost on the Zip, so I mean, they get a consolation prize at the end of the day, but their Guardian's still down. They're still behind a lot of money right now. If you look at this Mirage, 8.1k here tempo. And the Lash does have 8.3 themselves, but no Guardian to their name, so who's really winning?
Yeah, I mean, Lash is definitely a character that can snowball a little bit off this lead, but you ideally would want that on another character, probably the Abrams over him, as Abrams is a little bit more brawly, I would say, a lot of the time, but let's see what ends up happening here. Mid lane as well, very active now. Paradox Bebop finally getting active, getting that hook onto the Mo, but he has the burrow, and they're not gonna kill him anytime soon. Pocket now gonna be able to escape as well, probably. 3 men here, it looks like, and this is looking so aggressive.
So aggressive from Babbage's right there, who pays his life for it. The Moan Krill goes down, lots of punches coming in from SSMU to take him out there. Almost gets the Guardian, but not quite able to. SSMU managed to save it just in time. Urn now just spawning over on this left-hand side, And it looks like SSMU are in position to take it, but I think they're going to take their time with it just a little bit. But as I say, the Mirage and the Bebop both heading over there, so they might try and end up making a play, as it's about even still in souls overall. However, I believe if this Warden and Mirage can be involved in a fight, I think it will be very messy for Toxic Positivity, given their natural counters to it. The Mo and Krill and the Abrams are a little bit behind them in income, rather, but it is the early game, so it's not going to matter too much.
Yeah, you just want to see those high soul counts on characters that can get very active a lot of the time. And so far, I mean, it's looking good for that. This Lash really using that soul income very well. Taking down the Shiv already, but Bebop gonna be in a lot of trouble now. 2 ults used on him. Can he get out of here? Looks like it for now, as Paradox Bebop, we're gonna be able to kite them away a little bit.
Yeah, great. I mean, ultimate usage to try and get the kill. However, look at his items. He has the slowing X, he has the Enchanter's Emblem, the shielding and the reactive barrier. I mean, this is Green Bebop at its core right now, able to survive so much damage and so many abilities there. And the Lash is great to get the kill onto Shiv, but I mean, 1 kill is not going to win you the game at this point. And it's definitely a good place to start, as they are now up about 2.5k in souls. But I mean, that's essentially nothing at this point.
Yeah, and I do like the focus on the utility, as I did point out a little bit in the draft. They were lacking that a little bit. So getting that Sloic Hex in very early on is definitely going to help them a little bit in this early game.
And what else will help them here is if they can manage to get this Guardian. The Mo and Krill needs to be careful. Was looking to see maybe if they could get a combo off, but decided really quick against it as that health bar started going down very, very fast. But here we go. The combo might come in clutch here as the Bebop is getting a little bit low, has none of the actives available, but is managing to get out of this. The perfect parry onto the pocket, rather. But everybody just on top of him. There's only so much you can survive. The Paradox and the Bebop go down, and the Guardian manages to stay alive for Toxic Positivity.
Bebop being a little bit too far back to hit that ultimate onto the Guardian, but as we're talking about that, these guys, Pocket looking a bit too forward here, as Warden's gonna be able to pop his ult and take down Maku on that Pocket and even get his orb for himself. Definitely a good trade here for SSMU, even if they are a little bit behind now.
Yeah, they're a little bit behind in souls still. They haven't quite managed to come back in the soul difference. However, they are about to get a Guardian, so it's going to get a little bit better for them. There you go. So now about 2,500 away in souls. No, back to 4. Back to 3 to 4. So, I mean, Toxic Positivity doing a great job at just getting these picks over and over again. And, I mean, I'm a little bit worried about them if they lose this right-hand Guardian, just because they haven't gotten the last one for themselves, but they've been fairly active so far, as we're seeing the Lash come on in, find the slam onto the Mina, and take her out. Almost a one-shot. That was absolutely insane. This Lash is doing so incredibly well early in the game.
Yeah, and Slowing Hex picked up for him as well to stop that Mina from using that Sanguine retreat out of there. But he's gonna use all his slams to try and get active here. Gonna use the ult, gonna hit 1 in the Paradox, and he's looking like in a lot of trouble right now.
A lot of trouble, and goes down. The Slash Slam, the Death Slam League. I mean, you play it in the right league there, Ziggy, as they get the perfect ult into that combo. The Paradox stands absolutely 0 chance, as we're seeing the snowball start to come in now for Toxic Positivity. They get a lot of damage on that Guardian. They were not quite able to take it out, as the Bebop now and the Mina are starting to re-aggress to get it themselves. But it seems like both teams will probably be able to take their last Guardians here and start to move on to taking Walkers. One thing I want to note is that left-hand Walker is already at half health. I mean, Toxic Positivity on top of about that 8-ish K soul lead, they have a bit of a map lead as well. So they're doing well for themselves, but they just got to keep it going, as I don't think this is quite enough to make you feel too comfortable yet.
No, but I do like what they're doing right now, Toxic Positivity. They're going for a lot of these, extra soul sources here, and they're looking to get as many kills as possible to make sure they can keep this snowball going. If you look at who's actually doing a lot of the heavy lifting right now, it's that Lash especially. He proves me a little bit wrong in my previous statement about him not maybe needing that many souls. Definitely interesting, and something very interesting as well here is that the Mo and Krill apparently has picked up the Trophy Collector. So, I mean, if you look at the style of Toxic Positivity, that can make sense, but he's gonna go down first. I mean, it's gonna be interesting to see if he can actually get some stacks on that item.
Gets the trophy collector, but also gets caught up on the wrong side of a last stand. The world has been changed, at least in his neck of the woods over there, as the Pocket trying to regress onto the Bebop, but this Bebop is so hard to kill now with the enduring speed and the fleet foot as well, but they have just enough damage with that Lash to be able to take him out. But is it going to be a trade? It seems like the Lash might go down. The Mina does take him out. It's going to be a 1-for-1 as the Urn spawns over on that right-hand side, as the Page may be slightly out of position here, but should be able to get out. There you go. Yep, the Page does manage to get out. They trade 1-for-1 in terms of Guardians as well. So every Guardian now on the map is taken. So each team does have access to that first flex slot, and we'll see how they ended up using it. But it's still about 15-16 minutes, so I don't expect any of them to be really too much in need at this point.
Yeah, we'll see what ends up happening. So far now, Toxic Positivity managing to pick up that Urn. It looks like both teams are grouping on that left-hand side, only leaving the Page and the Mina on the far lane. Makes a lot of sense, but you need to be careful right now if you're SSMU. I mean, one flaw in their plan here, and it's gonna be a problem. That Lash can do a lot here. See what ends up happening. Pocket Ult gonna come down immediately. Warden Ult getting popped already. It's looking tough right now.
Looking tough as the Lash finds the one man onto the Bebop, but it's not going to be enough as the Warden comes in with the last stand as well, and it looks like SSMU might have the advantage as they get the first pick, but it's not over just yet as this Infernus and this Pocket are still alive. The Infernus does go back into base, so it seems like Toxic Positivity have to back away just a little bit, but as I say that, they're doing anything but, as the Pocket and the Lash are just sprinting in right now, taking out the Mirage. The Warden at 1 HP has to back away, but will be going down, so the Lash and the Pocket make the play. They find the comeback. The first pick does not matter because they find 3 of their own, and now they should have control of that Urn. I didn't even quite catch who is the one who turned that in. Given the soul lead, I'm assuming it was Toxic Positivity. But yeah, it seems like Toxic Positivity did end up getting that Urn, and they also ended up winning that fight. So I'd said that they weren't really in a spot to feel too comfortable, but now 14k ahead, I feel like they might feel a little bit more confident.
Yeah, Warden jumping the gun a little bit in that engagement, using that ultimate, and just Toxic Positivity recognizing that, hey, we can just kite up this ultimate and then go back in with our own ultimates, and they end up winning the fight because of that.
Yeah, it seems like the members of Toxic Positivity, I mean, they're all kind of around the same soul lead, right? They all kind of have a good equal amount of souls. The 2 carries are a bit ahead with that Pocket and Infernus, but the Lash, the Abrams, the Page, the Mo, I mean, they're all around 16, 17k, whereas over on SSMU, the Bebop, the Paradox, the Shiv, they're so much lower in souls, I mean, at least comparatively, and I feel like no one is really that much higher to make that worth it, right? So you're going to need a little bit more scaling, a little bit more souls in order to make this worth it, but it's not going to help when you just keep getting picked over and over. That's something Toxic Positivity has done so well pretty much all game.
Yeah, they're playing their strengths really well. I mean, the Mo and the Lash especially have been really pivotal for them so far to get those pickoffs, get those engagements. And Mirage here as well, gonna do a little bit of the same for the other side in SSMU. Gonna take down that Abrams, and Lash gonna try to jump in. Perhaps overextending a little bit too much for himself. Bebop looking to hook him out, but interesting as well here to pop the ultimate for the Bebop, just trying to go for that Walker now.
One thing that you gotta learn if you don't already know is that it's never over when you're playing in the DSL. These teams, I mean, they can go back and forth. They can make these colossal throws or these crazy comebacks, whatever you want to call them. And Toxic Positivity, I mean, they are ahead a good amount, but one bad fight, one misplay, and you're pretty much back to neutral. So SSMU, they still got a shot here. That Mirage definitely got a good amount of souls in that last engagement. The Shiv managed to catch back up just a little bit as the items are now going to be bought. It feels like SSMU do have a shot in this one, at least if they can get a good start to a fight, but man, in a straight 6v6, I would not favor them whatsoever. But they don't need the 6v6, right? You have that early engage to try to pick people off. You have that Mirage to split push in the side lane, just try to get any sort of pressure. So SSMU, they have a lot of counterplay here, but not too much counterplay against that combo who did lock down that Bebop, but it is still the tanky Bebop who has that reactive barrier. It did absolutely no damage, and now Bebop full HP, and that's a lot of cooldowns blown for Toxic Positivity.
Yeah, no Lash ult, no Mo ult, so they're gonna have a hard time to force any fight if they want to. Perhaps it's a little bit of a time to just slow down the game, maybe actually just give them this comeback urn. Just say, let's just take some of your farm then instead. Maybe look into that left-hand side, but looks like they're gonna try to set up a little bit of a fight here in mid, as a lot of their members are grouping towards it.
Yeah, they're looking to see if they can push the pace in these lanes while this comeback urn is getting claimed, which it will. There's basically no resistance around it. The Bebop should be getting that one pretty free, which will increase the soul lead for them, but it could be a fight. We need to be careful here as we're seeing this fight start to commence on this left-hand side. It looks like SSMU does not even want this to happen. The Mina manages to get out. The Tornado will get the Mirage back out of safety as well, and they did that absolutely perfectly. Don't get caught on your side lane, get that comeback urn, and now start to look for more pressure otherwise, as we're seeing it in that middle lane. It's going to be a 3v1, that Page all by herself, and is going to be going down, but underneath the Walker, it's going to be that Shiv. It's going to be that Warden, and I believe that is the Bebop, or excuse me, that is actually going to be the Paradox over getting that Guardian or that Walker damage. But it looks like Toxic Positivity. They have the Lash ult, they have the Affliction, they have all the people here they need, and they're getting the kills that they wanted. They get the 2 kills. They might lose a Walker over on that left-hand side, but it doesn't matter when it's mid-boss time, baby.
And this is something I really like to see from them. I mean, mid-boss is so pivotal right now. Even if they get this Walker for SSMU, it's not gonna matter too much if they can get this mid-boss. At least if they know how to play around it well. Looks like they're not even gonna contest it for SSMU. So, hey, you know what? Walker for a mid-boss, I'd take that trade any day.
Yeah, for sure. Especially when you have your lanes push back now, and they have... It's their turn, right? They have the wave on that left-hand side and in the middle stacking up, and they're ready to push these waves. They're ready to start assaulting the base of SMU, who have all their members back, so it's definitely not over for them, but this is going to be a tough defense, especially against the Pocket, who has that Affliction up, and an Infernus, who's at 24k now. So, I mean, all the members you want money on have money on Toxic Positivity, so we'll see if they end up doing anything with it, or if SSMU can stall them out.
Yeah, I mean, especially that Infernus is gonna be a very pivotal player from now on. Having that Silence Wave and the superior duration online, you know, gonna be able to keep his debuffs going for a long time if he chooses to go that route.
Yeah, we'll have to see. And there's the Boundless Spirit pickup on the Infernus, so that's going to be a lot of damage coming through if, you know, he can stay alive for as long as possible. However, if you look over on the other side, SSMU did manage to get a bit of a comeback in souls. They were down almost 20k actually at one point, and now it's only about 10k. So the Mina, the Mirage, the Warden to some extent have, you know, managed to keep their money pretty good. The trophies on Mo, I mean, I didn't actually see the number on there. How many was it?
10 stacks, that's looking
10 stacks
juicy.
Already. I mean, in a competitive game, that's really good.
Yeah, and especially with the changes that they did in this latest patch, buffing it from 25 souls per stack to 30. That's 300 souls a minute he's now getting. That's definitely gonna help them do well for the rest of this game, especially with the lead they already have.
Especially if you're Mo and Krill, right? Where you don't even need to take waves anymore. You just have that trophy collector, that passive income, and you just try to be at every single fight that you can. Who cares about getting waves? Who cares about getting these camps? Just maybe if you're doing nothing, you can grab something, as, you know, that is Deadlock. But at the end of the day, I mean, this Mo and Krill is just because of those trophy collector stacks been able to open up now so much. And take a look at the souls, still the second highest souls on their team as a Mo and Krill. So definitely what you want to see if you are Toxic Positivity.
Yeah, definitely something we need to take a look at post-game to see how many souls he actually got per minute. I mean, it's definitely an item that's very controversial in competitive play in general. Not many teams actually elect to go for this item, as you don't see it have much value outside of just, you know, getting you a lot of souls. But maybe here in NA, it could be pretty good.
Yeah, we'll have to see, especially in this Division 2 where the fighting is abundant.
Yeah.
So these teams definitely are not shying away at any of these skirmishes. We're seeing the Moen Krill just hovering around underneath this Walker and the Mina, who is all by herself, but soon to be joined by this Bebop and by this Warden who pops the last stand. The Bebop, I believe, is looking for an angle to pop the ultimate, but no, it seems like Toxic Positivity are just forced to back away here at least a little bit. The Page is going to be going down, losing one of those mid-bosses, but this Mina needs to be careful now, needs to get out. This Infernus is so much damage. The Moen Krill are going to be going down as well. That's 2 mid-bosses taken away. The Walker does go down, and so SSMU need to be careful. They don't have a Walker here. They don't have those extra defenses to play around, and they don't have that little landmark to fall back on, so they lose 1 member for pretty much all 3 mid-bosses, which I'd say is a pretty good trade. However, I mean, it was about to run out anyway, and you still have 2 Walkers to defend, so I'm not quite sure, but I guess I'd be happy if I was SSMU. They managed to get something out of that.
Yeah, and not to mention they also did start off, you know, the mid-boss getting that Walker for themselves, but this is what I'm saying about the mid-boss. It's so strong right now, because even if you give the enemy team a little bit of an advantage early on when you're taking it, as in the Walker, in this case, it's just gonna pay off so well later on, as they have increased their lead by a lot now as well. So, I mean, well played to both sides, and Toxic Positivity gonna be looking really good here, perhaps even in a position to contest this comeback earn.
Yeah, we'll have to see. They are positioning for it as we see 5 members kind of hovering around there, and SSMU trying to bring all 6 members to it. The Abrams is missing, which would be a very key member for that engage, so you have to be careful here, but with the teleporter being taken, the Abrams is in position to join this fight. The Mina is nowhere to be seen,
Mina.
so SSMU, they need to be careful here, as there just seems to be looking for some engages. The knockdown comes through onto the Warden. The Warden just trying to buy space with that last stand. Here comes the Urn carry. It worked. They managed to find the space they needed, but now they need to get out as the Lashel comes in. They managed to get one. The Shiv is honestly, or actually the Bebop rather, is honestly a good target for that. Take out the pick early. You get the Bebop, you get the Warden.
Down.
Now the Mirage is in trouble. The Abrams is chasing, but should be able to get out of this one. So it's going to be an earn for a 2-for-0 trade, but it might not just turn into that, as we're seeing a Walker get taken by the Mina on the other side. No one was there to actually interrupt her. She just kept that split push going the entire time, and they will probably be able to trade this Walker for that, but SSMU, I mean, good on them for finding something in that. They get the Aaron, they get a Walker, they close this solely down to about 12, but it's probably going to end up being around 15 or 16k. Yep, there you go, as that Walker is skin. Now it's going to be 1 Walker to 1. I mean, SSMU is doing a great job, honestly, at managing to stay in this after losing mid-boss so early.
Yeah, and it's a great call from the Mina there to just elect to push that side lane instead of going for the fight. They get a lot of value out of it now, and even if they didn't get that earn, they still had a little bit of insurance in that Walker, so good call in general. Smack and Cheese here doing a good job in general on this Mina, very farmed up now, and perhaps looking to get a little bit active against Toxic Positivity now.
Yeah, they're looking to take these shrines here, as the Shiv is not quite up yet, so it is a 5v5, almost going to be a 5v6 once this Abram comes back in, but it looks like 1 shrine is all that is going to get taken. Really not that big of a deal if you are SSMU. However, Toxic Positivity do end up getting a bit more money out of that, which is definitely what you want if you are them, who have been going back and forth in the Soul lead. They keep getting big leads and then getting it kind of cut down a bit, but finally they end up at about a 20k Soul lead and a Walker still in their hands, which is going to be kind of the easiest one in my opinion. Hold as long as you're at least that even or upper footing in that middle Walker, but does not have that much health left, so we'll see if SSMU can make a play onto that, or if they're going to be just sitting on defense now for a little while.
Yeah, and mid-boss got to spawn here in 10 seconds, so all SSMU really need now is just 1 good team fight, and suddenly the game could be right back in their hands.
Yeah, we've seen this happen so many times too, right? We've seen, you know, one team get so far ahead and then just slip up somewhere along the way. They lose 1, they lose 2, and then the other team capitalizes and takes that second boss, and now all of a sudden they're the ones in the lead. They're the ones flipping the game right on top of their heads, right?
Absolutely. It looks like they are definitely gonna try to force a little bit of a team fight here for SSMU. They're grouping up a lot in middle here. No pocket, no Lash initially, so maybe they can make something happen here.
Yeah, we'll have to see. However, the Mirage in that split push is just going to try to buy maybe a bit of pressure, get a bit of time spot for the squad. It's really, I mean, looking on the map, this is a bit scary if you're SSMU, as the combo comes in right onto the Mina, who is starting to get peeled away, but that's a really, really good lash ult onto 4 members, and they're all going to be going down. The Shiv, the Bebop, the Mina, and the Paradox just get wiped off of the face of the Cursed Apple, and it's going to be the Warden popping the last stand, trying to get something out of this fight, but he will be going down as well, and it seems like the Mirage is the last one, and there's no way that he can hold this on his own. Toxic Positivity, they finally engaged that they needed, and they're going to be looking to end the game.
This is exactly what they should be doing here. Great call from them to just use all the ults, hit all of it. Honestly, man, they've been playing really well this game, and this should be a game end if they play this correctly. There is 0 chance that SSMU actually gonna spawn back. So game 1, definitely gotta go to Toxic Positivity here.
Game 1, and that's the only game, right, Tempo?
That's
this
true.
is going to be a best of 1, so
That's
Toxic
true.
Positivity, hey, you called it. They had the easy comp, or I would say easy comp. They had the easy to execute comp, and they had the comms to do it. They had the engages to do it. They had the team fight to do it, and the Lash ult seemed to carry them to victory there, moving on in the bracket. However, that is not going to be the end for SSMU, as they will now move on to the losers bracket. So definitely, still got a shot there, so don't get too upset, too down on yourself. These playoffs they're a slog, right? You got to keep in it. You got to keep at it, as anything can happen. We've seen losers run before, so good luck down there in the losers bracket to SSMU. But Toxic Positivity, I mean, they take the big win there.
Big win indeed, as they're gonna move on to the next round in the upper bracket. Meanwhile, let's take a look a little bit on the stats here. Definitely some jumps here. If you're looking at the damage, I mean, that Lash is actually doing a lot of work with that damage. 14 kills as well.
Yeah.
I mean, whew.
14 kills, 25k almost damage, more than the Infernus, which is absolutely insane given how fed that Infernus was getting towards the end of the game. The Pocket, I mean, obviously it's Pocket. You get the affliction boost there for the damage stat. But one thing I want to note earlier, I mean, usually we see the Moan Crow with the most assists in the game, but you got to remember, with that trophy collector basically being full stacked at that point towards the end of the game, look at the money on the Moen Krill as well. Only 3 kills, barely any real objective or player damage, but still had the second most on the team, I believe. Yeah, second most in the lobby in terms of gold, or actually third most in the lobby. That Mina had a lot of souls for themselves. However, the Moen Krill had a big impact, just able to roam around and be a part of every single fight.
Yeah, and that's what a stacked trophy collector can really do. I mean, it's a very strong item. Once you get to those, upper echelons of the stacks, once you get up, to the 2-digit mark, that's when you really start, feeling the effects of it. And this mode definitely felt the effects of it with all the fighting they were able to force against SSMU here. But one thing I will say for SSMU as well, I mean, that Mina, it didn't look too good. I thought it was doing pretty well, but looking at the damage numbers again and just the overall stats, I mean, a 1-6-1. Maybe they should try to play a little bit more around that next time.
Yeah, the Mina had a lot of damage and was able to do a lot that game, it felt like. However, the problem is, I mean, you have those 2 invulnerabilities with the bats, right? But after that, you're still the squishiest character in the game, right? And there's a Pocket that's going to be on top of you the whole time. There's Lash waiting to just use that Lash ult after the bats. And if you can't do that, you still have a Moen Krill that can just press combo on top of you. And you can't bats when you're already in the combo, right? So, bit of a hard character, I think, to play against the comp of Toxic Positivity. So well played to Smack and Cheese for actually, trying it and getting some good value, getting some good plays done. But it just was sadly, for SSMU, it was not quite enough to carry them a victory. However, for Toxic Positivity, they got to be riding high here, getting off a fairly clean win, taking that mid-boss, being ahead in souls the whole game. They're going to be going now, I believe, if we want to take a look at the bracket just real quick, we can see what team they will be going against next, but we can also save that for after the break. No, we actually have it right here. Perfect. So Toxic Positivity will be going against Lashback, and this is exactly what I wanted to say is you have that 9th seed in Toxic Positivity. They did really well. They have that momentum now. They need to carry it into this next game going against Lashback, who is the #1 seed here in our tournament for Division 2 and has been showing up all season, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it's important to note that this is the, I believe, 8th week or so of the league here, as there's been a lot of weeks where all of these teams, or most of these teams, have been playing each other regularly, you know, once a week, and Lashback being, you know, the beneficiary, winning a lot of these matches, and getting that seed spot for it. So Toxic Positivity have a little bit of a challenge coming up for them here, but we'll see if they're going to end up taking it later on.
And we'll have to see if they end up doing that. However, we will be going to a quick break here. And when we come back, we're actually going to be going over to the first division of play. There are 2 divisions being played today over in the Death Slam League playoffs. So we are going to be going over, switching to that one. And then we'll come back later to just check back in on Division 2 and see where they're at. But don't go anywhere. You know, maybe grab a quick drink of water. But we'll be back momentarily for our next series in the next round. So see you guys later.
Yep.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Death Slam League playoffs here over at the Deathy channel. I'm George, still here, joined by Tempo, and we just had a great first game over in Division 2, but now we're actually going to be going over to Division 1, the slightly higher level league here over for us in the playoffs. But before we do that, Tempo, we're actually going to take a quick look back at last game, at one of the key moments to end this game, and it was going to be one of the specific lash ults that we saw, a big four-man, so I'm curious to see exactly what we saw here.
Yeah, and Lash in general just very impactful throughout this match, but you can see they did a very good job just grouping all of them together, and what an ultimate into the Infernus ult as well. I mean, there's not really anything you can do against that.
You didn't even need the Affliction, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I mean, that was just the cherry on top at that point. Like, you have every single ult perfect, and it all started, by the way, with that combo, right? We talked about the Mo and Curl the whole time too, finding those combos, found the combo onto the Mina. They tried to save her, but got really caught out in the process, and that ends the game. And that just shows you all it takes is one big moment for you to end these games. And if you want to find and share your own big moments, we luckily over here at the Death Slam League, Death Slam events on the Deathy channel, pretty much everyone over here is sponsored by Metal TV. So if you don't know about Metal already, it's pretty much just the perfect clipping software for your games and editing software as well, so you can record VODs, record clips, whatever you really need to do. I'm sure you guys have already heard of them, so go check them out if you haven't already. It's completely free and it supports us over here at the Death Slam events team a ton, so definitely go show them some love. And thank you, Metal, obviously, for sponsoring us. It helps us out a ton, helps make these tournaments happen, and, you know, gives us a reason to come out here pretty much for free all for the last however many months. We've pretty much just been a volunteer organization, so this is now allowing us to become more of an actual business, which is pretty cool. So if you want to support us, please go and download Metal. And with that being said, now let's go over to Division 1 Tempo.
Yeah, I mean, we're probably going to see a little bit of a meta change here. I wouldn't expect to see much Warden come out in play here in general. But match we're going to take a look at here is going to be match 7 here. Shiver Me Timbers versus Buffs in 10. Should be a very interesting one, you know. Seed number 2 going up against seed number 7. Pretty close matchup overall, so should be a good one.
Yeah, usually what happens in these leagues is that seed number 1 tends to be a really big heavy hitter. I feel like it just always tends to happen where one team just figures it out a lot quicker than the rest. That being replacements, they tend to pretty much be the heavy hitters of this league. But we really wanted to cover a game that might still be a little bit more favored towards one way. That second seed definitely have been doing very well for themselves. However, I mean, both teams are no slouch, so we should be getting a pretty good game overall. And even if it is going to be a stomp, it just shows kind of the quality of some of these good teams over in Division 1, right?
Yeah, and Division 1, you know, they've been around a little bit longer than the Division 2, so some of these teams are going to be a little bit more experienced. I believe Shiver Me Timbers that we're going to cover now is actually an old, you know, DDS team from the first NA one, so it's going to be interesting to see if they've kept up their improvement, and going to be able to see how one of the more new-coming teams in Buffs in 10 are going to be able to do against them.
Yeah, we will have to see it, but, you know, we say new. There's still been 7 weeks already, so these teams are practiced at the very least, or at least they should be. If they're not, then there's a problem there, right? But if you made it to 7C, which is kind of a riddle, then that usually shows the ups and downs, right? Especially for a newer team, got to figure out the kinks a bit first. But at the end of the day, we're still in the playoffs, and we're still ready now with the draft. Shiver Me Timbers on the Amber side, and Buffs in 10 will be on the Sapphire side here, as we're going to see the bans momentarily. But what are you expecting here, Tempo, especially in this Division 1? I'm expecting it to be probably a little bit more close to what's being played and what's being picked in the tippity top of the Deadlock competitive scene, but what are you thinking?
I mean, we are still very much in Burger Box meta, so I'm expecting a lot of big dudes coming out from both sides here, and some good old-fashioned supports to keep them topped off. I'm expecting at least a Kelvin ban here from either side. Whatever the second ban is, I'm a little bit unsure. Probably Yamato, maybe, but we'll see what these sides end up going for.
Yeah. Can't go wrong with a lot of big dudes, that's for sure. maybe we'll count Yamato in the big dude club, and the Abrams, you know, the Victor, the Mo and Krill, all the good stuff. And it looks like the Infernus is actually going to be banned away. I never minded an Infernus ban. It's definitely not the most important character overall, but it is just such a constant threat that these teams have. And the character's been around now for so long and has been consistent now for so long that there's a lot of really good Infernus players. So it's always a scary character, so maybe, you know, could be a slight, you know, target ban if someone on Buffs in 10 is a really good Infernus, but at the end of the day, it's still just, I mean, it's Infernus, right?
It is Infernus, and he's been one of the premier, you know, Mouse 1 carries as of late. Latest patch bringing him down a little notch, but still getting prioritized very heavily. And for good reason. I mean, he's a very strong character, and he has a lot of percentage amplifiers in his kit, just naturally. And even, you know, what's the word? Reverse of amplify. Whatever.
I'm not sure.
But interesting to see that both anti-heal, you know, consistent anti-heal options already out of the pool. But if I'm Shiver Me Timbers here, I am insta-picking that Kelvin.
Yeah, I mean, Kelvin gets open, you gotta pick it, right? Buffs in 10, that must be, like, a targeted ban there, because, yeah, it's a good character, but at the same time, I feel like if it's not something or a certain character or a certain player that you're focusing on for that you're scared of, then you would just be taking away the Kelvin here. That is kind of just what you have to do nowadays if you are on the Sapphire side, because this Kelvin character, it's definitely not an insta win. It's not that strong, but it's so good that it's one of those picks of like, I wouldn't be surprised if this was like 100% pick ban rate, at least in the playoffs this weekend completely. I need to check the stats after it. Maybe we'll circle back on that later throughout the day here. But so far from the games that we're watching, banned last game, picked now, so 100%.
Yeah, and Kelvin, very stable pick in the top, games of Deadlock that you see with all these organized teams in, the Eternus level. And even in Ascendant level, this character just becomes so much better because he is, such a easy character to pilot and such a character that you can really get a lot of effectiveness out of without necessarily being, the best of the best. And Victor gonna come out for the other side here. That's a little bit interesting to me, at least.
I actually like that a lot because Victor is one of those characters that is weaker early, however does manage to ramp up later into the game, and I think does a decent job against Kelvin, because if Kelvin, locks, people in with the Ice Dome, tries to find a reset, tries to find some heal, maybe tries to gank someone, that's exactly where Victor wants to be, right? Victor loves sitting in places where people are standing right on top of him, and so does Shiv. Shiv is actually a pretty good character in those close quarters, so Buffs in 10, maybe their goal is just to pick some of these frontline characters early that can battle it out in that close range, that can really put it on Kelvin. And both these characters have actually mainly Shiv that can get a bit of that anti-heal, can kind of keep those dot effects up, right? So we'll see what else Buffs in 10 end up picking, but I definitely like the start, just getting their frontline already early in the game as well.
Yeah, and both picks being, very, very good, especially with a Kelvin. So it's a very good way of denying Shiver Me Timbers a lot of those frontliners that you would ideally want to pair up with the Kelvin. Especially that Shiv, is an infamous duo in the Shiv Kelvin. So makes a lot of sense here. But I do like that they're going to go for the Yamato now on Shiver Me Timbers. Another really strong character that you can very easily pair up into that dome, Her ultimate being able to just not be CC'd while inside a Kelvin dome is just absolutely bonkers.
And really good into the Shiv, and not necessarily good into Victor, but can basically just avoid Victor, right? You just clip onto one of their backliners, and now you're forcing Victor to run to the backline, or just ignore you entirely. Usually they just ignore you entirely, so definitely not a bad pick here to get that front line going. And can obviously, with some quick enough fingers, you can pop that ult as you're about to get executed as well by the Shiv. So there's always that, slight little part of the interaction. And then the Lash now being picked up. I do like this pick. I think Victor, Shiv are one of those, these characters that are just kind of standing on top of you, right? So if you can peel them off your carries if they get a little bit too far, or just, find a little reposition as those two characters run forward, you can go in the backline and get some picks there. I think it's pretty good, and the natural counter to Lash, in my opinion, Kelvin, is already on your team, so you might as well, pick him up for yourself.
Yeah, but I think they may have jumped the gun a little bit here, as you say yourself as well, Kelvin being one of the most natural counters to the Lash. Perhaps you didn't need to prioritize it this early, could have perhaps gone for a little bit of another priority target, but hey, it's a good character, and it works very well into Shiv and Victor, so makes a lot of sense.
Hey, ban phase is coming up, and these teams have played each other a lot more than we've seen them, so maybe they have something in mind for that. You got the second seed for a reason, but the Warden now getting picked, I mean, that's yet another character that is just going to stand on top. I mean, all three of these characters in team fights later on, you're not even going to differentiate them between each other, because they're just going to stand on top of each other, dive that backline as much as possible. That Kelvin, I mean, if the draft ended right here, Buffs in 10 are really scary. However, the draft's not ending right here. We still got bans coming up. We still got the second round of picks. There's still a lot more drafts to be had. So I actually like the start for Buffs in 10, but I really think they might struggle to find some diversity later on.
And once again, it's very interesting to me that the NA teams seem to really prioritize the Warden. Perhaps it's a bit of an ease of execution thing once again, because he is pretty easy to get going and do a lot of damage, get a lot of impact with that Last Stand and Majestic Leap combo. But I'm a little bit surprised, as especially against the Kelvin, it doesn't seem that good to me. Kelvin is a very good, counter to the Warden with that dome, being able to shield your entire team off of the damage of the last stand, if you get it right. So it's an interesting pick to me. They're gonna go ahead and ban the Mirage now. Maybe that's a bit of a gun kick Warden then.
Yeah, it could be. Maybe, look, we got a lot of Warden maxers, I'm gonna call them, in NA. There's a lot of people that just tend to gravitate towards that character. I don't get it. I hate that character, so I don't know. I don't know what we're doing over here across the pond. Honestly, if this Warden character would never see the light of day again, I'd be happy. However, the big last stands, I can yell about them, and they're kind of cool to watch. So I'm down for it to be picked here. I'm down, as we see, like you said, that Mirage ban. I'm very curious to see what else they're going to pair with that now because of it, as we're seeing, oh, interesting, a Page ban on the side of Shiver Me Timbers. I don't think I've seen that really since release of Page. I mean, usually it's not quite the banned character, but I guess they don't really care about the Viscous too much, I would assume, or they don't have someone that can play Viscous, and the Page is a character that you can pair well with the Warden, you can pair well maybe with the Shiv or something like that, so maybe they had something to that.
Yeah, and I mean, I will say from my Scrim experience around this level in the European region, not in the NA region, I will say there's definitely 3 tiers of supports right now, I would say. If you're going for specific support builds. There's Kelvin on top, there's Page right below that, and then there's like everyone else, with the Viscous barely being better than everyone else, when you're talking about a support playstyle specifically. So the Page ban here makes a lot of sense for me at least, and it's very good with the Warden. However, I am now completely stumped. That's a 7 picked for buffs and 10.
Yeah, the 7 going through here. Now I'm just confused. See, I was trying to give them a bit of the doubt because they know more than me. They've been spamming the game. I've been taking a vacation and for the last couple months in terms of playing the game. I'm coasting right now. I don't need to play the game. I'm chilling. I know enough to kind of act like I know what I'm talking about, but now I'm really lost. So maybe they'll explain it later on as we see some more picks. But I think one thing that I can mention, kind of why I was so high on it, is been a little bit more confused on the pitch thing, just because I think it made a lot more sense to you, and I can see now with what you're saying why that makes sense. But I feel like if Buffs and 10 do get that Viscous pick, it's actually really good into them. The Viscous, I feel like, is really good at helping, kind of peel off a Yamato. It helps kind of deny that Lash a lot of value. Now with the Kelvin there as well, it can just be another character that you can, save after someone gets domed. Maybe they're trying to survive as long as possible. So it has a lot of value, I think, into the comp for me Timbers. So I think it's still on the table for them to pick. But now that they picked the 7, I'm not quite sure what else they're going to end up pairing that with. But to talk about the other team, Abrams now being picked, I think that's good. I think they needed more beef. They needed a bit more of that front line, and now they can go more into that damage, and the Vindicta is going to be going through here. That almost feels like it's going to open up maybe like a Bebop or maybe a Paradox or something to maybe take that out of the sky, as you have a lot of run at you already in Buffs and 10, so I'm curious to see what else they're going to lock in with that now.
Yeah, it's kind of wild to me that Paradox has gone untouched in this entire draft. One of the characters that you would really expect to see very early on. So I'm a little bit confused about what's happening right now in the draft. 7 as well, we've been talking a little bit about it, and it's definitely a character that hasn't seen much play recently. Did, however, get a little bit buffed in the latest patch with the ball, lightning balls scaling, getting increased just like by 0.12%, I believe, total. So perhaps it could be a little bit of a ball playstyle on the 7, but Vindicta is also a very good pick though into the Warden and the Shiv and the Victor. I mean, it's a very strong character as well. So I am liking these drafts so far, even if they are a little bit wonky.
I do really like Shiver Me Timbers draft. I will say, Buffs and just going full numbers right down your throat. We're just trying to run at you and just beat you with straight, just standing on top of you doing damage. Whereas Shiver Me Timbers, it feels like they're actually, kind of trying to counter. It feels like, and the Bebop, I will say, speaking of counters, is being picked. I wouldn't call it a counter against the Vindicta. I think the Vindicta moves fast enough in the air where it is a bit harder to find a hook on, at least from further away. And like you said, that stake, so good against basically all the members right now of Buffs and 10, at least the Warden, Shiv, and Victor. If that Warden jumps in, finds a last stand stake, boom, last stand doesn't matter anymore now. and then it allows the rest of the team now to run back, get Kelvin ulted, chill out for a bit, and you're pretty much golden. So a little curious as to why this is happening. Also, the Lash into 7 interaction. I feel like Lash has a great matchup into 7 overall, at least until the character gets Lightning Scroll, if he goes for it at all, which would be a pretty huge investment too. So it's like, that's really the only real counter to the Lash at that point. And then now the Mo and Krill getting picked by Buffs. I mean, I'm not surprised at this point. They're just going full run at you. They want to push the pace in this game. They want to fight. They want to get an early lead, and they do not want to step their foot off of the gas. How is Shiver Me Timbers going to end up at this last 6 pick? I honestly don't know. Are we just gonna get like a Dynamo or something? Like, what's gonna happen?
Draft is definitely very interesting here for both sides, but the Mo and Krill pick is actually a pretty good one.
Yeah, I like
only worry is that you will definitely need to go a very early Phantom Strike into the Lash and Vindicta especially, but I mean, it's a very strong character, and it's actually a character that can be pretty good inside of those Kelvin domes because of his natural AoE healing in the Scorn. So we'll see if it ends up paying off for them. But they definitely have drafted a very tanky composition here, 4 buffs and 10. You know, basically 5 big dudes and a 7. So we'll see if they can make it work in action. But Dynamo would actually be a pretty good solve to that for Shiver Me Timbers, like you were kind of hinting at. I mean, getting that AoE ultimate might actually be pretty beneficial, but we'll see what they end up going for here. They do already have the support though in the Kelvin, so maybe not a Dynamo per se. Maybe need a little bit more damage.
I don't think they'll do it, but it just sounds fun, right? It just sounds like a good time, and an Ivy's going to get picked, so I would say kind of suits the role of adding a bit more peel, a bit more utility, but has, I would say, quite a bit more damage than the Dynamo would have, so I definitely like that pick. I think now with the Ivy being picked up here, I'm expecting to see a lot of knockdowns for buffs in 10, for the Ivy, for the Vindicta, for the Lash. I mean, it's a very good item for them, but if you start buying a bunch of knockdowns, that value, there you go. You already, that's good value if you're just picking those characters in general. So E-shift and then counter that. I mean, Shiver Me Timbers, I think they might have the slight edge. I'm going to give it to them overall. I think they're 2nd seed for a reason. They have a very cool looking draft. My only worry for them is if this Ivy and Vindicta can't really get too far ahead, I don't know if they're going to have enough damage to contend with just the straight mass of buffs in 10 in some of these fights, but they don't really have to, right? They have the Ivy, they have the Lash, they have even the Kelvin. You can keep these all 3 lanes just pushed permanently the entire game, and buffs in 10, they're kind of forced to run around in a death ball.
Yeah, and that's the problem with drafting so many, healthy people without, having a lot of utility in general. They're gonna have to at least delegate either this Mo and Krill or this Bebop to just be a full utility character in order for this to work. But, I mean, Shiver Me Timbers doesn't really have that same problem. They have a lot more utility and they have a lot more well-rounded draft. So it's gonna be an interesting one to see what ends up happening here in general. Can they take advantage of the big healthy pools on buffs and 10, or will it be their downfall? We'll see now.
We'll have to see as we're getting into the game. And one thing we never addressed, and we brought it up in the start, is how many big dudes are we seeing here? Who constitutes as a big dude? Abrams for sure, right? I'd say maybe Victor and Shiv. Who else are you thinking? Mo and Krill? Lash, maybe?
I'd say Mo and Krill, Warden, I would even say Bebop counts a little bit of a big dude. I mean, he is very big.
Big Robo.
Yeah, and I mean, Yamato as well kind of counts for that,
We did give her the honorary title, right?
Yeah.
The Yamato gets the honorary big dude title here for sure. So I would say this could be a very exciting game as the big dude counter seems to be increasing over that 50% mark in terms of characters picked. So I'm very excited for this one as, honestly, we did say Shiver Me Timbers might have a slightly better comp. However, let's take a look at the lanes to see if buffs in 10 can find a snowball and leverage this lead. Starting with, let's just start on the left-hand side as we're looking at it right now. The Yamato and the Kelvin versus that Victor and Mo and Krill. I mean, I think the Yamato Kelvin have a bit more damage and pressure, but I don't really know how you're going to kill that Mo and Victor if you can't get a shove on that wave.
Yeah, it's looking. It's gonna be very tough to deal with the Kelvin and Yamato in general. Both very self-sustaining characters and very strong characters in the early game. It's gonna be interesting to see if Victor and Mo and Krill can handle that. I mean, they do have that self-sustain as we're talking about, but I'm not sure that's gonna be enough against the sheer amount of pressure that they can put out.
Well, we'll have to see, as now we're taking a look over on the right-hand side of the lane. We'll save the middle for last, as we're seeing that 7 and Shiv versus the Ivy Lash. Pretty interesting lanes all around. I think Shiver Me Timber is just trying to find an even spread of their laners, just, you know, keep things stable all around. And I think Buffs and 10 maybe trying to do the same thing. This lane, I don't expect much from this lane. I feel like if anybody dies, it's probably off of a big mistake.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely gonna need a big mistake here, but some mistakes already appearing to be happening. I mean, Yamato already gonna get a kill onto that Mo, perhaps going a bit too close to try and get that score and healing, and it's gonna pay with his life. See if they're gonna be able to bounce back in general. I mean, it's gonna be very tough against the Kelvin Yamato. Both those characters are very strong if they get an early lead.
It looks like they might be getting even more of a lead as there's the parry. Well done from Slugmart on the Yamato, and they managed to get now both of the kills over on the left-hand lane. And as you're saying, that Kelvin Yamato gonna be hard to stop, especially when they're now up 8k and just early into the game. That's pretty big for laning phase, so definitely take a look on that left-hand side and see where that snowballs into. Shiver Me Timber's off to a great start, but last but not least, that middle lane, we haven't quite talked about too much yet. The Vindicta and the Abrams versus that Bebop Warden. What are your thoughts?
Abrams win a very nasty combo in general, and they're showing it right now. But on the other side, Warden Bebop very good as well to just keep that Abrams away. So pretty good lane matchup for them as well. Both sides definitely able to get the lane into their favor.
It's always the thing when you have a Bebop in your lane, you always, you know, you got to be careful. You can't just sit there and take a deep breath. You got to stay on 100% of the time. Make sure you don't get hooked, or at least don't get hooked in a really bad situation. That's exactly what happened to Tetsuya over on the Abrams, who did end up losing their life early, but it seems like they're right back to the lane shove, so not too big of a deal. And take a look over on this left-hand side. This Mo and Krill trying his best to clear this wave, trying his best to get something done, but the Scorns are just not quite enough. The Kelvin, the Yamato, they're running away with it.
Kelvin Yamato, very strong characters and showing it right now. Both already having ults online, and it's not looking good for Victor Mo right now.
Not at all, and I mean, kind of curious why that lane pairing even happened in the first place, right? But when I'm looking at their comp, they don't really have a ton of strong laners. That's kind of the bad part about when you pick a comp that runs at you. You need to pick some characters that not only run at you, but also are really strong early. And taking a look at the across the board here, there's really only 2, maybe 3 characters I would say are strong early. The 7 needs time to scale, the Victor needs time to scale, the Shiv and the Mo kind of need a little bit of time as well. The Warden and the Bebop, I'd say, are pretty decent overall, but I mean, and they did pair them together, so they're kind of banking on winning that lane. So if they don't win that mid lane, I'm going to be very worried for Buffs and 10, given that they're about to lose their Guardian already.
Guardian going down already, as all still online for Yam and Kelvin. This might actually be a kill onto Victor again, but he's gonna get taken down, but can save him. Yamato ult gonna get popped here as well, and this is what I was talking about. Yamato ult inside the Kelvin ult, and it's just absolutely impossible to kill any of them. Yamato already on full HP again.
Yeah, we'll play to ruin the party on the Kelvin to, you know, recognize the danger that their Yamato was in. Pop the ult, save them just a bit more time to press that ult, and then once the Yamato ult comes through, I mean, obviously just impossible to kill with how little damage that Victor, Mo, and Krill are able to actually get through. And the Mo wasn't even in the dome there, I believe. Or actually, no, sorry, the Victor wasn't in the dome. The Mo was combo, so obviously was in the dome. So well played, the Shiver Me Timbers, for getting that Guardian early, taking 0 damage on their own Guardian, and allowing just, you know, their team to start snowballing. Now, I said that they're still about even in souls, so even though that left side is winning very, very heavily for Shiver Me Timbers, everywhere else is fairly even, if not a little bit in favor for Buffs and 10, so the game is not over yet.
Yeah, but Kelvin already rotated into this mid lane, as Abrams is gonna dive it as well, gonna get the kill onto Bebop, and just, that's the power of this Kelvin. He's so fast in the early game with those ice paths that he can just roam around and use the advantage that he got in the lane for the rest of the team. Already, you know, that blue lane was one of the only spots that Buffs and 10 were actually ahead, and now it's looking a little bit tough, but Mo and Krill gonna try and match. And we'll see if they can get a kill here. Combo online onto the Kelvin. He's gonna maybe go down, but Abrams is gonna get popped now onto the Bebop ult. It's looking very burger boxy.
Looking very boxy indeed, and the Abrams might pay the price for eating too many burgers there. It's going to be going down to the Bop. That punch was maybe a little bit overambitious there as the Kelvin and the Abrams goes. Buffs in 10 find 2 kills there. However, they are getting pressured very heavily, and I don't think they're really going to be able to get too much from this. Maybe steal a couple camps here and there, so take some consolation prizes there, but Shiver Me Timbers, you know, you're talking about it before, that Kelvin being able to roam is such a huge problem. Kelvin can work so well on that low economy, so can just sit there and roam the rest of the game and allow that Yamato to push solo into Victor for the next 10 minutes, pretty much, uninterrupted, as we're seeing a little bit of an interruption onto this Vindicta as the Mo and Krill deciding to just leave the Victor by themselves and look for a roam of themselves. Almost takes out this Vindicta, who needs to be careful. They're not safe quite yet as they're trying to get out, and yes, they managed to chill out for now. It's going to be 3 members as well, or actually 2 members left to defend this Guardian, who might just be going down, actually, as we're seeing the Shiv go very, very low as the dive is not quite working out. Oh my goodness. We're just not quite able to find that Guardian played from Shiver Me Timbers to find that defense.
Yeah, and they managed to hold off the Mo here for a long time. Actually gonna get him very low here. Vindicta Snipe's looking for him, but it looks like he's gonna be able to get out of there. No, he's staying around. He's chilling here, trying to look for his scorns, but so far not looking likely to get them off.
We'll have to see if a lead can be found anywhere else, and as I say that, the camera pans right over to the Bebop getting taken out, and there's a lot of members of Shiver Me Timbers looking to take this Guardian now. And if they get this Guardian, I mean, man, they're gonna be looking great.
Yeah, Kelvin now gonna use his early lead very well into this mid lane that was struggling a little bit. This Abrams very poor right now, but perhaps with that Guardian down, that can finally turn around a little bit. Meanwhile, though, like the aggressive play from Shiver Me Timbers to try and contest that Sinner's sacrifice, he's gonna get punished here a little bit, this Kelvin. Bebop gonna pop ult and try to kill the Kelvin, but not gonna hit for too much as Kelvin looks to get out of there.
Kelvin getting out of there alive for now, as that Guardian does end up going down. It looks like Mo and Krill is trying to find a pick onto the Yamato, but the Yamato manages to press ult just before they get taken out. And Soju now going down for buffs in 10. It seems like they're trying to find some plays, and they're still even in souls, but they just can't find some of these kills. The Kelvin does go down. However, that's another kill on to buffs 10. The Shiv going down, and the defense of this left side Guardian is still underway. Mid-boss now spawning, the Urn now spawning, buffs going over to Shiver Me Timbers, both sides actually going over, so we are very much happy with that. And actually, real quick, big raid from DLNS there, so thank you guys for the raid, and all these viewers coming in here, welcome to Death Slam events. We are currently covering that playoffs right now. Shiver Me Timbers versus Buffs in 10, the Division 1 League in perfect time. We are going to be getting a fight here over on this left-hand side, but no, it looks like Buffs in 10 still looking for these fights, just cannot quite find them.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing their best here on that right-hand lane. The Bebop are gonna try to hit as many hooks as possible, looking for that left side Guardian. Perhaps it's not gonna be enough. I mean, that is where the Yamato has been residing so far. Very strong player for Shiver Me Timbers, but meanwhile on the right side, big fight happening here. Kelvin gonna keep roaming, but it's not gonna be enough here. Soldier's gonna be able to take him down. Wartnall gonna get popped, and looks like a massive fight happening here. Big turnaround for Buffs in 10, and suddenly they are right back in the game.
That's exactly what you're looking for. If you are buffs in 10, they find the 3 kills. Shad losing their life in turn, but it is still going to be a 3-for-1 in favor of buffs in 10, who have really just been on the back foot this whole game, but that's all it takes. One good play, and you're right back in it now with a slight soul lead. However, it's not, you know, can't really take a sigh of relief just yet, as Slugmart over on the Yamato did pick up the Urn, and they are going to be prepping for a fight on that Urn right now. But first of all, we gotta pause. A little bit of an issue there, so reconnecting really quick and trying to fix it, I would assume. I'm back over a little bit of a replay here, just exactly what happened in that fight. I mean, actually, this is way early. So we're seeing some of the replays throughout the whole game here. Really, just the big thing to note is how much pressure Shiver Me Timbers has been putting on this game the whole entire time. But Buffs and 10, I mean, they've been hanging in there as much as they can.
Yeah, I mean, they've been doing a good job of matching them. I mean, we were very scared when we were first looking at this left side lane. The Kelvin Yamato getting a massive lead, but they've been able to respond pretty well to all the roaming that the Kelvin has been doing. So, I mean, these are definitely two very formidable opponents, and I think we're in for a very good game here.
It's a perfect little pause frame right there. Right onto the little clown. Good spot by our observer. Yep, Noodles there. Thank you for finding that for us. As hopefully the players will be ready momentarily. And speaking of that lead you were talking about, let's just take a look at the soul distribution, right? We see the Warden and the Victor a little bit higher up, and the Yamato as well, just at 11k on everybody else on their team, who's just kind of sitting around the mid to high 8k range, right? So pretty much everybody, honestly, is fairly even. So this next Earn fight is really just going to come down to mechanics. Who is going to find the better engage? Who is going to find these picks quicker? And, you know, we'll see if we can, which team can actually, you know, break ahead maybe in one of these fights. It really could go either way. I can't really tell who's going to win this one.
Could go either way indeed. Looks like we're just about to get back into the game, as looking at the map here, Shiver Me Timbers definitely gonna group for that right side, picking up the Earn on the Yamato. Very unkillable target right now for Buffs in 10. So it makes a lot of sense to give the Yamato this Earn, and looks like they're gonna basically get this scot-free. No one really contesting but the Shiv.
Yeah, it's crazy. They actually have two members, the 7 and the Bebop, over in that middle, and that Moe Krill too. So they're putting 3 people towards that middle Guardian here, taking out that Abrams, so they are going to get value for it. However, that's the whole Soul Jar for Shiver Me Timbers, and it looks like they are going to be answering on that right side and that left side with a pick and a Guardian of their own. So, I mean, Buffs and 10, they're going to really try to push this Walker as much as possible, because if they can't get this Walker, they're going to be losing this trade heavily.
I reckon they're gonna be able to get the Walker here. It's very early on, and these characters aren't, you know, the best at taking Walkers, but looks like they're gonna change plans here. Gonna go for that right side jungle of Shiver Me Timbers, or maybe even dive the people over on the Guardian. 4 people now converging on that left side, and looks like we're in for a little bit of a burger box here.
We'll have to see, but the Ivy does still have the ult to maybe get out of this one. The airdrop is coming in, but they managed to take out the Ivy before it comes through. So well played for Buffs to find that rotation, find that Guardian, and get those 2 picks. So well done there to just keep the pressure coming. But at the same time, it seems like Shiver Me Timbers just pushes that middle wave, trying to take some of their farm over with this Yamato, and then now they're about to push that right side lane, and it's soon going to be their turn to actually find a counter push of their own. But well done for Buffs and 10 for finding that little play on the left-hand side.
On the play indeed. Abrams now gonna be in a lot of trouble against the Bebop and the Moe Krill that's gonna chase him in his own jungle. They're doing a very good job of playing very aggressively and not giving the Shiver Me Timbers, any space to continue their lead they had in the early game. They're doing all the right things right now.
Doing all the right things. We'll see if that will, you know, keep it going and still be a theme in this game. The Abrams actually goes in with that slam. Needs to be careful. That's 4 members of Buffs and 10 right on top of that Abrams, who does end up running away, but the combo comes in. The Abrams will be going down. Maybe a little bit of over-aggression there on the Abrams for Shiver Me Timbers, and now that's going to be the Amber team having to back away now just a little bit, as now the Yamato goes down. That's 2 picks for Buffs and 10, and they're just slowly getting this one away. They're up to about a 5k soul lead. It's just slowly getting in their favor over and
yeah, it's not looking too good for them right now. I mean, Buffs and 10 doing a very good job of responding to whatever is happening on the map for Shiver Me Timbers and just anticipating their movements in general. And they're getting a lot of picks for it. And jungle camps as well, actually. You saw them going on on their doubles on the left side. So it's very good, at least, what they're doing.
Very good pressure for Buffs in 10. Shiver Me Timbers, though, I still feel like we talked about it earlier, right? They have the answers for the draft, right? They have the damage they need to actually get this thing done. However, they need to stay even in souls if they want to still have a chance going into this late game. If you let the Victor, the Warden, the 7 I mean, basically anyone on the side of Buffs 10 to snowball out of control, it's going to be very hard to shut them down as now this Lash goes down. Shiver Me Timbers is just staggering across the map. Maybe they're spreading a bit too thin as Buffs 10 are just sending 4 members and they're just running at you. And it seems like they're getting value from it every single time. The Yamato pops the ultimate and is going to be surviving for now, but as soon as it runs out, the combo comes through. It looks like the slice and dice is more than enough to finish it off. The Vindicta's in the sky and needs to run away now. They need to back off because Buffs 10 are a force to be reckoned with. Just 5 people deathball as the 7 split push on the left-hand side. They might just even get a whole walker from this too.
That's the strength of the Buffs Intent draft here, as we were highlighting earlier on. They're just a bunch of big guys and a 7. And if they're allowed to just run at you like that, they're definitely going to win out in the fights in general. They're allowed to get close to you. So it's a good job here so far by Buffs Intent to facilitating those fights in their favor. But Shiver Me Timber is not gonna let them do that for free, as the only member who isn't the big guy, 7, getting in a little bit of trouble trying to take a walker, but that walker is so low that that was almost worth it.
5 bib guys and a 7, and the 7 is sadly not on the field anymore for Buffs 10. Almost gets that walker though, so I would say fairly worth overall, as they do have the urn in their control, so they can just kind of chill out and wait to turn that one in until he is back online. That is if Buffs, or rather if Shiver Me Timbers, is going to let them. It seems like they're doing a great job of pushing the pace on that left-hand side, as it's only that Warden and only now that Shiv to defend them. The last tank comes through, but that's a lot of damage onto the Warden, who needs to be running away here, as Shiver Me Timbers trying to find a push, trying to siege this walker, but here come the members of Buffs 10. That's 4 people now coming to back everything up. 3 now going to be sitting there on a pretty much full 3v3 that's going through as the Vindicta goes down. We're not even seeing even what's going on here as the Kelvin is forced to run away. Shiver Me Timbers might have bit off a little bit more than they can chew as Buffs 10, they get the reinforcements they need. The Kelvin gets the parry, but it's probably a little bit too late as there we go. That's 2 picks now for Buffs 10, and they are just putting the pace on this game.
Classic NA Mo strat of just spamming light melee and no parries coming out from the Warden, from the Kelvin there. Ivy gonna go down as well, and suddenly that's a lot of members for Shiver Me Timbers that are going down. Game's becoming a little bit out of control for Buffs 10. They're doing all the right things. They're getting a lot of objectives, and this Shiv now on a 4 kill streak as well. It's looking very tough for Shiver Me Timbers.
Yeah, I think a couple minutes ago it was doable, but now it's just very, very difficult for Shiver Me Timbers. They're going to need not quite a miracle, but a very good fight in order to come back into this game. But Buffs 10 don't even want that to happen. They just sent all of their members onto the mid-boss, and with all of the waves shoved in, it looks like Shiver Me Timbers had to back off, clear the waves first before they're able to contest this mid-boss. But I mean, I don't even think they are going to contest it. Yeah, no, Lash and the Vindicta are hovering around, but they're just not going to be there in time. It looks like here comes the... No, it's going to be the Lash ult, but the combo is perfect. Takes out the Lash before the ult can come through, and that's going to be Buffs 10 securing the mid-boss.
Yeah, a little bit too close to the ground with that Lash ult, and it's gonna cost them. That combo has a surprisingly long range into the air, so it's a tough one, that one. But I do like the attempt here from the Lash, as mid-boss right now is just so impactful at this level, and it's looking very tough now for Shiver Me Timbers.
Very, very tough indeed, but still doable, as, you know, we always like to say here at the Death Slam League. It's not over until it's over. I just made that up. We don't really like to say that here in the Death Slam League. However, that really is true, especially, you know, when you're not at the tippity top level of teams and players. It can really go either way, and these players are very good. They are at the tip top of the skill bracket. However, they're not maybe used to each other, at least in terms of the best teams in the world, right? That's not quite the level we're talking about. So really anything can happen. Shiver Me Timbers might find a really good team fight and then come right back into the game. Buffs 10, they might make a quick mistake. Maybe they accidentally get caught out, or anything can happen, right? Things can turn around, especially when all these walkers are still available. So we'll see if Buffs 10, they got 2.5 minutes or so to take these walkers and really push the pace. But right now, they're just on defense, as we're seeing Shiver Me Timbers going to try to take that walker, but it looks like the last stand is going to be doing so much damage. The Lash and the Vindicta and even the Yamato get taken down to 1 HP, basically, as Yamato does manage to run away. The Lash trying to escape with his life as much as possible, but might get caught out in the end. It looks like, yes, will be taken out. It's going to be 2 picks over to Buffson 10. Shiver Me Timbers tried to make a last-ditch effort for that Walker. They managed to get the Walker, but at what cost? It looks like they're going to be losing their whole base.
And that's not good as well. The Ivy with a 900 bag, losing it immediately. But Victor gonna get his own ult popped here, a little bit deep here. A lot of members from Shiver Me Timbers gonna try to contest him, but I mean, it is Victor. This guy's full HP again, and you're not gonna be able to contest him, so he's just out of there.
He is just out of there, and well played for the Victor, using the ult very, very well. Gets it popped, still keeping that mid-boss buff, gets the lane shoved, doing basically everything they needed to do in order to keep this pressure. Now the urn is back up. Waves are once again being pushed, and it seems like Buffs and 10, I mean, all they really got to do is just play slow at this point. They're up 30+K in souls. They don't need to rush really anything. Just slow it down, pick up the urn, wait until you have the buys that you want, and then just end the game.
Yeah, but a 30k lead. I honestly, if I'm Buffs and 10 here, I just hold W down, look at the base, and just say, yeah, we're taking that. I mean,
True.
It's so hard for Shiver Me Timbers to stop them right now. 27k Victor. It's just an absolute monster right now, especially with all those healing items, with the Radiant Regen and the Leech already active. So I don't know what they're gonna do here, but I hope it's gonna be something, because they need to come up with an absolute masterclass here, Shiver Me Timbers.
That is true, and you know, we got to keep in mind here too, it is a best of one, and this is the end of the season. You have your whole season that you've been playing, you've been grinding, you've been practicing, everything that leads up to this point. And sadly for these teams, I mean, the beginning of this playoffs is a best of one, so if any mistakes happen, that will not quite be the end of your run, but it will send you to loser's bracket and make things a whole lot more stressful. So both these teams are really going to be, you know, taking it easy, trying to make sure that every play is perfect. And right now, it looks like for Shiver Me Timbers, this play is not quite perfect. They get one of the mid-boss buffs, but they're going to be losing 2 members in the process. That is not a trade that you want if you are already behind now 40k in souls. And at this point, like you said, if Buffs and 10... they can pretty much do anything here. They're going to be picking this urn most likely, to dumping it in their own base. No, they don't even need their urn. They're just going to be running it down and taking this base.
Yeah, it's not looking too good here. Not really much that Shiver Me Timbers can do here. Lash Ult online though, that might be their one saving grace here if they cannot stop it. But these are pretty organized teams at this point. They've played a lot of time, so I'm not seeing this Lash Ult get too much impact right now. But hey, a Hail Mary play is kind of what they need right now.
Yeah, they need a miracle here for Shiver Me Timbers. The
Lash
Lash Ult comes through, but it's not quite able to get them into the base, but it will get them into the Kelvin ult, and the 7 ult comes in now here. It is more than enough to zone everything off. The Victor goes down, Buffs and 10. They might not be able to make it here. They might not be able to end the game just quite yet, as the members of Shiver Me Timbers are healing up to full, and it seems like Buffs and 10 have to run away. So, I mean, well done. The great Kelvin ult and a great job. It might be a good re-engagement. No, but a bit off more than they could chew. Tokoa on the Lash, jumps in, gets one pick onto the Moen Krill, and the Victor is down. So it looks like Shiver Me Timbers do have the advantage in this fight, but they need to be careful. This 7 could run rampant. They could just end the game here if they lose any other members, but it looks like Shiver Me Timbers are the ones that are actually getting the health bars down for Buffs and 10, but they just cannot find any more kills, so they defend the base for now, but they really don't get much else out of it.
I'm getting much out of this, but they did get the patron down, and hey, that's step 1 to winning the game for them right now. They did give over a little bit of soul lead as well, and this Kelvin here on a little bit of a mission here, gonna get the comeback earned for them, and suddenly it's looking a little bit more doable for Shiver Me Timbers.
They can get the comeback earn, it definitely will be. I'm a bit worried about them. I mean, we have kind of been all game. It's still a very, very big soul difference for both teams, but if they can somehow get this comeback earn, I'm definitely liking their chances a little bit more, and it looks like Buffs and 10 are just going to give it to them.
I think they are just gonna give it to them. I don't think they had much choice here, considering the wave states right now, as they've actually done a pretty good job of pushing out that left side lane as well towards that pretty low Walker. So maybe it's the start of a little bit of a comeback, but it's definitely gotta be some comeback.
Yeah, I mean, if they can come back here, Shiver Me Timbers are they're going to be a force to be reckoned with, because this is going to be very tough. I mean, I will say they do manage to close the lead down to 30k. It was 40k a minute ago. They get the comeback earn, they get a couple waves, and now it's 30k. So still awful, but not the worst thing in the world.
Mid-boss has arrived.
Mid-boss now online, and perhaps Buffs in 10 looking at that and thinking, that's looking juicy. I mean, if they get that one mid-boss, that will just be the game, but they gotta be careful not to jump the gun here. There is a Lash ult on the other side, and as we all know about a Lash, I mean, that ult can really change a fight.
Yeah, I mean, if the Lash can get them off the crystal and a couple punches here and there, now you have multiple lives, plus a Kelvin Dome to reset, plus now a Diviner's Kevlar Yamato in the middle of everything, who is pretty even with the members of Buffs in 10 overall in terms of souls, so you definitely have to watch out for. So, I mean, the members of Shiver Me Timbers are definitely nothing to shy at here. I mean, they can do something, but in a full team fight, I just definitely do not favor their chances. Buffs 10, really all they got to do is just sit in this death ball and try to make things happen. All 6 right now down the middle lane here. The Urn is hiding in the base of Shiver Me Timbers. There's pretty much nothing else they can do, at least while Buffs 10 are in that proximity.
Mid-boss now gonna get taken. They're gonna say, hey, you know what? You can take that comeback and we'll just take the mid-boss and win the game. And there is no chance of a contest here. Lash gonna come in, but I think it's gonna be too little too late. I don't think he's gonna be able to do much, and he's actually gonna get contested as well by a bunch of the members, I believe. But so he's gonna have to back out of there. And now is when the game becomes really tough for Shiver Me Timbers, because that second mid-boss, sorry, with 4 minutes of duration now, that they just gotta sit still and basically do nothing. It's gonna be hard for them.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit tough, but they're going to need some pretty good ults to make it happen. But I will say they do have the tools to make that base defense happen, right? They have the Ivy to clear some waves. They have the Lash to look for a big ult. They might, you know, they have the Kelvin Dome to stall the Patron for as long as possible. But those 3 extra lives, man, I mean, they're so incredibly strong. It's going to be tough to stop, especially when they are still now only about 20k ahead. So Buffs in 10, they lost a lot of their lead, but they still do have a very strong Victor that can just basically run on top of this Patron and do anything he wants. So we'll see if Shiver Me Timbers can defend this as much as possible. And here we go. The Patron is now being sieged. The 7 ult is being popped, and that's a 4-man ultimate, but he's going to be comboed down, and the 7 ult coming through onto absolutely everybody. Shiver Me Timbers does not seem like they're managing to get the defense through. The Kelvin ult's done. That's 5 members down. The Yamato is available, but it's not quite enough to do 1v6. Buffs 10, they managed to end this game.
Cinematic ending to that game. So many abilities getting thrown there. But that's what I was saying. I mean, that mid-boss just giving you those 3 revives for free. Even if you manage to kill all of them, 3 of them are gonna be right back there and just taking the Patron for themselves. But that 7 ult really doing work there in the end. Wow, they got low from that.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much all of the cooldowns went out, and the 7 just pressed ult in the sky. Nothing was left to deal with them, right? No Kelvin Dome, no Lash ult, as it was popped a little bit earlier on in that fight, and I don't even think they managed to get a single mid-boss out of them anyway. They got the Victor down, but just one half of the Victor, right? They got the ult. That's about it. But when you're that far down behind and you're getting sieged by a mid-boss at 27 minutes for a full, you know, Victor that is very, very strong, it's a bit rough. So well done to Buffs in 10. Hey, we made fun of their comp a little bit, but they showed us. That is for sure. They ran this game basically the entire time. They found the picks where it was needed, and they managed to close it out.
I mean, who wins in a fight? A well-coordinated, you know, very well-rounded team with everything possible, or just 5 big dudes and a 7? And in this case, it's 5 big dudes and a 7. I mean, and that 7 was really putting in work as well. You see the damage numbers there, both on objectives and player damage. I mean, they did so much with that character. So it's pretty impressive overall.
Yeah, and maybe that's just NA in a nutshell, right? 5 big dudes and then an M1 carry. That's all you need, right? That's all you need. We'll figure it out, and we'll make it work. As I believe technically that is also, if I remember the seeding correctly, a pretty good upset too. That was the 2nd seed versus the 7th seed, and the 7th seed did manage to take the victory. So that really shows you that, I mean, you had a whole season to prepare, and it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. If you come in and you're ready to play for playoffs, these best of ones are brutal, man. All you got to do is get one good game and you move on to the next round. So well done for Buffs in 10. They managed to take the victory and move on in this tournament.
And move on, they are gonna indeed. Looking at the bracket here as well, they're gonna be facing the winners now of CC You Later and C2 in a bit. And Shiver Me Timber is gonna go down to that losers round, where we're still waiting on a little bit of people coming in here from this 2nd round. So it's gonna be interesting to see if the Shiver Me Timbers are gonna be able to survive down that losers bracket. I mean, seed number 2 in losers bracket that early is definitely noteworthy.
Yeah, I'm taking a look over at the 2nd division as well. And for those just joining us, we are covering 2 divisions today, the 1st and the 2nd division here. The 1st being the higher ranks and the 2nd division being still, I wouldn't say low ranks, but I'd say the mid to high ranks of the, the rank system. But taking a look here, we have that 1st seed, obviously Lashback going... actually, we will be covering that game. So Lashback versus the New York Yankees, 2 pretty storied teams here, doing very well for themselves right now in the Division 2 league. So we will be covering that game next. And what I'm going to say was we're kind of swapping back and forth today for those just joining us. So we just covered Division 1, and we will come back to them later. But when we come back from this break, we are going to be going to cover Lashback versus the New York Yankees in the Division 2. So if you want to catch both divisions, perfect for you guys, because that's exactly what we're going to be doing today. No second stream today. Apologies for that. We're going to kind of let the games kind of go out, let the players do their thing, and then tomorrow we'll have a lot more coverage for you in those later rounds. But don't go anywhere. We will be back fairly shortly in a couple minutes with that Division 2 game. welcome back once again, everybody, to the Death Slam League second iteration of our playoffs here. I am Jordan, once again joined by Tempo, and right now we'll be going back to the second division for the third round of play. Tempo, how you liking the game so far? What are your thoughts on going back to the D2 here?
I mean, I always like seeing whatever you guys cook up in NA. I mean, you've definitely seen some very interesting game plans so far. Just last game, we saw a very, very heavy frontliner comp, you know. As we said many times in that game, 5 big dudes and a 7. And we could maybe see something similar as well in Div 2, as those comps tend to be pretty easy to pilot. But we're definitely seeing some interesting things here. And Div 2 is definitely going to be spicy as well.
I mean, Deadlock in general, right, I think is just new enough and hasn't been really quite figured out, I feel like, enough to the point of games that have been around for, what, like 10 years, 5 years even. This game has been out for, like, maybe technically a little over a year, and it's not even out, and it's still in the early stages, right? So I think what matters most and what we've really seen with a lot of these tournaments is consistency and making sure that everyone's on the same page, right? And sometimes drafting a comp where everybody's comfortable on their characters, it's very well practiced, and it's not that difficult to actually do, right? Just walk up, press your button, like a combo, or maybe press, like on Victor, just press your 2 and then just sprint at them. Like, it's not that hard, right? So just managing to get those easy comps and then be on the same page means you're gonna have a pretty good shot at winning. So especially over here in Division 2, where maybe the level of play isn't quite the highest in terms of, you know, at least when we look at the tip-top level of play, like we've been saying, but still high enough to where we're going to see good plays. That, you know, like you were mentioning, that consistency, that ease of play, I feel like is going to matter much more.
Yeah, but I will say, though, on the other hand as well, perhaps these teams not really been experimenting much so far. We've seen some very this might sound evil, but we've seen some very stale drafts so far in general. we haven't seen a lot of the, you know, the hard experimentation, especially against we've seen a Warden do very well on 2 occasions so far. Perhaps maybe trying a little bit of Doorman against that would be a good way to respond to that, or, you know, something like that. Try and throw your enemy team off might be something that I'm wishing happens in this next game at least.
Okay, so I see what you're saying here. So you want a Doorman. You want a Doorman. What else are we thinking here? What are the characters? Maybe a Drifter? Maybe a cheeky little Drifter coming in here, going 1 and 9. I'm down for that. I'm down to see that here. But yeah, I mean, I can agree with you. At the same time, I feel like a lot of the characters now are that are pretty strong are some of the easier ones to play too. Like, let's be honest here. So it doesn't surprise me that we're in this, especially now that we're in the playoffs as well, where it's not really time to be lollygagging around. There's definitely a time and a place. Maybe in the regular season you'll throw a game or 2 just to try things out, but in the playoffs where it actually matters, you're gonna just go with what you're best at.
I mean, I will say, I remember, at least I have a little bit of experience as well in this Death Slam events ecosystem in general, in the DSL, in the European side of things. And I at least remember my team, we were cooking. That was right around when the hero patch were first dropped with all these new heroes coming in, and we had 2 days of practice on Drifter, and we perma-picked it. Just because we felt like it was super strong, and it ended up working out really well. So if these teams are willing to go a little bit out of their comfort zone sometimes, it can also throw the enemy team off, which is a really valuable skill to be able to just put out there.
That's true. I mean, hey, you got to remember the surprise factor is real, especially when these teams have been playing against each other for the last 7 or so weeks. So you pick something you've never picked before, or at least in, you know, a match publicly. People are going to get a little confused, and they're not going to know exactly what to do with it. At least that's what you'd like to think, or they just, you know, that sucks and they play perfectly into it. But the risk you got to take when you're risky, and we haven't seen too much risk so far, but I hope that this game will bring that, as we are seeing the 1st seed versus the 5th seed, and we should have that draft momentarily for you guys. I believe that is going to be Lashback versus the New York Yankees, and there we go, just on cue. Lashback going to be on the Ember side, New York Yankees on the Sapphire, and hopefully it will be starting very shortly.
Yeah, and I'm not expecting many changes here is in the bans. Okay, never mind. Out the window. Ivy has been first banned. That was not something I was expecting personally. Ivy, not really a character you see very often, unless it's outside of the, the very heavy gun build nowadays. So I'm interested in the reason why they first banned it here.
Yeah, and I don't think we're going to be getting that reason. I'm going to be honest with you. Maybe we can write that down in the notes for tomorrow, and maybe if Flashback wins, we can say, hey, on round 3 yesterday, why did you ban Ivy first? That can be a question. We can write that one down. New York Yankees, on the other hand, banned in a way that Mo and Krill, that usually we don't really see it banned very often. It's normally picked kind of in the second round. It's, one of those picks that you're going to see a lot, but it's not the most prioritized. So seeing it banned this early is very interesting as well. Might be a target ban, might just be Lashbash's playstyle. Might just be really good with a Mo and Krill, so ban that away early on. It's definitely a character, and it definitely gets a lot of value as we've seen it, I think, win both games that we've watched today. So no surprises here on the first pick. Kelvin still 100% getting picked first by Lashback. I mean, can't be too shocked about that.
No, I mean, even after this latest patch nerfed him a little bit, it wasn't really any of the really impactful parts of his kit. The only really impactful thing being 20 seconds added to his ultimate's cooldown, which in realistic, expectations, it doesn't really change that much about what makes him really strong in organized play. And New York Yankees, it's maybe a little bit of a mistake not banging him out already, but they definitely have some sort of game plan coming into this, as they're picking up the Abrams now.
Yeah, the Abrams going over to New York Yankees very early, might I add. Normally Abrams will see either a counter pick in the first round, or we'll just see you get picked later on. So interesting that it's getting picked first here. Same with the fact that they're banning the Mo and Krill first. That makes me think their strategy might just be the coveted big man strategy that we just saw win. Ban one of them and then pick the rest. We'll see if it actually ends up happening. This is why we're here. The NA Burger Box. Pick as many big dudes as you can and see if you can win. It currently has an 100% win rate, at least according to last game. So we'll see if that continues, or if the New York Yankees are going to throw us off here with like a weird page pick. Nope. There you go. Another big goat. This time on Billy Abrams' first 2 picks. They're going to be very aggressive.
I mean, I was expecting a little bit more Billy actually coming into today. I'm surprised I haven't seen it so far here on the stream. Very strong character in general, and one of those characters where you can get really experimental with the build. I at least remember seeing a lot of interesting new variations of Billy, playing a very much supportive playstyle, playing around, a lot of range on the ultimate and Divine Barrier and such. So I'm hoping maybe it's going to be a little bit of that. But I mean, the classic Gun Billy or the Punch Billy are also just very good playstyles as well.
I like with Billy as well. I think when he first came out, people were like, oh, you got to snowball with this character, you're useless, right? And then people are starting to kind of learn how to play around him in a different way. The Billy One Tricks are figuring things out at a pace, not quite maybe that fast, but still fast enough to make it pretty interesting. So maybe if this Billy goes down or sacrifices some lead, they can just get maybe a little bit of that range and just get some massive ult pulls or get some good setups for that engage. But we're seeing Yamato now getting picked, and Infernus as well. So Lashback, I mean, no surprises there. Just a very strong core 3 picks. So you got a good front line, you got a good support, and you have a really good damage dealer in Infernus. So see what New York Yankees answer with, but that's pretty standard. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely what I would call 3 of them very premier picks, especially in North America. We've seen a lot of Yamato get picked in, historically at least, in the region. One of the, pivotal characters for NA as a whole, and Infernus as well, right now, a really strong character, so it makes a lot of sense with these first pickups. But perhaps you gotta be looking for another, very important pickup for the New York Yankees. I'm a little bit surprised we haven't seen a Pocket so far, and we're still not seeing it. We're seeing a Wraith top 3.
Okay, we haven't seen Wraith today either. So the Yankees are delivering right now, but hitting all these curveballs that are being thrown at us. So we'll see if that Wraith gets in here. I'm always really curious as to why Wraith isn't picked more, to be completely honest with you. I feel like it's a good character, especially in competitive, but I think it definitely depends on the meta and definitely depends on the team that's playing it. But let's get on to the second round of bans here. Either way, the Mina going to be taken off the map by New York Yankees. Very interesting bans by all teams all around here. I'd like to think that Mina is just kind of like, maybe they got a good Mina player. It's also just a nice carry character, and it's good into the Abrams and the Billy. Can kite back very, very well, and then now we're seeing that Page ban. Well, definitely no surprise there, given that the Kelvin's already picked for Lashback, so don't give the New York Yankees value with that Page. I think a Page Wraith honestly could be very strong as well, so definitely just take that possibility out the window. And now I'm curious to see where the second half of the draft is going.
Yeah, Page actually, I would actually be more scared if I was Lashback of the Page Billy. That's one of the lanes that I've at least been struggling with a lot in organized play. It's such a strong character to just get a free 200 barrier on with all that weapon damage, but makes a lot of sense to ban it out in general against that team. But Warden now gonna get picked up by New York Yankees. I don't know what it is about North America, but you guys really seem to love the Warden.
Dude, I'm telling you, it's an illness that we can't recover from. I don't know what it is. Maybe it comes from like hydration way back in the day, running the full Spirit Warden build. Everyone was like, that's so broken, let me do it. And now we're stuck with a ton of Warden players. I hate it, but I'm not in control of it. 100% Warden pick rate so far in the games that we've watched. So 3 out of 3. Interesting here. But might not be the worst pick in the world here for sure, as it can definitely burst down an Infernus if given the right resources. As we're seeing now, a Pocket getting picked for Lashback, who's the comp's starting to look very scary here, Tempo. Pocket, Infernus, Yamato, that's a lot of spirit damage, so I'm curious to see if they end up going at this now. I mean, they also have a bit of frontline too with the Yamato, so I don't really know what New York Yankees are going to be going here with their draft, but this is looking a bit spooky.
Yeah, Pocket is just the perfect pick for Lashback here. Really strong into both the Warden and the Billy and the Abrams, and Wraith as well. You being able to dodge her ultimate is very, very pivotal for this Pocket. And generally speaking, they have a lot of ways to counter the characters of New York Yankees right now, so they gotta get a little bit more varied, I would say, in what they're gonna pick up now, New York Yankees. Paradox now as well, though, gonna come out for Lashback, and very strong character as well overall. Interested as well that we're not seeing many pick characters get picked very early on.
Yeah, I mean, the first game, I think we saw Paradox literally first pick, and then now we're seeing Paradox been a bit later on both of these games. I don't even know how much I like the Paradox here, if I'm gonna be honest. I think it's good, but now with the Viscus being picked, I mean, the Cube just kind of shuts down a lot of what Paradox can do, and if you're running a comp that the whole point of New York Yankees is let's just sprint on top of them and make things happen, but Paradox swaps someone, I mean, unless they manage to maybe find the Warden before they pop Last Stand and they can take him out early, or maybe they can find the Viscus and silence him. Like, there's definitely things you can do as the Paradox, but man, I mean, it's going to be a bit tough when you have a Billy and an Abrams sprinting at you. And even if you get the Wraith, I mean, that's not going to be easy to kill. So I'm not sure how much I like the Paradox, but I think it can give value. But the Holiday now for New York Yankees with the Viscus, I mean, their comp makes sense. I wouldn't say it's the best, but I think it's a lot of sense. And that's what we've been seeing do well here in the DLS, or sorry, in I'm just like stuttering now completely right now. But at the end of the day, in this tournament, we've been seeing a lot of comps make sense together and that are easy to execute, work really well. And the New York Yankees, they have just that.
Yeah, and there's some interesting picks overall here. Doorman gonna get picked up by Lashback, and I was talking a little bit about earlier in the draft. Doorman, really good counter to the Warden, and it's even better in this draft, I would say. Really good character as well against the Billy and the Wraith. So, I mean, makes a lot of sense here in the draft. But one thing that really jumps out to me overall in this draft, you have the Kelvin picked up on Lashback. Where's the Shiv?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they had the opportunity to pick it. If it was Shiv, maybe instead of Paradox here, I feel like Lashback, they wouldn't. I don't think they would be able to lose. Like that, you already have Infernus, Kelvin, Yamato with a Pocket. If assuming your Pocket player is really good, at this point, like, why pick anything else? Just pick another frontliner, because that's my biggest worry about Lashback right now. Is yeah, they have a lot of the CC, they have utility, they have good answers, but if New York Yankees stays even as the game scales on, or even gets a little bit ahead, they might just completely run over Lashback.
Yeah, and that's one of the strengths here that we're seeing in general. I mean, we talked about it before. You know, last BO1, you had a comp with a lot of people who just like to hold that W key, you know, glue it down all the way to the stem, and just see what they can do. And we've seen it work, and especially in D2, Division 2, it must make a lot of sense in general. So interested to see if they're going to be able to capitalize on the strengths of their comp. But meanwhile as well, Lashback here, that doorman is going to be super pivotal for Lashback in general. If that doorman knows what he's doing and has a lot of value here, I don't see a way that Lashback loses this.
Yeah, it definitely will depend on the level of this doorman play and how many, good kills they can actually manage to get. I've always said doorman has a very low skill floor. You can just show up, press ult, and there's your job. But I feel like you're going to need to do a bit more as the doorman this game if you are going to want to win this game with ease against the New York Yankees, who are throwing some some big characters at us right now. And like I said earlier, I mean, we've seen it, Tempo. In NA, sometimes you pick a bunch of big men and that's all you need to win. And right now, Lashback, they're lacking a good amount of big men here. They have one honorary one, and that's about it. So they're going to need to play very, very well, I think, in order to win this. But if they do play very, very well, I don't think it's going to be too hard for them to win this, if that makes sense. As the game should be starting momentarily. The players are going to be getting their way into the lobby here. But as usual, who do you think is going to win this one? What is your pick, and why, and kind of who's going to be going on to the next round, I guess?
Now, I will say, if we take seeding aside, I will say, if this was me playing these comps at least, I would prefer the comp of Lashback, just because I really like those a little bit harder to execute on comps, because they have such a higher payoff in general. But New York Yankees in Div 2 here, their comp might actually be more beneficial. You know, having a much easier comp to draft and play with, that Warden and Billy with those ultimates, it's going to be really pivotal. So my money's on New York Yankees, or my theoretical money.
Okay, I'm down. I mean, I agree with you. I think I like Lashback's comp, but I wouldn't want to play the Paradox in it, that's for sure. That's the one pick that's throwing me off right now as a Paradox player and a Yamato player. I'd much rather play the Yamato in here. It feels a lot more comfortable, and if I'm playing Paradox, I feel like this is just going to be hell the whole time. I mean, if I'm the New York Yankees, if I'm the Abrams, if I'm the Billy, if I'm the Wraith, I'm just going to run at this Paradox permanently. It's really hard for this character to play the game when you're just sprinting on top of her, and there's a lot of characters in New York Yankees that work, and even if you do find a good swap, there's Viscous. Oh, I'm just going to press Cube, and now your swap means nothing, and you're in a worse position. So that's kind of the one pick that's really throwing me off a little bit here, but definitely not impossible to play. I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world, and also the fact that Warden is the worst thing in the world when you're playing Paradox. I think everyone who's played Paradox knows my gripes here. When you're playing Paradox into Warden, it's probably the worst experience of all time. But the game now should be starting here. Lashback is going to be on Ember's side. New York Yankees on that Sapphire side. I'm curious to see what these lane matchups are going to be, because that's really going to determine if New York Yankees can actually snowball their way into a lead.
Yeah, and looks like we're just about ready to get into the game here. Both sides looking in the lobby and looking ready. So we'll see if we're right about our hypotheses in this little pre-game talk here. New York Yankees with the easier comp to execute on, but Lashback definitely having the higher ceiling. So pretty even game all around, I would estimate.
Yeah, honestly, if this was... I guess I never said who I thought's going to win. I'm going to agree with you. It's Yankees. I think Yankees are taking this one. I trust them. They also have a nice name. I love their name. But if this was like the tip-top of the ELO ladder, I mean, if this was like #1 team going now, I'd probably give it to Lashback. I think most people would. And I also think they would probably have picked Shiv instead of the Paradox, or maybe instead of the Doorman. Probably the Paradox. And if they did, then it would be like 100-0. It would be 90-10, like so much more in their favor. There's literally zero way you'd be able to kill the Yamato or the Shiv in that matchup if you were able to. But that's not the world that we live in. We live in this one right now, where Lashback vs. New York Yankees is underway. Let's take a look at some of these lanes here, starting out with the left Tempo. What are your thoughts?
Interesting lane overall. Infernus and Pocket putting, two of the two of the more, damage dealing options for that draft on that left side lanes. Very interesting. I would say quite a weak lane overall, though, especially when going into a Warden Abrams, who have such a natural, synergistic combo with that Abrams charge into the Warden cage.
Say that, but you overstep a little bit against the Pocket Infernus, and that's half your health gone. So you always got to be careful of that. But
that's true.
I do agree with you that lane could definitely go in the favor of New York Yankees pretty easily. Now moving on towards the middle, that Dorm Paradox, both of those kind of utility engage characters up against the Viscous Billy. I mean, I'm definitely giving it to the Paradox with the Doorman, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to kill them. Billy's just going to run up, shove the wave, get cubed maybe if he needs to, and back up and heal. I mean, it's kind of just a pretty standard lane for the Yankees. However, it could definitely go wrong very quickly, especially once the swap comes into play.
Yeah, that swap is going to be very pivotal in general, and it's going to be interesting to see if they're going to be able to capitalize off of it. Paradox Doorman, very strong lane in general, though. Those doors and headshot boosts are now picked up as well for Incandescent. It's going to be really hard to deal with them if they can get all that poke off.
There we go. We're seeing the last lane now. And this is the one where we saw it explode last game, so I'm keeping eyes on this time around. It's going to be that Kelvin Yamato that got so ahead in our Division 1 game last time versus the Wraith Holiday, which, honestly, that is not a... It's definitely a lane that can be a bit scary on its own, especially when the ults come into play. But what are your thoughts on this one?
I mean, a lot of action that can happen in this lane in general. Holiday Wraith is an interesting pairing to me, because one of them is really strong in lane and one of them is pretty weak in lane. So perhaps it's a little bit of a safety mechanism to make sure that this Wraith can actually get ahead and do her job.
And that's kind of what we tend to see with a lot of these kind of scaly, like, big guy comps. They just try to stay even and maybe cause as many skirmishes as possible in the early game that are in their favor. So they pair it with lanes where it's not super weak but not super strong, right? And Lashback kind of have the opposite approach, where they have a lot of pretty strong lane pairings, maybe with the exception of that Infernus Pocket, but it does have some teeth of its own, like you mentioned earlier. So we'll see how these lanes end up. Really just some standard farming and poking back and forth for now. Lashback with maybe a slight health lead in certain aspects, but overall really not a big deal.
We've seen the Kelvin Yamato be very strong so far today, so it's going to be interesting to see if they can keep that level of success up once again. But already a little bit of a soul lead matriculating. Looks like Lashback are a little bit, more consistent in being able to push out these lanes. And that's one of the things that can really set you apart from some of the other teams, being able to keep that pressure on in the lane.
Keep the pressure on is exactly what you need to do, but we'll see if that results in a death or not. I'm a bit worried, as I feel like a lot of these lanes, especially right now, looking at the health bars, the New York Yankees, they're looking a little bit low right now, with the exception of that Warden and that Abrams. We're seeing the Holiday getting pushed by this Kelvin right now, has the jump pad set up and might try to get out, looks to clear the wave first, almost goes down. That was a very close call for the Holiday, but they managed to get out alive, but might not be in the safest spot right now, as this Kelvin Yamato is putting in so much pressure.
Yeah, a lot of pressure so far, and looks like the pressure almost became a little bit, they were exerting too much pressure, and it pressurized this Pocket system, as we have a little bit of a tech pause coming in. Even the Kelvin here saying that his game did indeed get afflicted. Tough one so far, but we'll see if they can keep this level of pressure going. Meanwhile, though, if they can get that level of pressure going, they're going to be set up pretty well for the mid game. Pretty strong comp to snowball with for Lashback.
That is very, very true. If this Yamato gets ahead, really anyone on the Lashback squad gets ahead very far, they're very difficult to deal with. Think about how awful it is when a Paradox or a Doorman gets ahead, and it's just like, yeah, they might not be the biggest damage dealers in the world, but when they get ahead early, they can just nuke you with one rotation, even when they feel like they're supposed to be a utility character, and it's just awful to play against. So we'll see if that ends up happening as Lashback starting to get ahead. But as I say that, a great pick from the New York Yankees actually taking out the Kelvins. So well done there, just keeping things evened out. But man, this right side lane is just so difficult. I mean, even with that pick, they're still down half Guardian health, and they're still getting pushed into their tower over and over again.
Getting very pressured so far, and it's a tough lane to play against so far. I mean, look at that mid lane, by the way. Wow, there's so much pressure in here. Doorman and Paradox gonna be able to take this tower basically uncontested, just in time for the buffs that are spawning. Looks like Lashback as well gonna get the advantage on those as well. It's looking very tough here so far in the early game, but hey, anything can happen with just a couple of kills.
That's true, and speaking of a couple of kills, there is one on to Jack, might be two on the Lego Mage here in just a second. Can the Holiday outplay? No, it's pretty much impossible once the Yamato presses the ult there. That's a double kill going over to Lashback, and they're, I mean, surely are going to be getting this Guardian now.
Yamato on 50 HP there, barely managing to stay alive with a Resto shot and that Crimson Slash. But it gonna get the job done as well, as you have a Kelvin as well to support you, and that's the power of those two characters in lane. Meanwhile, we're seeing a little bit of the power of Billy as well. If you get into those extended fights, it's gonna hurt a lot and has so much sustain. Doorman and Paradox gonna be in a lot of trouble here. Paradox especially, 100 HP it looks like, and Asterisk is gonna go down the side lane as well. So many things happening so far.
Yeah, these teams are not afraid to fight, as we're seeing. Oh my goodness, Spanglemoth on the Viscus trying to find the kills, but can just barely not find them in time. I think the pressure that the Doorman was able to put onto the Billy forcing this lane to back off. But man, the New York Yankees almost found a double kill in that mid lane, even with the Doorman finding that engage onto the Billy in the first place. So well done for Lashback just to stabilize that fight over in the mid lane, and just picks going all over right now on this left-hand side. It was the Pocket, I think, who went down, and now it's the Warden that goes down, so it's just back and forth on both teams. But I'd say Lashback with the very slightest of leads right now.
Slight lead indeed, but looks like there's this Abrams is gonna put on the pressure onto this Pocket. Asterisk in a little bit of trouble here. Resto shot as well from the Abrams. Healing right has to be popped to even try and escape that. But Abrams just shooting that gun at him, holding down that W key, and we talked about how they like to glue down the W key, and it ends up working.
It does end up working as this Pocket goes down once again. Asterisk not having the easiest time on the Pocket right now, but speaking of who's having the easiest time, let's take a look at the Yamato Soul lead here. 6.8k at 7 minutes. I mean, if you're this early, almost even, or kind of at even with the time, that's a pretty good deal there for you, as we're seeing a bit more fighting now on this right-hand side. The Kelvin going to be popping down a bit early, trapping in this Holiday and this, actually both members of the New York Yankees. The parry's not going to come quite through here, and they're actually not even finding the kills, but there we go. As I say it, finally took them their sweet time, but they managed to find it anyway. Another double kill over on this right-hand side. Jack and Lego Mage really struggling against this very strong Yamato with the Kelvin.
Yeah, and Yamato's such a good character to snowball with that early lead. You're able to exhume, so much pressure in general. Very, consistent damage dealer with that spirit damage, low cooldowns as well. So really strong character, and it's just showing right now as they're having a very hard time dealing with that Kelvin Yamato lane, as predicted.
Yep, they're having a tough time. I mean, it's not even a lane anymore. It's just a slaughter at this point. So there you go. That's exactly what I would do. The Holiday leaves. It's now just down to the Wraith to shove the wave and then just kind of try to farm their way to victory there, as we're seeing a bit more of a fighting on this left-hand side. Back and forth. We're trying to find a bit of an engage. Both teams looking for something. The Doorman goes down. So it looks like the Yankees have a bit of a lead so far, as now it's going to be the Paradox that goes down. So the big men prevail. They manage to push back back into their own Guardian, but I'm not quite sure if they're really going to be able to get a whole lot of damage, as there's still two pretty healthy members underneath this Guardian.
Yeah, but anything can happen as it's 3-on-2. Maybe something can happen here. Meanwhile, Kelvin looking for the Billy in their jungle. Looks like New York Yankees trying to go for that Sinner Sacrifice and ends up getting out of there for free, basically. But I mean, they even get a Guardian as well. I mean, that's a pretty impressive macro play coming out from New York Yankees.
Hey, I said it, they might struggle. I was completely wrong. They did not struggle. They walked under that Guardian and they took that. They did not care whatsoever about Lashback being under that tower. They just took it and they left. So well done to New York Yankees for pushing the pressure. And that's exactly what they need to do if they are going to kind of mend the situation they caused for themselves over on that right-hand side. This Yamato is just getting stronger and stronger and stronger. So if you can find leads elsewhere on the map, that is going to help them stay in this game as long as possible. As we're seeing this Yamato just push back this Wraith as much as possible. And that is not a matchup you want as the Wraith, as that Yamato can just press ultimate whenever they do. It is permanently in the Yamato's control, especially with how big of a lead it is right now.
Yeah, I mean, this Yamato is just gonna snowball the game for Lashback, but meanwhile, on the other side, Soul's allocated a little bit more split. Wraith and Warden both looking like big threats right now on the map. We'll see if they end up, using that lead for something. Won't reckon the Wraith will, but maybe the Warden will get some stuff going.
See if they can get some stuff going here, as Incandescent on the Doorman looking to steal away some camps, but not quite able to find too much here, as now this Guardian actually on this left-hand side is under siege. Lashback trying to push back here and take that Guardian. There you go, they get the extra flex slot, which at 10 minutes, not going to matter too much, but, nice to have secured this early on anyway. And they will also be getting control of this urn too, which I think means a little bit more than the Guardian at this point in the game. If they can get one of these early urns and a successful fight, they can snowball this game a lot further into their favor. So we'll see as the Pocket takes the urn over. Will New York Yankees contest this, or will they just give it over to them?
I will say, this Pocket is looking very poor right now. Not really the ideal situation, as you would like to have this Pocket a little bit more in the action. But I guess they're just gonna adapt to that and say, look, you're on urn duty now, have fun. You're taking the objectives. And they're using the Doorman strat of putting the door onto the urn pickup so they can get it basically for free. I mean, I was talking about the Doorman being a pretty strong pick if it's practiced, and it's definitely looking practiced right now for Lashback.
Yeah, Doorman, probably one of the... If you're a good Doorman, it is night and day from someone who is basically like maybe 10, 20 games on the character. Yeah, you're going to have pretty similar impact in terms of the ult's still the same, right? You can still find a lot of damage with just the bell, but when you see a Doorman that really knows what they're doing, it's a bit of a work of art, honestly, I would like to say. Might be not feel that way to the enemy team, as it is very annoying to play against, but I think that's the point, right? And we'll see if Incandescent can really show that strength and that, prowess on the character, or will they fall short? We'll have to see. They're doing pretty well for themselves so far, so we'll have to just keep up with them as the game goes along. As, man, I mean, this Yamato is just pushing this right-hand side over and over again, now forcing 3 members of the New York Yankees to respond, but look at this, Kelvin waiting in the wings. I mean, this is a 2v3 that could definitely happen.
Yeah, and they're gonna look to do a lot of pressure here on the right side of the map here. New York Yankee is putting a lot of members over here to try and get this Wraith fed, but Wraith is very low. So I would be a bit scared trying to even go for a fight here. But that's Wraith gonna get popped. Yamato not having the reaction time to react to it, but might not even matter. I mean, this Yamato is just so strong, and Kelvin Dome now out. Bit of a misplay here from the New York Yankees, not getting that Yamato down early on, but the fight's still going on. Abrams gonna charge in with that slam, and the charge itself gonna take down the Yamato, and Raid Boss finally down for New York Yankees. But look at the map. There's so much pressure here for Lashback.
Hey, it took 5. That's what you got to say if you're more 2 right now on the Yamato. They brought 3. It was not quite enough, as the Kelvin was waiting in the wings. When 2 more showed up, the Abrams manages to take care of business, but the Viscus goes down on the other side. The Paradox gets a decent amount of damage over on that middle walker, and they really managed to split the map a lot better. So while the New York Yankees managed to slow down the Yamato, they're not able to stop the Lashback in total, right? As Yamato is still ahead, now the Infernus is at 14k, so the new worry you're gonna have to worry about is that Infernus, as another pick onto this Warden goes up. The Yamato is right back into action after respawning, and they're just going to push this right-hand side down yet again. I mean, Lashback is not stopping. They're not going to give New York Yankees any room to breathe because their comp requires them to group up. So if they just keep spreading the map like this and abusing their fed members, I mean, you can't really go wrong, especially when you're 11k ahead.
Yeah, they're so strong right now, Lashback, and it's such a good comp to snowball with. That Paradox and Doorman, especially, really good characters for setting up these smaller engagements. And this Doorman now going to find himself in a little bit of trouble here as Abrams going to use his charge to try and get closer to him, but that card, this luggage card, is just going to throw him right back out there.
Yeah, the Doorman keeping things safe for now, as trying to get a bit of a push, the New York Yankees, on this left-hand side, but I mean, really, it's so hard for the Yankees to siege anything, because if they group 5 in one lane, then Lashback, all they really have to do is just put a bunch, or at least 1 or 2, in the other side, and even if a Guardian goes down for, you know, Lashback, they can just make sure their members are safe, and then all they have to do is get some value on the other side of the map, and you'll take a Walker over a Guardian any day. However, an Infernus is not what you want to give away if you are the Lashback against the New York Yankees. They do trade it 1 for 1 as the Holiday goes down on the other side of the map, but definitely not what you want to see here. One of your most fed members going down at this point in the game. However, it's not the end of the world, just a 1 for 1. And it looks like things will be going back to normal, as it could have been way worse for either of those teams. But really, it's just little skirmishes like these are kind of just setting the tone. And I think once the urn spawns in about 10 seconds, that's where we're going to be a big fight.
Yeah, but look at the souls right now for New York Yankees.
True.
It's so... They're all around the same, you know, level of those 11 to 13k, but that's not really ideal. If you're looking at this Wraith, 11k Wraith is just so poor. And it's going to be super hard for her to get back into the game, especially if you're looking at the other side where you have an Infernus and an Yamato, even a Doorman, you know, exceeding that soul count by a lot. So it's gonna be super hard for them to look for these engagements, especially on those more fed characters. They're definitely trying their best as Morphe 02 is gonna be called out a little bit here by the Wraith, and she's gonna be able to take back a little bit of that soul lead for herself.
Yeah, the Wraith versus the Yamato is one of those matchups where Yamato has the favor, right, where she can put the pressure on, she can always just hold her ult the whole time, but if you mess up and you don't manage to block that Wraith ultimate with your own, then it can get very dicey, right? As we're seeing the fight still going through here. The Doorman ult keeping this Abrams locked down, and as he comes out of it, he has the ult to pop out and try to get out of this one alive. A great dash, a great punch, but it's not enough to keep him alive here. Lashback get 2 picks now instead of just the one onto Spangle Moth, and man, the Yankees, they're just going down more souls. They do get the comeback earned, so they managed to kind of rebound back into where they were at before, but they're not really making too much headway, as it seems like they're just losing the map over again. They might get a pick here and there, but that's not going to mean anything if you can't get these Guardians. And Lashback is just on attack right now. Look at all this damage, and now it looks like this Far Walker is finally going to be going down. Yep, the Yamato is going to seal the deal. The Wraith cannot do a single thing. Ooh, the pocket going in there actually for the kill, but gonna have to back out as they do not quite have enough damage for that one. But look at this, New York Yankees, they might actually get enough damage here to take out this Infernus, but no, it's gonna be the help from the Kelvin once again coming in through here, keeping the Yankees at bay, not quite giving them the value that they want. Lego Mage goes down, the Holiday is off the map, and the New York Yankees, when it seems like everything finally goes their way, no, they're just going to lose another member. They do end up getting the Infernus in the end, but that's just a 1 for 1, and you just lost a Walker.
Just lost a Walker indeed. Lashback doing a great job on the macro play. They might be losing members for this, but I don't think that's going to be enough, as Pocket now gonna do a lot of damage as well, but he's gonna be able to find himself in a little bit of trouble here as well. Good pressure from New York Yankees to keep him out of their sights. Maybe a little bit of misplay, not popping that Affliction, but perhaps just not really wanting a team fight with no ults online.
Yeah, I think they were just on full survival mode there, right? You had the value on that right-hand side. No reason to look for that fight there. None of the members were looking for it as well. So, I don't mind them saving it there for sure. But, oh, look at the Wraith. Very much in trouble here. Look at the burn. Look at the damage from this Infernus. Jack just gets absolutely melted, literally and figuratively, by this Infernus, who got the capacitor now and is starting to scale up. 20k now for both the carries of Lashback with the Yamato and the Infernus. And especially the Yamato, I'm not really sure if you are New York Yankees how you're going to shut that down.
Yeah, and I mean, this Wraith here, Very good character, actually, to use that capacitor on in general. And if you look at New York Genki's lineup as a whole, there's like 4 characters that you really want to use that capacitor on. The Viscous Cube you can remove, the Wraith full auto you can remove, you can even remove Blasted from Billy or the Warden's Shield from his 2. So there's definitely some really good characters for it. And this Infernus is having a field day right now.
Yeah, look at that, just grabbing these solo waves constantly. The rest of Lashback is just on attack mode, looking to just run interference where they can. Look how annoying this doorman is right now, just in the enemy lines permanently with these doors, trying to find just any amount of poke and annoyance, just keeping them on their toes permanently. So, well done. Just on the supporting members of Lashback, we have to note about too, right? Is not only is it the Fed members, but it's also this Paradox who's been doing a lot better than you'd think looking at the draft. This doorman, this Kelvin, who is at every single fight somehow. So well done, just keeping things facilitated for now and to give them this lead. However, it's not over yet. 16, maybe a 15-ish K lead is not enough to feel comfortable, in my opinion. And the Genkies, they still have some teeth. They're still split pushing. Look at this rate, that 19K is just pushing this lane permanently. I mean, it might just be rage splitting at this point, but it's definitely something that Lashback is going to need, or rather, New York Genkies are going to need in order to come back in this lane.
Yeah, and they're facing a pretty adverse battle here. 16k behind so far, and that lead is only growing with time. Paradox gonna try to do a little bit of a engagement onto this Wraith, making sure that she does not come back into the game, but managing to get out of there alive with that teleport.
Yeah, getting
Buffs
out.
online now.
Buffs online, and we're looking for something. We get a 2-man affliction here. Lashback are trying to own this left-hand side right now, as the right-hand side is basically just taken for free by Lashback as well. Now the pocket needs to be careful. Is going to get caged and might actually end up going down. That's a lot of damage, but is it enough? No, the Kelvin Dome is actually going to be saving the day for Lashback, allowing them to get the full reset, and the New York Yankees are just in the trenches. 2 down, and the rest are low and running. It looks like Lego Mage is going to be going down as well. The Amato and the Infernus are just getting so incredibly fed. Here's the pause too. It looks like a crash coming in through from Lashback right after they win the fight. Not going to matter anyway. Surely they're going to mid-boss.
Yeah, new player this time, Toucan, now being the one disconnected. But taking a look at the map here, this is the perfect angle for that mid-boss. 4 members down on New York Genkies, and there's not really much for them to play for. Jack attempting to take that left side Walker as a bit of a trade, but I'm not sure it's going to be that enough against an Infernus that just absolutely shreds this Wraith.
Yeah, I mean... There's a lot of damage right now on the side of Lashback. They have got to the point they need to win this game. Right now, it's just all up to the New York Yankees to pull something out of a hat here and just make a comeback of a century. I mean, this might be harder even than last game, and the lead isn't even as big as it was, as the urn now getting taken by Lashback on top of the mid-boss. All they can really do is shove the waves and pray. I feel like New York Yankees, the end is imminent. We might have both been wrong in our predictions because Lashback is showing us why they are the #1 seed.
Yeah, I mean, huge props to whoever is doing the central calling for Lashback. I mean, their macro decisions this game have been extremely on point. Almost to the point where it looks like they're smirking almost on New York Yankees. Figuratively, at least. I mean, these calls have been super good. Even going the extra mile and taking away this urn from New York Yankees is not something that you would initially, call out, but it's pretty good adaptation for Lashback. That was basically the only way that New York Yankees get into the game again. And it's looking really dire for them now.
Yeah, I mean, they got 2 walkers, but how long, right? How long can you hold them against now a 27k Infernus, a 25k Yamato at 22 minutes, no less, right? So it's going to be a bit rough. This is why also we've been seeing so much Yamato, and why it's such a popular pick is the strength of when you do get ahead on the character, how hard it is to take out. Once you press ult, I mean, basically impossible to take out, and if the rest of your team is doing well and they start running in, if you put all your resources towards the Yamato, you might trade back 1, but you're going to lose about 4 or 5 in the meantime. So it's just such a hard character to stop when it starts going forward, and we're really seeing it from Morphe right now.
Yeah, Morphe, 26k on the Yamato is very expensive. Lashback actually gonna be able to take the urn. Wardenot gonna get popped inside the dome, but it's not gonna do any damage basically. And he's actually gonna go down for it. And that's a 1k bag. And a member of New York Yankees disconnecting. I mean,
no.
It's looking tough.
You know, at this point, you got to remember, right? If you are the New York Yankees, it's not over yet, right? But at the same time, instead of putting maybe 100% of yourself into this game, you got to think, yeah, you won. Yeah, we might be losing, but we're still on the winner's side, right? And there's still a double elim bracket here, and they have a chance at coming back into the finals, the loser side of the bracket. So maybe just trying to calm your nerves, trying to relax, end the game with grace, right? Even if you find a comeback, then take it, obviously, and run with it. But it's looking a bit rough at this point. So the biggest thing is keeping those mentals high because, man, it's really rough if you're the New York Yankees right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much to do against these guys. I mean, it's so tough playing against a Yamato and Kelvin lane that just absolutely controls the game like this. I mean, they had such a good lead to start with, and they've just been using that lead all throughout the game, even giving Infernus a little bit of room to breathe so he can get a lead of his own. And yeah, I mean, they've just been absolutely outplaying New York Yankees at every step of the way.
Yep, and as we wait for the pause to settle out here and the Jack to come on back, we get to take a look at some of the replays here throughout the game. Brought to you by, of course, our sponsor, Metal TV. If you guys haven't downloaded Metal or checked it out, definitely recommend doing so. They are a great sponsor for us here, and they allow us to run and host a lot of these tournaments, especially given that pretty much all of our members are doing this of their own free will. So it's supporting us a lot right now. So definitely go and check out Metal TV. Thank you so much for them, obviously, for sponsoring us. And it'll allow you to clip a lot of your own moments, too, for Deadlock, which there are plenty of. And hopefully we will see a couple more matches, or rather a couple more good moments here in this match going forward, as it looks like the pause is about to be unsettled. Yep, here we go. And get a nice little look at one of the Halloween masks. It looks like Jack was not able to reconnect, actually, so they're going to be going through a 5v6. So shout out to New York Yankees, just taking the bullet here. I mean, they are down. I think they realize that, but unfortunate. Obviously, Jack can't come on back, but at this point, maybe just kind of try your best in that 5v6, but it's even more rough now that you don't have your full team.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure it would have changed much, but it was kind of the only character who could actually fight back a little bit, having all your souls. So they're basically looking at a 55k lead right now, Lashback, if not more. And yeah, it's not looking ideal, to say the least.
Definitely not, as Lashback now is taking this, taking this opportunity and running with it, just sprinting down the middle lane. It's going to be Lego Mage going down first. Now it's going to be safe on the Abrams. It's a 3v6, basically all but over at this point, as Lashback start to run down into this base, taking away the right shrine. The next one is soon to follow. All the Yankees can do is just run interference for a little bit longer, but at the end of the day, it seems like the Patron will be falling, transforming, falling again, and Lashback moving on to the upper bracket finals.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's much to play for here for New York Yankees, but I mean, they can still attempt. They do have the Holiday Lasso and the Abrams ult, so not completely impossible, but it's definitely looking tough. Wardenot, now Refresher bought for him just to try and do something, but one Kelvin Dome and completely nullifying that entire ultimate, and that's gonna be the Sapphire Patron going down.
And that will be game. The number 1 seed for Division 2 for the Death Slam League will be Lashback, winning again in this upper bracket. I believe advancing to the upper bracket finals, that round 4. Not quite the grand finals yet. They do have one more match, I believe, ahead of them that we will not be covering here today, but we'll make sure to keep you guys updated as things go forward. But let's take a quick look at the scoreboard here and just see what went down. I mean, look at all of the one thing that's the most surprising to me looking out here is how close the numbers actually are on all the members of Lashback.
Yeah, they were all really doing their part. I mean, you see the amount of damage. We talked about Morphe in general being a very pivotal player in that early game, but even that Affliction just doing that a little bit more damage. But hey, that's something you take there. I mean, if that was my teammate, I'm taking that and I'm gloating all day.
Yeah, I mean, gotta love the Affliction, the Affliction damage spike there on Asterix, who definitely was not doing a bad job themselves. Look at that objective damage, just applying that split lane pressure, applying just the objective pressure really the entire game. And look at the assists on the Paradox and the Kelvin, just getting involved with as many fights as they can. I mean, really just a well done all around for Lashback, showing us why they are the first seed and why they deserve to be qualifying into that upper bracket finals. So well done there. And just so you guys know as well, I'll repeat it one more time. It's not the end of the road for the New York Yankees. If you guys support that team, do not despair. They do still have a loser's run that they can go through with, and they've been doing well so far. So it's not over for them by any means necessary, and hopefully we'll see them back later on into the day or tomorrow on the round, or rather day 2 of play.
Yeah, and taking a little bit of a look here at the bracket, you see Lashback do indeed advance to the semifinals in that upper bracket. Gonna face the winner of Team 6 versus Friends of Gumanity. And New York Yankees, they have a little bit of a break now, as they gotta wait a little bit of time for all these teams in the losers round 1 who still haven't played, finished their matches, I should say. Even in losers round 2, could be a little bit of a chance to see what ends up happening with those teams.
Yep, we will have to check on that later, because next we'll actually be going back to the Division 1. This reminder was the Division 2 of play. The difference being Division 2 is slightly lower rank, I believe around the Archon Ritualist level of play, whereas Division 1 is that Phantom going up to even Ascendant level players. So fairly good players in that Division 1 league, and even decent players overall here too. So definitely nothing to shy at, probably around a lot of you guys in chat as well. And hey, perfect segue into, if you guys want to be a part of this event, the Death Slam League, which we are planning to keep going over and over again, join our Discord, discord.gg/DeathSlam. You see it right there under me right now. Join the Discord, keep up to date on what's going on. We will obviously announce it heavily when we are taking applications for next season for EU and for NA. We're obviously for both regions here, so definitely keep an eye out for that, because if you apply and you get lucky, I mean, not even that lucky, we accept a lot of players that apply, so you join up, you can have your chance to play, get better, get some coaching too. I believe we do coaching as well for a lot of these teams, so I definitely recommend it. If you want to get better at Deadlock, this is the perfect place to start, is just joining the Discord. Even if you don't play, just keeping an eye on things is a great place to start. And then lastly, before we go on break, I want to shout out our merch. We haven't done that all day. Let's do that. Exclamation point merch in chat. We got some really cool stuff. I mean, we got one shirt on screen there. It's a type of merch where it's not gamer merch, right? I would wear these outside, and I do not wear gamer merch outside whatsoever. Very few times I would. These merch arts, I mean, we paid some pretty good artists to get some good stuff here, so make sure you go and support us there. At least go check it out. Even if you don't end up buying things, go give it a shout. We got a mug too. I know a lot of our producers, I saw earlier in chat, one of them was making coffee in the Death Slam mug earlier, so definitely check that stuff out. We got a new design available as well with the cat. You can see that, I believe, on screen right now. So go check it out, and all of those proceeds will go straight back into these tournaments, straight back into supporting the creators of Death Slam events, and us too on cast. So we really appreciate everything you can do for us. So with that being said, we are going to be going for a quick break, so go grab a drink of water, go use the restroom, do whatever you need to do. We are going to be going back to Division 1 after this break, and we'll see you then.
Stop Welcome everybody back to Death Slam League. My name is Seymour, jumping in alongside Jord as we're moving away from the Div 2 into Div 1 matches yet again. And I'm really excited, Jord, because the matches have been excellent all day long. But you've been here for the entire ride, so I mean, let's get a vibe check from you. How's it been?
It's been exciting. Lots of craziness, especially last game. DC at the end into just a straight steamroll, but pretty interesting drafts, pretty interesting picks. A lot of fighting today has been my number one thing. A lot of skirmishes, a lot of fighting, and that's why I'm excited you're here, Seymour, because now I can take a slight step back into more of a color roll. I can yap a bit and then let you yell because my voice is taking a hit, and I'm very excited to get on and get a cast with you. So. Otherwise, the stream's been great. The games are great, and I'm excited to kind of keep going throughout the day.
Hey, that's great. You know what? I'm happy to be here. It's going to be fun to see all these fights go down as we move into the lower side of Div 1. But for all those who've been tuning in and who have joined us from the Deadlock Night Shift trolley stream as well, along for the ride for the last couple of matches, welcome. And I want to give a shout out towards our sponsor, Corsair, because all those people in chat now have a chance for a giveaway. As they're going to be giving away a keyboard, a mouse, a headset, everything that you want. So you type !giveaway, you take the link over, you complete some tasks, and that's going to sign you up for a chance to win some goodies. So big shout out to Corsair for providing us with everything that we need for this giveaway for you guys to take home if you're a lucky winner. And also big shout out towards our other sponsor, Metal, for helping out with the prize pool that we do have for the Death Slam League. Jordan, it's exciting to have everything going on here, and I love all the assistance in for some third-party tournaments here for Deadlock to kick off some grassroots events. It's been so fun to watch over the weeks as these teams and these players just continue to excel and improve. And I think that for today, as we push further into the playoff bracket, going to see who's going to be in our championship side for tomorrow, it's just nice to see how many upsets we're getting, how many teams are really rising to the occasion, and for now, moving into the lower side of the bracket, who can continue to pave way to make some big upsets.
You know, every tournament, like you said, the grassroots on the scene, it's been a joy to be a part of it, right? I think you're on the same boat as me here. Just, it's been amazing to be a part of this and amazing to see just the quality of everything increase, whether it's the players, the games, the tournaments themselves. Obviously, us casters being a part of it, we kind of get to see the back end of things too. And I promise all of you out there, we're getting to business, right? We're getting to business, and these players hopefully will follow suit here, but we've been seeing plenty of that today. So without further ado, let's get into this next game. We can take a look at the Division 2 bracket here. A couple of interesting upsets have been happening, as well as in the Division 1. We've had a lot of good games as well. The last game was that Lashback versus New York Yankees game, with Lashback getting into that upper bracket finals, technically the semifinals right there, and then the Yankees sadly going down to the losers. But one thing I see here that is jumping out at me, at least with the first bracket, is Toxic Positivity in that 9th seed has been doing pretty well for themselves. I can see kind of a 6-7-4-9. I mean, pretty interesting stuff there. But if we want to jump right back quickly to the Division 2 bracket, maybe we can just talk about the game at hand. We actually should have a pretty interesting one here. I believe it's a 6th seed versus the 12th seeds.
Yeah, we're looking into match 13 over in the Div 1, Jord. It's the 6 versus no healing, only tempo. And it's been a little bit of a different story for both of these teams. As you can see, the 6 starting off in the upper side, the 12th seed moving in, beating the 5th seed New Team 1. They fall to the Goon Squad, move down into lower round 2. Now they get to face off the number 6 seed team in No Healing Only Tempo, who actually lost all the way back in round 1 to the 11th seed. So this is kind of what we're talking about. It's all over the place and who's beating who and what team really is, I'd say, truly living up to their seeding going into this playoff bracket, because up is down, down is up. I really don't know what's right or wrong right now.
Yeah, another big shock. Not to, kick them when they're down. The first seed being replacements, losing twice in a row. And that's really what can happen in the Death Slam League, is you play all these matches throughout the 7 weeks, get prepped, get ready, and all these teams, they might not have had the best season, but they show up in playoffs, and that's exactly what you can see. A 12th seed and taking out the first seed, right? Yeah. So definitely something to look at here. And the 6th seed versus the 12th seed, is definitely one of those matchups where at this point in the tournament, with all being said, you can't really judge it off seeding. So I'm very curious to see how this draft goes. I'm very curious to see how these teams are adapting throughout the game. And I'm curious to see where the nerves are right now, because right now this is a loser's match, which means it's a knockout, baby. So the team that loses is out of the tournament, and the team that wins just barely is able to move on for now. The 6 can be on Amber side, no healing, only tempo over on the Sapphire side. Let's get this started.
You know, as a previous beginners player, I do love no healing, only tempo as a name. It's just perfect in here. But you don't have to be curious for long, Jordan, because we do have the draft ready to go, as we can already see Paradox being a prio ban for the 6. And this actually is kind of big brain, I guess. I mean, you don't have to prioritize banning out the Kelvin right away. It kind of forces a situation where now no healing, only tempo. You either have to ban the Kelvin or leave it open to potentially getting drafted by the 6. And you get rid of Paradox, who is, you know, really quickly finding her way back into towards a lot of these meta comps as a very strong pick hero with that paradoxical swap. And, you know, even when you get that time wall out, just interrupting anything in those team fights that you really want to. So I like this ban coming out from the 6. Haven't really seen too many Paradox bans.
Yeah, it's been pretty... It really hasn't happened at all today, at least the games that we've watched. It's a pretty common thing at the higher elos, I would say. Or not higher elos, this is literally the highest elo we're gonna get. I mean, besides Eternus, this is Phantom Ascendant Division 1, baby. This is the cream of the crop of the Death Slam League here. So these players are definitely no slouches, and this is more towards what we'd see at that rank, right? The Paradox ban, the Kelvin ban, these are characters that cause issues. They make comps really difficult to run. And then the Pocket being first picked, pretty interesting, but it's nothing that we haven't seen before. Pocket's a very strong character.
Yeah.
There's a lot of really good Pocket players in these at this level. So it's one of those characters where it's kind of just denying another character that is very strong, that is tough to pick into it, in that Shiv. And that maybe that Kelvin, which is already doesn't really matter too much, but that's a character we've been seeing a lot, is that Shiv, and maybe that Infernus too, who does get picked now, but the Pocket does great into those characters.
Yeah, I mean, we've really seen it, especially earlier with Toxic Positivity, when we saw the Pocket pick just do loads and loads of damage for those team fights. So Pocket being a prio doesn't shock me whatsoever. Infernus, even though getting nerfed yesterday, still, we heard Pop earlier talk about it, it's just Infernus, even though you're getting nerfed in, you know, certain categories of your hero, still very much a priority, especially when we see Infernus players stay ahead, really get farmed up, and the amount of damage that you do, especially when you kind of build into those long-lasting debuffs. Infernus is here to stay. That's going to make no difference. Shiv for the second pick. I like where we're going with this as well. I mean, Shiv, one of the best you can really ask for.
Yeah, I mean, it's a strong pick. Even though I said the Pocket's good against it, it really doesn't mean that the Shiv's countered whatsoever. It just means that it's a little easier to deal with. The character's still ridiculously strong. Do not get me wrong here. But there's still a lot of things the 6 can pick over on that Amber's side. It's not the only front line that's good in the game. We have the Victor that is very strong right now. I believe just got nerfed, but has still been doing great all day today. But there looks like they're going in a bit of a different route here. Abrams, Mo, and Krill, quick lock-ins from the 6. Those are the front lines they're going to be going with, trying to maybe get a little bit more catch, a little bit more gauge. Definitely pretty interesting, and I think it'll be a bit harder now for this Infernus to play.
Maybe. I think that for sure. I think Infernus is going to still be feeling pretty good, especially if you start to pull ahead in terms of their farming. But I like, again, where the 6 is going with this. You put a couple big boys on your team. You have that lockdown capabilities, especially with that Mo and Krill prioritizes, you know, moving into the Phantom Strike early, just trying to catch people in ganks. I think that's what I've been liking Mo and Krill for the most. It's just opening up those early game pick potentials for you to really start to get ahead once those Guardians do start to go down. I'm wondering where no healing, only tempo are going to go for this last pick, because you already have some lockdown on the 6. And even bringing out the Page, that's fantastic, especially when you already have that Shiv on your team. You have a little bit of lockdown with those books, and you have that extra speed, that extra healing that you can give somebody like the Shiv in lane.
Yeah, pretty interesting pick there. I actually like the Page pick there because just a little bit more peel, and also, more importantly, we've been seeing the Page second ban very consistently recently. The Page is a very common ban.
She's on the up.
For... especially if you can get that Kelvin, right? If you can get the or Viscus or one of the supports, just ban the page, because that is, you know, probably the second best support right now, I would say. Maybe, you know, kind of depends on who you ask, but I like it with the Infernus too. That could be a good lane pairing as well with that shield, so we'll have to see if that does end up going through, as we're getting a Wraith ban now. Interesting, for no healing only tempo. I haven't seen that in a while, and a Holiday ban. So it looks like Holiday Paradox, both the initiators kind of going through. Bebop is kind of the only real, like, I mean, Bebop and Lash kind of too are the two initiators I'm looking towards. Yeah,
you're kind of like forcing the hand of no healing only tempo into picking a Bebop or a Lash now in these next couple slots, because if no healing only tempo give it up and then the 6 steal it away, you're wondering really where those pick potentials do come through. Now that page is off the board, and even the Wraith is off the board too. You don't get that telekinesis, and you know, I can see that, you know, we haven't really seen the Wraith pop off today too much in our last map. You saw the capabilities of maybe cross-mapping with her in those objective lanes, but I think that for that, you're just trying to not have that quick steal on the walkers that we've seen Wraith really do. But there you get that Bebop, like you said, you wanted to see from no healing only tempo. And the 6 are going to answer back with 2 carries in terms of the Yamato and the Haze. And this is great because Yamato has been probably one of the most consistent heroes we've seen across the day.
Honestly, I'm surprised it wasn't banned. It is so strong right now. We saw it just be an absolute tear last game for Lashback, who had the Yamato on their hands. And then the Haze, we haven't seen the Haze all day. And I think it's a pretty interesting M1 character. Not sure if it necessarily is the best pick here, but with the Wraith being banned, with the Infernus being picked, it definitely is kind of one of the main options left. So I don't mind it whatsoever. And Seymour, I'm sure you've been watching the stream, and because you have, you might know about what me and Temple were talking about earlier, is the big man comp. It seems like the 6 is going towards the big man comp. The 5 big man, 1 carry. Pocket, not quite a big man. He's like a medium man.
You got the Pocket and the Haze this time instead of the 7. And, you know, you steal away the Shiv and the Bebop on the other side. You don't have to worry about. Would you count Mirage as a big man in that same? I think,
no,
it's
he's
like
a medium man.
Yeah, medium. I would agree with that all the way through. But I know you haven't really seen too much of Haze across the day, and I'm not really against seeing a Haze come in. I think I've liked the direction that Haze has turned in away from being that power carry into more of a roaming assassin. Once you get those sleep daggers, you stack maybe a knockdown on there or even a silence, and she just tears through a lot of those players who are just unknowing. But you get that for your 5th pick over on the 6th, and the 6th pick over on no healing only tempo. They pull out the Grey Talon, which is actually a pick that I haven't seen in quite a while, even though Grey Talon is fantastic still.
Yeah, he actually got really popular again somewhat recently, I believe last patch. Not this one that just happened, but the one before that. EU has been playing him a ton. NA has been starting to pick him up now a bunch too. Just a really good character. I can't remember exactly what they did to him recently in this last patch, but I know he's still fairly strong, and I actually really like him. It just adds a bit more utility with that Mirage, the Page, the Bebop. I mean, you have so much. They have a very well-rounded comp, to say the least. No healing, only tempo. They drafted a pretty good, well-rounded comp. They have a good amount of damage, good consistent, good burst, good mix of gun and spirit. I really like their comp, but the 6, I mean, I'm not really sure how no healing, only tempo is going to deal with this Abrams Mo Yamato. I mean, if all 3 of them are able to just run down this team fight and are able to get a good engage, I mean, there's not really much that's going to be touching this Pocket and Haze. It's going to be very difficult for them to get that. However, that means that all of them do have to be in that said fight, right? It's got to still be a big team fight, which is hard to set up in the first place. So
I think this is even
I'm
a
curious
situation
to see what the 6 pick,
where maybe you can go for a Viscus. You have that cube that's going to really shut down any potential killing blows from the Shiv. It's going to deny the Infernus a lot with that damage over time, and even save from the hooks. But for Lady Geist to come out, it really just seems like the 6
that's interesting,
are just stacking up loads and loads of pick potential across their team. And yeah, Lady Geist is just another one that you look at a situation where, you know, no healing, only tempo has a lot of killing potential, and Lady Geist can completely turn a fight around, which I love this pick for the 6. I think this is a great way to round out your comp.
That screams to me like they want the Lady Geist to be their anchor, right? They needed something that can just sit and contest a lot of the side lanes, which might, you know, could have always been the Yamato, but if the Yamato's part of your big man squad, then you want to be a part of these fights. you're going to want another character that can cover a side lane, especially when you're going against a Mirage or an Infernus that can get those lanes so quickly. And the Lady Geist is great at that. Plus, even better, she's another great laner that can be paired for the 6 here. So honestly, I really like the 6's comp as well. I think they have a lot of early game potential to snowball further, but I'm a little bit worried in the fact that, I mean, no healing, only tempo, they have such a well-rounded comp. I mean, if they play well, it's going to be really hard to stop them.
I think that really looking at both teams, both have great comps with a lot of heroes that have just been winning across the day, and I don't really see a disadvantage on either side. I think this is going to be a great matchup between these two teams who are sitting on elimination, by the way, in the lower brackets. So this is where you come into a best of one, and you're trying to leave it all on the playing field right now, George. So I like the ideas that are coming out from both of these two teams, and I don't really see anything that I dislike, to be fair. I think maybe when I'm looking over towards the 6, I'm a little bit worried about where you're going to stack your priority in terms of who's going to start this laning phase, because I think, you know, you look at a Yamato, you're trying to win your lane, get that Yamato into situations where she can start fighting, and same thing with the Mo and Krill, just trying to look for those opening picks. But if no healing, only tempo, who have a lot of wave clear, are going to be contesting that and delaying you, it's a chance where they can just kind of outlast and poke you out.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, and I think it's really all going to come down to these lane matchups for sure, which it should be happening soon. Hopefully we won't have to be too curious about it any longer, as the players are getting into lobby right now. But some lanes, well, we talk about the 6 and how strong their lanes are. Let's look at no healing tempo here. We have the Grey Talon, Mirage, 2 really good laners. The Infernus as well can put out a lot of damage in that lane. So I'm expecting it's probably going to be a Mirage page or an Infernus page. Usually you want to pair that page with one of those M1 characters. I'm assuming it's going to be the Infernus, but you could also do Infernus Shiv for the dots, right? You could also put a Bebop in the lane with a Grey Talon. That could be one that honestly I might see you pull into the trap, into the arrows. I mean, they have a lot of lanes themselves, so I really think this might be the closest draft, at least in terms of the lanes, that you've seen all day.
Yeah,
a lot of it's been pretty one-sided. So
I've even been seeing situations, Jordan, where people have been laning Page with the Shiv a lot of the time. You know, it's just kind of a similar situation of the Kelvin Shiv, just you don't have as much healing as the Kelvin does provide to it. It's like, I sometimes look at it as like the new gen Kelvin Shiv setup that from what I've been seeing, but Page definitely helps excel that early Shiv.
Yeah, that can definitely be an option. I mean, there's really no weak points to their lanes. They could put most things together and it would probably be fine. Now, obviously they want more than fine, so they're going to be looking for those good matchups, but the 6, I think, are going to need to be careful. I'm expecting them maybe to take some risky decisions with this lane. I'm expecting something aggressive like an Abrams Yamato, or maybe they'll put the Haze with the Geist and look for Sleep Daggers in the bombs, or look for something really aggressive to poke them out early. And because they're doing that, they might get stuck with something weak like a Pocket Mo, and that might be a little bit annoying to push forward, or maybe something along those lines. But we'll have to see when the players finally are loaded now into lobby. All 12 are in place, and we will be starting this game momentarily.
Yeah, hoping to get them going. Folks who might just be tuning into this matchup, we're in the Division 1, looking towards the round 4 matches. This is a losers round matchup, so when you have the 6 matching up against no healing, only tempo, this is the 12th seed on the left playing the 6th seed coming out of the season for this playoff bracket. So you lose here, you're going to be bowing out a little bit earlier than you would have liked to, but both of them just looking to be on the road to redemption to see if they can climb their way back to a finals position here in Division 1. It's going to be an exciting one. I think the drafts have really left us open, George, to have quite a contested matchup here in this best of 1, and it has me excited for really what, you know, I love to dissect when we are watching this game. I think a lot of it's going to come down to how you move this map, how your macro is going to be looking between both of these. And for one thing, if you can get off to a hot start, if you're the 6 with this high pick potential composition, they might look to try to snowball it once they get in that spot.
I see Pocket.
All right, and now that we're in the game, let's finally take a look at some of these lanes, Seymour. I'm excited. Let's start over with that first one. Yamato Pocket versus the Page Shiv. You mentioned the Page Shiv. You were right. We are seeing that come in clutch here. And against the Yamato Pocket, this is going to be pretty interesting. Can the Yamato Pocket actually burst through some of the shielding that the Page will provide, I mean, I think it might be pretty tough. I think the Yamato might have finally met its match here, as we've seen it have pretty easy lanes all day. This one's going to be a bit tougher.
Yeah, I really enjoy the middle lane that No Healing Only Tempo has put together too. You're mixing the Grey Talon and the Mirage, the Grey Talon and the Mirage against the Ladygeist and the Moen Krill. And with that, having the Tornado on the Mirage, you have a lot of disengage from when that Moen Krill does have that combo. And the Grey Talon doesn't have to really get close to this Ladygeist, which is going to nullify a lot of her impact as well. So this is great. You can see they are going to get bullied, but that's what I would expect with the Moen Krill Ladygeist early game.
It's kind of actually, in a weird way, it feels weird to say this about a Moen Krill lane, but it's kind of a skill matchup. You have to dodge the bombs, dodge the Grey Talon arrows on either side, right? And whoever can manage to squeeze out a bit more damage, a bit more lane pressure is going to end up having that advantage, and both sides have the opportunity to get said advantage. Now, taking a look over on this right-hand side, we're seeing a bit of action already with that Abrams going in for that charge, but it's going to be that Bebop Infernus, which doesn't necessarily have a ton of synergy, but, I mean, if his Bebop gets a hook, it's going to be a lot of pressure. That's just how it is against the Haze Abrams, who have a lot of synergy. If you get a Sleep Dagger, allows for that charge to be set up, allows for maybe a couple melees here and there, I mean, that's a lot of burst damage coming from that lane, so both sides got to be a bit careful, I'd say, in that one.
Yeah, it really seems like there's a lot of thought that has gone into this team composition of No Healing Only Tempo. Producers were telling us that the Six were just firing away at their picks until that last Ladygeist pick that we did see. It was just insta picks, insta bans. They did their homework and what they wanted to bring to this best of one. And for No Healing Only Tempo, I mean, it's not bad that they were taking their time and figuring out what to choose and where to go. But in doing so, they have really put a lot of thought into what they're bringing to this game. And that has me excited for, possibly bringing some counters to this Six matchup.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. You have a whole season to prepare, right? And then obviously if you pay attention throughout the day, then you can really surprise a lot of teams or be prepared for what they're going to throw at you. So we'll have to see if either of these teams manages to, figure that out for themselves. Pretty even so far, as I expect, with being at, 2 minutes, 30 seconds into the game. Yeah. I would say mid lane, honestly, looking a little interesting here. The Grey Talon and the Geist both fairly low here, where the Mirage and the Moen Krill a little bit higher health, as the Mo obviously can just press Scorn. I'm just honestly waiting for at any point any of these lanes to pop off, because while they are fairly even overall, I would say super volatile, especially this right-hand lane. We're seeing the Abrams and the Haze pushed up so far.
It's one good Sleep Dagger into a shoulder charge, and that's a ton of damage that you're going to be facing, whether you're the Infernus or the Bebop. And, maybe Infernus can get away with that Flame Dash, but Bebop might be a little stuck high and dry in a position like that. So, and No Healing Only Tempo, things to think about. Just trying not to get caught out. And there's the Sleep Dagger. Shoulder charge not going to get there, but the Infernus not with the Flame Charge. Or you do have the Flame Dash away. That's going to do some chip damage over to the Abrams, but you can already see the Six just trying to weave their way into these fights.
You can see how aggressive they're playing, Seymour. I mean, this is willing to break open at any point. And while we were kind of mentioning this lane, over on the left-hand side, actually, the opposite side of the map, this Page Shiv versus this Pocket Yamato, these health bars are getting quite low, especially on the Yamato, who had to walk back, grab some boxes, reset a little bit, just kind of, try and relax, as you get hit with too many of these Shiv bleeds, and you're going to be taking a lot of damage. And the Shiv can kind of play however he wants. With that Page Shield, you have a lot of leeway, as the Ladygeist actually goes down randomly in the middle lane here. Moen Krill having to run away. It looks like the Grey Talon Mirage finally found something.
Opening first blood there is going to lead into a little bit of pressure in towards that Guardian, but the Moen Krill is going to do a great job at just denying minions to walk into this objective. You can see that Page with the split shot is starting to put some pressure onto the Yamato. And again, this is just what you like to see from No Healing Only Tempo, just denying these key tools from the Six in getting this early lead that you tend to see in heroes like Yamato. So being stuck into that Guardian, seeing Page move into that split shot, it's a lot of pressure to worry about. And now for the dash out of Page, the ultimate's going to be used. You don't even need the killing blow from the Shiv, and that Yamato's already sent back to the respawn.
back already. I mean, that's the danger. And I mean, hey, kudos to you for calling it out too. The Page Shiv, it has some teeth, man. I mean, you get hit with the leads, you get hit with enough of these, you know, birds, or rather these, so I guess a sword. I mean, Page has a lot of weird abilities there, but you get poked down enough and you can just get bursted 100 to 0, 100, like completely with that Page ult. So it's a ton of damage coming through, and we saw it right there. Steve S going down the lane, getting pushed a little bit more in no healing, only tempo's favor. But one thing I really just, it's kind of been quietly happening in the background here is this mid lane pressure has really just been going back and forth. We're seeing the Lady Geist go down earlier and that pressure moved down, but if you take a look at the Guardian damage, it's only a little bit, but it seems like the Mo and Crow Lady Geist, they're just keeping that pressure even after they lost that kill.
Oh, concussive combustion from the Infernus, and Putis is just looking to kickstart a fight on the right side of your map. A lot of damage now into the Infernus as you're just looking to get away. A little bit of finesse up top. Good movement. Has the healing right, but I'm not sure if you're going to get it off in time. You do. A little bit of healing back. It's going to get neutralized as you're just looking to extend your life now. Hook in. That kills Putis off of Cat Lover, finishing it off. Do you get the trade? No, you don't. Waifo's going to go down. Late bomb will strike the Abrams. That is a lot, though, to take out if you're the 6.
Yeah, another fight over in the middle. I mean, it is just chaos all around. And I mean, shout out to Waifu for trying to find just any answer, but that hook resulting in their own death as well, as the Haze was just gunning them both down the entire time. So, I mean, it's ended up a 2-for-1, and it's not going to really result in too much Guardian damage, so not the biggest of deals, but still winning fight for no healing, only tempo. Now, looking back towards the middle lane, the Abrams actually found a roam off of the spawn on the middle lane. They're just permanently looking for the dive there and getting so much damage on this Guardian.
That's a lot of trust to Cat Lover on holding this right side Guardian, but in doing so, you're going to take that first objective. Guided Owl will get the kill onto American Friss. So Lady Guy's adding a stack to that ultimate as Cat Lover still solo holding this right lane, taking a lot of pressure from the Infernus and the Bebop. And in a second, I imagine this Guardian will be traded. So a high risk, high reward that I really don't think the reward was there.
Yeah, it ended up being more a trade, right? You find both Guardians on either side. I think the kill's slightly favoring over no healing, only tempo, but now with Putis and Waifu going down, the 6 is very, very happy with that trade overall, as it ended up in their favor, and now they're going to be getting a lot of pressure onto this Walker on the right-hand side.
Well, Steve's is going to go down. His Page Shiv still being quite a nuisance on the left side of the map. Minimal damage towards that Guardian, but you're looking to the rest of your team, who is doing a fantastic job at knocking down these objectives. Another one for the 6, though, on the right side of the map. So that's 2 Guardians down for the 6. The good combo there onto Lord of the Booze. And Mo and Krill now in a situation where these roams can be very, very handy in looking to open up this flex slot 1.
Yeah, looking for as much pressure as possible. The 6 just really want to take this Guardian. I mean, the flex slot really doesn't matter that much, as it's so early in the game, you're not going to be getting that many items to have it, but just opening up the map and getting a little bit of that soul lead you get from those Guardians is really what matters in the first place, because sometimes what can happen is if you leave that one Guardian for too long, it becomes really easy for the other team to just put pressure on that side of the map, making it impossible for you to get it. So I really like the fact that the 6 is trying to stack some lane pressure in order to set up that Guardian, even if it's not resulting in an immediate success right now.
It looks like you want to take a jump on towards Razor. Early parry, not going to be needed. You still have to be careful if you're Steve's, because not only the Guided Owl, but there's a very healthy Shiv right next to this Page, and Razor wasn't really low at all to be in a spot where that dive was warranted. So another kill onto the Yamato. You can start to see that this pick for the 6 might be falling behind in that soul category. You still have those objectives to really hold on to in the middle and right side, but not really impressed with what we're getting out of the Yamato so far.
Yeah, the Yamato getting behind is not what you want to see, as this fight still continuing though over on this left-hand side. No healing, only tempo need to get out of here as they found their picks. They need to manage to relax, or else if they die, they might just lose this entire Guardian. The Page backing up for now as the Greytown is trying his best to peel. But man, they managed to back up the, oh my goodness, the Mo and Krill now needs to be careful. Saucepan might just go down.
Oh, no.
Steve's does go down. Mo and Krill goes down. Oh my goodness, it's all going wrong for the 6. They managed to get one in the end, but that is such an overextension that was just not great for him.
Sure, it's another kill into the Abrams now. That's 4 dead without even a lick of damage onto the Guardian. I'm not sure what the call was there from the 6, but it allows so much to no healing only tempo in terms of not only having 3 members behind that Guardian, but also the Guardian damage that was doing so much for that team fight. It's another bold play that I just really don't think pans out the way that you would have liked to if you're the 6, but things are slowing down off of those engagements. We can see a little bit of at least a saving grace here for the 6 as Cat Lover 12k on this haze. You already have the Tesla bullets, you have Titanic Magazine, a lot right now to work with, and you look for this haze. If you can just get Mega Farm, that's a lot now to go from lane to lane just looking for picks.
And that's exactly what I was going to say, is while that whole thing was happening, the Haze was just farming, and once Haze gets around this threshold, she doesn't really need the perma farm. She can just go around and look for these picks, and we're seeing it right now as this Bebop gets sleep daggered into the combo, and this looks like it's just going to be a dead
with a
Bebop.
rallying charge.
Maybe. We'll have to see. The charge comes through, though, and it looks like the help is here, and we'll have to see if the Bebop can get out, but no, they could not kill the Bebop. It was a great attempt, but just not quite enough damage.
And that's why you go for the Page. The rallying charge to interrupt the combo allows for Bebop to get away from that haze. And although you go extremely low, just staying alive in general, Swaney Bean goes down again. The Abrams getting caught, so no healing, only tempo with the peel that they wanted to bring to this game. It's really paying off in dividends. You just now have to look at this team to figure out a way to split this map, open up an opportunity to start pressuring these objectives. They have a lot of damage towards the left side Guardian, but they haven't even touched the middle Guardian.
Yeah, I mean, both teams still struggling with these Guardians, which is a good sign. It means it's a pretty close game, and it means that a lot is about to happen. And right on cue, baby, Waifu goes down. A great play from Megatoad or Mogotoad on the 6. Pocket making his worth known here, but it might not actually be enough as no healing only tempo is coming back with a vengeance right underneath the Guardian of the 6. That's 1 kill, but the reset is not quite there. Is the bleed enough? We'll have to see. I don't think so, as the Pocket does get away, but the bleed might be enough. No, it is not, but Manzia goes down anyway on no healing only tempo. It looks like it might be time for the 6 to come back into this. Here comes the Geist swap. Can she get the trade? No, the Shiv is just so strong.
And I like that the damage mitigation starting to show from Lord of the Booze. You saw that too. I mean, a statement made over Cat Lover, although this haze is off to a good start with the farming that we're getting 13k. Yeah, Shiv took down the haze like it was nothing. So right there, you're already feeling a little bit of a boat of confidence towards no healing only tempo in these one-on-one fights that the Shiv is now bringing. Both Guardians do fall, and you've still held on to your left side. So although the 6 got off to a quick start, no healing only tempo, very resilient in the way that they've brought this one back. And a lurking Mo and Krill in the closet. You have around the corner Cat Lover and sorry Paige. I don't know if you get away from this one. Cat Lover's just gonna mow you down off that combo, and it's plus 50 to the ultimate of Saucepan.
This is exactly what you want to see if you are the 6. You already have a Fed member in that haze. It's not the end of the game, even though a couple of your members are a little bit lower. Just let that Yamato side lane, let her farm up. Don't involve her in any of these plays. Take the Fed members and the ones that can actually do the CC in Cat Lover and Saucepan and have them cook. And now they're getting chased out, but a great escape from that haze. The hook almost connects from Waifu, but a great job from Cat Lover in order to escape that one. But the 6, just like that, I mean, bringing us back to about even.
And I like this when we get grassroots tournaments, Jord, because a situation where for a lot of people, they're going to be seeing some of these players for the very first time. Waifu there on the Bebop showing excellent movement to try to track down that haze, nearly catching that hook. And if you did, Cat Lover may have been dead to rights if they were able to track that haze down. But I just love that when you're getting to learn new players or see new teams play, just getting to know how strong these players are and where their strengths do show. Right there, the movement of the Bebop is one thing that I'm looking forward to for the rest of this game.
Yeah, I mean, that's my favorite part, like I said, about this type of thing, too, is we're not really an established scene yet. As this game, I wouldn't even call it established yet, either. I don't think Valve would consider this game established. We're just starting out, we're just figuring things out, and it's time now for a lot of these players to make their mark, and we're seeing now, if some players have what it takes, oh my goodness, Cat Lover got interrupted a few times there, but managed to finally take out Lord Boost, who's been on a tear, but not anymore. It looks like the Haze is starting to take over this game, Seymour.
Such an awkward interaction to deal with, and I'll hold that thought for a second, as it does look like Friss is, again, running it down onto Manzia, who does not stand a chance after that soul exchange from the Lady Geist. Friss now trying to escape while the Traveler has brought Mirage to the doorstep of this fight. Mez, just barely missing some of that movement needed to catch up with Friss. And does this turn around now that Cat Lover's here? Oh no, the Haze is just doing so much work. Tornado anywhere you want to, Mez. It really doesn't make a difference there, but yeah, whoa. This is interesting. Can Cat Lover, I mean, in that whole fight, just looking back at it, the rallying charge actually cancels the bullet dance, and instead of it just allowing that bullet dance to be there, you just are able to do it again with Cat Lover instead popping that Fury Trance, and I think the second time around it was actually scarier.
Man, Cat Lover is just keeping the 6 alive at this point. They were in shambles a little bit earlier, but Cat Lover just managed to bring them back so well, as we're seeing an Urn come on in here. And oh my goodness, actually a great hook coming in through there, but it might actually not have been what you wanted, as oh my goodness, Waifu needs to run away, as the 6 was ready with everybody in order to save that, save that Urn play.
I'm curious to see, okay, so no healing, only tempo. Actually, great cross map onto the right side Walker.
Yeah.
It looks like the 6 are looking to mirror that on the left side of the map, but they don't have wave control, so even if they do win this fight, there's no pressure onto that Walker that's able to follow up, so that combo is going to be down. Saucepan has to escape, and even though Cat Lover's in this area, there's 3 players and a Guided Owl just looking to finish this off. Saucepan should be dead, and yeah, Shiv's going to finish that one off. No killing blow needed. No healing, only tempo. Although Cat Lover's a real big problem, their macro is looking excellent.
It's another stack onto the Owl, too. I mean, that's great. You usually don't see a lot of those, especially in competitive play where it's so incredibly hard to find those executes, or at least the killing blow within a couple seconds, right? So Manzia doing a great job on the ground so far, finally getting back up into about even soul count. And I think No Healing Only Tempo are finally doing a bit better of a job now at countering this Haze, right? They've realized, okay, this Haze is running invisible, starting to cause a lot of issues. Let's just be a bit safer, maybe run in pairs of 2, be hyper vigilant on where this Haze is at all times, and we can finally start playing the game. As we're seeing the soul lead go from about 9-10k to only 5, so No Healing Only Tempo has definitely done a great job at finding a way back into this game and not getting overwhelmed.
Yeah, it's not even really, you're just looking at areas where now you have to worry about if your Cat Lover or Waifu is starting to get pretty strong in terms of farming up on this Bebop, a good hook onto that Haze, and you're going to be in a rough spot here. Team fight going to happen. Parry onto the Abrams. Swaney Bean is down. There are a whole lot of healing players around looking to swing this fight. Bullet Dance going to be popped with a Fury Trance, but not even close to where the Shiv is, as Lord of the Booze is going to slice his way through everything, dash his way to safety, and look to get away with his life. Lots of damage over towards Cat Lover, but the help has arrived. Manzia might go down in this great talent, but instead, looks like the handshake to get away. No, here comes the Shiv yet again. No health, but no worries. And something to talk about is while this is going down, another cross map, this time from Mez for No Healing Only Tempo. And while all that went down, Moga Toad was able to answer with a trade onto a Walker of their own.
Yeah, I mean, the split pushing has been so good from No Healing Only Tempo, recognizing when they are down in the fight and just actually finding a good split push from it. Mez doing a great job at getting that left side pushed out and paying for dividends now. They're ahead 1 Walker, which really matters a lot at this stage of the game. The Walkers give so many souls relative to this point of the game. About 20 minutes now, 10 seconds until that point. The Urn's going to be playing, and both teams pretty even for a possible Urn fight. I mean, This is probably the closest game we've seen all day, Seymour, and I'm really
Yeah.
excited because both these teams, they're really showing us why they do not want to go home.
I think this is as contested as I really expected it. Cat Lover's actually going to get a gun buff off of that bridge buff. And it looks like another combo from Saucepan might catch Lord of the Booze unsuspecting of the dive. So Shiv goes down. Well, the urn spawns 40 seconds on that respawn. And if I'm the 6, this is a perfect time, especially with the guided owl pretty early. This is a great time to run urn.
Yeah, they have it set up. They have the wave pushed, and this is exactly what I was talking about earlier, real quick before this fight starts. I said this Lady Geist was the anchor. And we've been seeing it this whole game. Right now with the pause, I guess it gives me more time to explain it. This entire game, we've seen American Frizz sitting in these side lanes, making sure they're pushed up as much as possible while also being ready for a fight, being ready to counter maybe a fight or a gank onto them with that swap. So it's just been doing a great job so far, just soaking all this gold and just allowing the 6 to have that backbone in order they can play off of.
I'm serious when I say, just looking back at it, I think that this Paige Shiv duo lane is just as scary as, you know, almost what you would expect from a Shiv Calvin in terms of the wave clear that the Paige gives, the support towards the Shiv, and the amount of damage and even interruption that the rallying charge is going to be able to provide to those dives. That's definitely something that I think a lot of people might start to incorporate if Paige continues to be shown.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of got the two duos going on right now. We got, like, the Paige Shiv, where they haven't been playing together too much recently. I feel like that definitely needs to change, as if the Paige is with the Shiv on a lot of these plays, they'd definitely be living most of them. And on the other end, it's kind of the Mo and Krill Haze, right? Mo and Krill finds the combo into the Haze nuke, right? We've been seeing that all day. I think that's like the 3rd or 4th time that's happened successfully. So, and in a 20-minute game, that definitely come in, or they just become pretty clutch. As
It's even better too, because if you're Mo and Krill, you're like, okay, I really don't need any of this farm, so just continue to keep taking and taking if you're Cat Lover.
100%.
Which we do see, but no combo, but it still seems like the pressure is going to be here to try to chase anybody down who's taking a look at this urn, but I like the disengage from no healing, only tempo. Still 4 people stacked on the right side of the map, and that might allow for Mogato to continue to push this middle walker if you want.
Yeah, probably not. The middle one at this point in the game, I mean, it's a bit tough, especially with no healing, only tempo having that mobility. They have the owl as well to clear the wave if needed, so Mogatoad definitely going back, finding the farm, as is this Haze, who's been on this left side. I mean, not afraid to split push, even though they are very, very fed and can fight, just pushing these lanes, getting so much solo souls right now, and it's just extending their lead so much further. Seeing another fight start to break out.
Shadow transformation, and it looks like Steve's just wants to get the heck out of this fight. It does sound like we got a soul exchange ready for this one, but a giant guided owl, and Steve blows up. Mogato is going to be able to find a trade onto the page. That's going to deny a little bit of support from a potential rallying charge that was used up, but these trades just continuing. Lots of damage being shown. A good hook now onto the Mo and Krill, or sorry, onto the Lady Guys. She's going to burn that soul exchange, but it's going to make no difference to this fight. Waifu does end up going down to the end of this. It's an absolute bloodbath underneath the middle walker, and with that, you get this last kill onto Pudas. You have a full wave pushed into this walker.
That was the closest fight we've seen all day. I mean, a complete 6v6
They're
for the
gonna go
most
for
part.
mid-boss.
I think the Haze is a little late, but now it's not going to matter because she was late, so that means she's full health, and this was the pocket, and it means that they can just burst this mid-boss. Oh my gosh! The Haze just absolutely one-shots this mid-boss, and I do not think, healing only tempo can be here in response. No, it's just free. It's absolutely free.
They got no
mid-boss.
zip line. They got no wave control. They got no reason to be at this mid boss right now. And with that, everybody's going to spawn up. They're going to have 3 extra lives for the 6. 3 extra chances to snowball now this lead that's starting to grow. You got to be a little scary for no healing, only tempo. A composition that is really put together to have the peel and the sustain. And we just haven't really seen that sustained outlast what is an overfed Cat Lover and a really strong, beefy pocket.
And I can't overstress the carries and the importance of them for the 6. I mean, they were really looking not too great. earlier in the game. A couple bad plays, no healing, only tempo, got a lot of lead on the map, getting all the Guardians first, getting 2 Walkers, right? And they technically are still ahead in the Walkers, but man, I mean, the farm and just how many souls these carries ended up getting. The haze in the pocket became so important in these fights that they're just able to wipe out everything, and now they're just starting with the first Walker. It looks like it will be going down. The Biwa pass to pop the ultimate, but it might not be enough as this fight is going down, and no healing, only tempo are not winning it.
Combo and Apudas, 3 go down. Just like that, Rise is going to blow them up with an Essence Bomb. That's going to pave the way into towards the base Guardians, and a couple players as well from the 6 going to peel over towards that middle Walker to see if they can knock down the 3rd flex slot for the 6. Lots of map control now to just continue to put this one away, and the way that it is looking with all 3 Rejuve Crystals still here, you got a chance to do some serious damage.
Yeah, I mean, they can do a lot here. They still have all 3 rejuves. As you said, Sauce might need to be a bit careful, but you could also just sprint in and throw your life away. You might as well just regenerate as it look at damage from Cat Lover, just forcing them back in the base, and there's still 10 seconds left on the respawns. They can take the Patron, they do, and now they can get out scot-free. I mean, what more can you ask for the 6?
You're going to disengage from this fight, but realistically, you had everything that you needed to put that one away. With 2 minutes on these Rejuve Crystals, and relatively everybody still at full HP. I'm kind of surprised that they're not fighting this, but, you know, safer to just peel away from that fight, disengage, make sure that you can fully buy up anything more. You get Spirit Burn on Mogotode as well. And Capacitor now for Cat Lovers, so everything that you really need to just finish this game off. And I keep looking towards the bottom of the screen. I've been trying to not pay attention to it, Jord, but these observer keybinds are just throwing me through a loop.
Hey, I mean, you're telling me you don't press numlock enter in caps for your buttons? I mean, they're not that far away. I'm actually trying to do it right now, and I physically don't think I can. Like, I don't think that's possible. You have to use 2 hands and then use your feet.
You're telling me you don't
mouse.
use equal sign to hit that last active? No, couldn't be me.
Goodness.
That's gonna get caught by another combo into Cat Lover's Haze. Here's the Affliction now to dive towards the rest, and everybody drops like flies. The 6. It might have been slow to kick this game off in the laning phase, but as soon as you got ahead, you didn't turn around, you didn't look back. You're gonna continue to pave through that lower bracket. You take down no healing, only tempo, and you make it look clean. What a showcase that we got from this team.
The 6, I mean, they looked a little shaky early on, I won't lie. They had a couple overplays, maybe a couple missteps here and there, but Cat Lover brought them back, and then they managed to rally behind it and completely put that game away. I mean, look at the stats there. I mean, obviously the pocket with the Affliction getting most damage. Cat Lover soaring through the charts there. 9 kills, 13 assists. Saucepan with 13 assists as well, helping out with a majority of those kills. And I mean, they didn't really even need to take their time with it. They backed up after the Patron did, but like you said, they still had 2 minutes left on that mid-boss. And they took their time, resettled, had all 6 members, ran back in, and just steamrolled their way to victory. So really well done for the 6.
Look, I'm a tier 1 Haze hater, and I think that when you look at Haze in a composition, I sit there, I'm like, yeah, it's going to be a roaming assassin, and to an extent, that's what Cat Lover was doing with this Haze. But when you have a slow start from somebody like Steve's on a Yamato, which we've been seeing so good all day long, and to be so oppressive throughout the games that we've been seeing, when the Steve's is not able to get this Yamato off the ground, Cat Lover did such a good job at just getting ahead on this Haze and really being that power carry for the team to just find so many advantages through this map. Again, for the pocket, even to Mogotode, I know we didn't really talk about the pocket too much during these fights. I mean, the Affliction was great. A lot of the damage that we were getting from Mogotode was fantastic. Even the cross maps that the pocket was doing for those walkers. Everything that you can ask for, but so present was that Haze. And same thing with Saucepan on that Mo and Krill, who's just setting up those team fights again and again with those combos. Just such a great team composition from the 6.
Yeah, I mean, if I was Saucepan or Cat Lover or both of them, I want to make a compilation of all of those kills, just like poking out, find the combo, find the kill, and then send it to the people you beat. I mean, that would be the ultimate BM, right? And honestly, thank God we got a sponsor medal, because that you can do just that. with Metal TV. You can clip those moments you want to clip, find those recordings, find those edits. I mean, thank you, Metal, obviously, for sponsoring us. Quick shout out to them before we keep going with our day so far. But man, shout out as well to the Six for showing us that beautiful ending and a very clean victory. About what, 26-ish minutes? As a couple replays here. I mean, just look how much damage we're seeing. We're about to see right here how much damage this Haze actually started to put in through. This was the breaking points when Lord of the Booze finally got shut down. That's when we really started to see Cat Lover come online, start getting linked up with Saucepan, and just snowballed the game to victory.
Yeah, and honestly, I wasn't, mad at all in some of the plays that we were getting from No Healing Only Tempo. I think the biggest thing that really stopped them was the fact that the one person who kept on getting caught in those combos was Lord of the Booze, the Shiv. The one player that you really needed to excel in a lot of those team fights just wasn't there. And, getting caught maybe overextending one too many times, and the Six were really happy to take advantage and punish those situations. As soon as we got the Haze and the Pocket to duo the mid boss, that's when you knew you had a problem, George. That's when you knew that this game was completely swinging away from you if you're No Healing Only Tempo. And I think I'm just really impressed with the Six and like the skill, the just sheer tenacity they brought to this match.
Yeah, and more on mid boss too. I mean, I feel like most teams, at least at a lower level, might be a little too scared to go for that mid boss right away, or might be a little bit hesitant as the cooldowns, they're not the craziest, like you're not super long, so they could come back momentarily, but the lanes were shoved. They realized, hey, they don't have any zip lines. Let's go for that. And that's the beautiful part of the Death Slam League is we have people of all divisions, and this one happened to be the first division, and we're really seeing why it is considered the first division, as these players are very skilled, and they showed us exactly why here.
Yeah, they did not blink at all at any advantages that they did see that they were ready to take. I think this in particular was just such a big fight, and, no fear from the side of the Six when you do just push past that walker to pick up the rest. I think, again, a little bit of a misstep at just not playing around your objective there if you're No Healing Only Tempo and just pushing a little bit too far out, giving those opportunities for the team fight to be exactly where the Six wanted them. But a big one, if you're looking at it from their point of view, because you come into this match, an elimination match for Division 1, lower round 2, and the Six are going to move on in their bracket. Unfortunately, that is going to be the end of what we've seen from No Healing Only Tempo. We can see here again, the Six going to push further into CCU later. Both of them going to take that fight in losers round 3. And if you go even further to this one, if the Six win versus CCU later, George, they might get a chance to get a rematch versus the Goon Squad in lower round 4.
I mean, I think they're hunting for it. I mean, you're 12th seed, you've come this far, you just had that dominant of a performance. I think you're riding that high. I think CCU later needs to watch out, especially after losing to the 7th seed and getting upset in their own right. So, because the Six is bringing some heat, and I'm very excited we're probably not going to be covering that here, but I'm excited to see how that turns out later, and I'm also excited to be watching on the other end of it, as I'm excited to go make dinner, Seymour, because I'm getting pretty hungry.
Well, we look towards their Division 2 matchups, and there's still matches to kind of talk about here. And you can see we saw Lashback versus the New York Yankees earlier than that. Lashback now taking on Friends of Goomanity, as they're going to be acquaintances of Viscous over in the semifinals. Lower round 3 is where we're going to drop to for our next match on stream. It's going to be the New York Yankees coming back on stream to take on Spirit Earn here, as they're going to be playing and looking to take on the winners of Team 6 versus Toxic Positivity in that lower round 4 matchup.
Hey, well, I'm excited. New York Yankees, always a fan favorite. They have been last season as well. That was their big debut. Made a big art piece as well. I believe maybe if some teams are showing that, we might show some more of that art on stream, maybe tomorrow or something. Can't make promises, but shout out to them, and then shout out to Spirit Earn here, who I think also was a part of DSL last season as well. So a little bit of an old school matchup there over in Division 2. So definitely excited for that one.
Well, hopefully the Yankees can have a little bit of a better season here than the Yankees did have in their postseason showcase for the MLB. George, you've been a champion 4 games across the day. I mean, thank you for coming on. It was a pleasure casting that matchup with you. But any closing thoughts as we get set up for our next one?
Nah, I mean, a pleasure. I'm excited to keep watching as I can go take a little break now. So thank you everyone for watching. Hopefully the casting's been up to par, and I appreciate everyone who's been hanging in there. So I'll let you send it off to break, but I mean, that's pretty much all I got to say.
Well, we appreciate you, George. Chat, we got another game coming up after this break, as we saw it there. It's going to be the New York Yankees versus Spirit Earn here. You don't want to miss it, as the Death Slam League is coming to a close very soon. Lots of action still, though, before we do get to that finale, and we'll see you soon with some more Deadlock very shortly. Welcome back, everybody, to the Death Slam. We got Soren jumping in place of Jord as we're getting ready for our next couple of matches. Soren, welcome in. How you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling pretty good. I was really only able to catch the last match there, but it seemed like a pretty exciting one. There's a lot of fighting everywhere all the time, all at once. So if that keeps up, and especially with the New York Yankees coming on, one of the fan favorites, as you were mentioning, that should be a pretty good day.
Hey, you want me to let you in on a little bit of a secret, Soren?
Sure.
It's been fights all day long. Yeah, it's been a consistent
right.
tempo all day long. And I don't think we're going to be slowing down anytime soon, but one thing that we do need to remind everybody back at home is that there is a giveaway going on, and a big shout out over towards Corsair for allowing us to have this giveaway. You type !giveaway in chat and you can see that you yourself can win a keyboard, a mouse, so many things here from Corsair that you would love to have, a gaming headset as well. So when you type !giveaway, you go to the link provided, you complete those tasks, you can scan the QR code as well on screen. You could be a winner of some sick Corsair swag. So big shout out towards Corsair for helping out here in one of the grassroots leagues for Deadlock. It's a fantastic day, Soren. It's a great day of matches that we've seen so far. Plenty of upsets too, like we just saw from the 6, just continuing their path through Division 1. We're going to be heading in towards the Division 2. You kind of alluded to it. We talked about it before the break as well. We got the New York Yankees taking Spirit Earn here on. Another lower bracket matchup, so pretty important one for both of these two teams.
And as you said, there have been a lot of upsets today because the format today is all best of ones. It's just single games. And so that introduces a good bit of variance here. Of course, all of these teams are roughly the same elos with each other, and they've been playing each other all season, so they're very familiar. And that means that really any given team can take home the trophy as long as they just play well on the given day. So that's why we're seeing a lot of these unexpected seeds. The 12th seed I think we saw out there in Division 1 are doing pretty well, and so it's just anyone's game here, and that's what makes for such an exciting broadcast.
It really brings the importance of the draft in for a lot of these teams, and just how prepared you are, what your strategy looks like on the day. That's a little bit of a spice too, Soren. I mean, you and I were kind of talking about it yesterday, but the patch, it definitely adds a little bit of excitement to what we get to see on the day. And I will kind of preface and say I don't think we've seen too many differences so far across North America, but it's still fun to see how it has shaken up a couple of different picks that we get.
Yeah, I don't think it's been a huge factor in a lot of these games. Now that I've had more than about 30 minutes to look through it and experiment with it, I think we can pretty confidently say that, this isn't going to be a world breaker of a patch. It seems like most of the heroes who were strong before are strong now. Most of the ones who are not as strong are still not as strong, and really there's not a whole lot of shakeups. Infernus definitely took a hit, but he still seems to be the given carry of choice. Victor, it feels like we haven't seen as many good performances out of him lately, even though he was relatively minorly hit. Some of his damage, but not as much of his tankiness was taken away, and yet we still haven't seen Victor's really put up much of a performance lately. So we'll see if they can turn that around in this game, because he still seems to be somewhat of a high prio.
It definitely seems like he's still one thing to worry about, but he's not like the lead performer anymore for this team. It's just consistent damage in the team fights and a lot to worry about. We did see a little bit of a pop-off earlier. I'm pretty sure it was... I had it written down. Yeah, it was from Buffs in 10. We got that Victor, and he was fantastic for the team earlier on the day. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it isn't as much as, everybody hates Victor as it used to be. But as we get ready for this draft in particular, Soren, I mean, across what you did see last game, is there anything that you might take away from last game that you want to see change up in the drafts this time?
I don't think so. I think that the drafts from both teams last time were reasonable. I like the Paradox first ban. I've always thought just generally in draft strategy that the Amber Hand shouldn't really be the ones to ban Kelvin. It feels like you should ban, whatever you have the most issue with and have the other team ban Kelvin, because if they don't, you just get him, right? When there's one far and away best hero in a meta like this, you leave it to the other team to ban him, or else you get them with the first pick. Now, that can backfire if there's like 2 or 3 really strong characters, and they don't ban the strongest ones at all, and then they get to take 2 of them. But that's not so much the case in this current meta. It seems like Kelvin is far away the best hero, even with the 20-second Frozen Shelter cooldown nerf. he's still just really annoying to have to deal with. And even if you do manage to beat him, you're not having a good time while you're doing it. So it's just been the prio every single time, and I don't expect to see that change. And then the rest of the characters seem like pretty mainstays here. We've seen a bit of a rise of like the Ivy carry. We could see that start to be sort of the, you know, if you don't get Infernus, maybe you take Ivy as your carry. Seems like the capacitor nerfs didn't hit her pretty much at all. And so, you know, a couple of new meta strategies evolving, and we're happy to see teams be experimenting and figuring out what the new best strategies are. But it's still going to be mostly the same, I think.
It definitely leaves it fresh and exciting on what teams are going to be brewing up for a couple of these matches. And I'm kind of right there with you. I think that draft is important. And when you look towards those pick bans, there's no reason, I think, for the Amber Hand to be the ones to ban out Kelvin. Because at the end of the day, if you force the pressure over towards the Sapphire Flame, you might be walking away with a free Calvin pick 1 at that point. But I've seen some crazy things today, Soren. I saw Kelvin fall to 6th pick. I think that was probably the most wild thing I saw earlier in the day. I've seen Gun Kelvin as well in the same game. So it's just one of those days of deadlock, I feel. And the day is just beginning for you, my friend. So getting into this matchup, again, I feel like we're going to have the drafts very, very shortly. I'm excited to see what they kind of cook up. But for now, folks at home, again, just to preface, this is a great time. I'm happy to be here with the Death Slam League, and I think a lot of support should be shown for what's being put together throughout this league, through the support from the admins, for the production as well. So make sure that you're not only following along, maybe becoming a part of the Discord here. You can see it on screen just below our faces. But be a part of the community, because it's great for growing the Deadlock competitive scene. It's great for improving as a player yourself. Jord earlier was saying that there's coaching opportunities too if you want to improve as an individual. So being a part of the Death Slam League is going to be huge for everybody who does join, and make sure that you show support for the people who are putting it on, because it is amazing to have something like this.
Yeah, it's not just us putting on this show. Obviously, as talented as Seymour is, and as humbly talented as I am, we can't do much of what's going on behind the scenes ourselves. We got a whole big team behind us that's putting this on, and so it really does take a lot of people to bring this together to you. But of course, we wouldn't be putting it on if it weren't for you guys, the viewers, and so we appreciate your contribution as well, and however you choose to participate in the community. But here we go. That's enough stalling and shout outs here. We've got the bans coming right up. It will be the New York Yankees on the Amber Hand, so they will first ban the Moen Krill.
Okay.
All right. It's getting spicy.
I mean, I took that personal right there. I want to see Moen Krill get played. But after what we saw in our last game, it doesn't surprise me with how powerful it is just to have that combo available at all times. And Moen Krill's just one of those characters, Soren, that even if you fall behind in farm, you still have so much impact with that ultimate. And the ability just to live through Scorn and that burrow. But IV ban from Spirit Urn here. You were talking about the resurgence in just IV being a carry. So obviously Spirit Urn here still feeling like that is a big problem. But I'm sure you're thinking the same thing that I'm thinking right now. Calvin's open. So that should be an easy first pick.
You would think so, but Spirit Urn here banning the Ivy means that there are just a lot of really strong heroes open here. So with Kelvin having been banned so much, it's possible that these teams haven't practiced him very much. And so New York Yankees could... well, okay. I was saying that hoping that we'd get something a little different. But yeah, we'll just do the Kelvin first pick.
I mean, it's just... come on. Like, that's like the easiest layup right there on a silver platter for the New York Yankees. So fantastic opening from them. I mean, you would expect nothing else when Kelvin is kind of available. And for Spirit Urn here, situation where, yeah, you go for the Yamato, who's been a priority all day long, even yesterday and for, you know, weeks that we've seen. And possibly a situation where you might want them, Soren, to even take the Shiv here just to deny it from the New York Yankees.
Yeah, but if you do that, you do leave open the Infernus and the Paradox here, as we see them take, which
Yeah.
are both just really good with Kelvin and on their own. So not really a surprise to see Paradox here. Yamato, I do like as well. I feel like she's one of the big winners of the minor balance patch just yesterday. She didn't really get any nerfs, and she's just kind of been steadily climbing up the last couple of weeks. We've seen some really impressive Yamato performances from players like ABL, and even a couple of our own here at Death Slam. But so I don't really hate these first two picks. It does feel a little bit weak in front of the Kelvin, though, especially now that they've grabbed the Shiv, the, El Clasico lane duo right
Exactly.
there. And you banned out the Mo and Krill, and I just wanted to touch on that real quick because that is something that we've seen pop up as well, is just sort of Mo and Krill and Haze is like a roaming duo. You just sleep someone, get it into the combo, and then if you need a ton of damage, you throw in the Bullet Dance. So that has been a pretty dangerous combo. I wonder if that's where the New York Yankees heads were at, just like not wanting to have to deal with that in their game. But even still, I mean, that's just kind of the domino that's led to the draft that we have here, where all of the best heroes, in my opinion, are left
Okay.
unpicked. And we get a Page in the first round as well.
I mean, that's a lot of sustain going over towards the New York Yankees for their opening 3 picks. I really thought they were going to go for a Holiday in that last slot, just to kind of match the Paradox pick and just have a little bit more pick potential with that lasso. But Paige is also just another hero who she continues to be on the rise again, that we've seen just in the past few weeks. And no surprise to see her here. Pocket on the other side to round out our first drafts for Spirit Urn here. So how do you feel about that core 3?
I think that's a great third pick there. You called out New York Yankees have a lot of tankiness right now. Well, Pocket is pretty much the quintessential tank buster
Exactly.
in the game right now. So you lay down an Affliction, and that's a nice dome you have right there. How about your healing is cut in half? And then Shiv as well, one of the only heroes who can die to Affliction. And Page Barriers will definitely help with all that, especially if she goes the Divine Barrier later on in the game. But it may just not be enough if this Pocket can have a good performance here. So a very different starts for these two teams, and I honestly can't even say which one is better at the moment. We'll just have to see how that back half shakes out. But I do like the Infernus band here. That's one of the main things that the New York Yankees were lacking. And then Abrams as well, just to make sure Spirit Urn here don't have too much catch. And maybe hoping to catch them lacking a little bit on the front line with just the Yamato so far. But yeah, both these teams are lacking one core piece of their draft that they're going to have to catch up in the back half.
Yeah, so I think that for New York Yankees, I'm kind of looking towards them to look towards, maybe pushing into. We saw great Haze in the last game. Maybe pull a 7 as well, as 7 did receive a minor buff to his ball. Spirit Urn here, they go for the Wraith. Fantastic, especially considering just look at the amount of split push capabilities they have between the Wraith and the Pocket now. Over there. But for you, Soren, as we look towards the New York Yankees now, where do you want to see them go here for 4 and 5?
Well, you're missing a big source of damage right now. Spirit Urn here have now banned away 2 of the biggest carries in the game and taken probably the 3rd, so where are you really looking for this damage from New York Yankees? Can you really trust the Shiv to do everything on his own? They're going to pick up the Billy, which is even more tankiness and can do a decent bit of damage himself, but they really need someone who's just going to be their carry for the game. Do they go with the Mina, or do they go with something a little bit unconventional, like maybe, I don't really so much like a Haze carry, but we could see Calico come in here and just help with some of that just like diveability with this team.
Well,
I don't know, the options are getting pretty slim here.
Earlier on, when we saw them on stream, not last game, but the match before that, they did opt for the Warden in the Holiday. They even had a Viscous as well, so I wouldn't expect them to go the way of Viscous now that they have the Kelvin and the Page, but definitely a situation where you can still see the Holiday be a great pick for this team, possibly even that Warden for a little bit extra catch for that last stand. But they are going to go for the Haze. Haze was great in our last game that we just saw. She's still fantastic, Soren, as you and I have seen a couple times now today and yesterday. So I don't mind that at all.
Yeah, but you're playing Haze usually as a pick character, and she excels at that role right now, especially with the Moan Krill, as I called out earlier. But is she going to be your farm prio here, and is that really going to work out? I like the mention that you gave towards the Warden, but I'm not even really sure if that's the answer here for them with how much escapability Spirit Urn here have in their comp. So there's a couple of options here, but not much coming up.
So how do you catch the uncatchable? That's kind of really it when you're looking at Wraith, Pocket, and Yamato. Even
Slowing
Paradox. She's yeah, for sure. Slowing Hex onto that Wraith. She's got nowhere to go. But Spirit earned here's turn to see where they're gonna go for their last 2 picks. They have a lot of damage. They have a lot of escape. Well, if you asked things that I thought I was gonna see in this draft, as much as I love Dynamo, that is not what I was expecting.
Yeah, we've seen a bit of a Dynamo resurgence lately. It's not always worked out, but teams are at least experimenting with him. We've seen a couple of gun Dynamo builds lately, and it hasn't always looked the worst, but it is difficult. You gotta have someone who knows their stuff on Dynamo, and hey, Spirit Urn here are confident with it, and they do have a couple of good combos with him. You know, if you can get a Black Hole and maybe an Affliction, or just have the Yamato there to be slashing through all of the members of the enemy team, it can work, but one of the biggest counters to that strategy is just a nice Kelvin Dome or a Page-Ult.
Yeah.
So I feel like there's more than enough answers here for New York Yankees who, if they pick up the Holiday with their 6th pick, I think they're looking great here.
Oh, it's shocking, but even the Quantum Entanglement might be a good pickup for avoiding that rallying charge or even getting away from that Kelvin Dome too. So chances there for Dynamo to have some big impact for team fights and a Victor to round it out as a 6th pick. How the mighty have fallen for Victor's 6th pick in a draft for a team.
Yeah, he's someone who is touted a little bit as a sort of Kelvin counter. If you get domed, Victor's one of the better people to be able to survive through it, and maybe even get the stun with everyone trapped in there if they don't cancel the dome, but he's just not as good in that role. But that will be the front line here for Spirit Urn here. They were lacking in that a little bit. They had the Yamato, but now the Victor to add to that will help. But as we were pointing out earlier, Victor hasn't had huge performances lately, just the one that you mentioned earlier, and his damage was the thing that was nerfed. But all right, New York Yankees are going to pick up the Bebop here, and that's even more catch for them. So they've got a pretty big, like, sort of mid-game comp here. If they can take the tempo in that post-laning stage, I feel like they can really get off here. But otherwise, if the game goes long, Spirit Urn here just have a killer draft for that.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen a Shiv Kelvin duo fall in a matchup, Soren. So I'm really open to see what Spirit Urn here can put together with this mix-up that they do have. I love seeing a Dynamo bit picked. It's something weird that was unexpected, and I think that's what I always look forward to in these grassroots events. Unexpected picks where players just tend to excel on heroes like Dynamo. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do with that. Obviously, we've seen a lot from Pocket, Yamato, and Paradox across the day. You have a lot of objective damage with that Wraith pick, and for Victor in these team fights, I think you have the making of what can topple the New York Yankees in this game, but a lot of people are going to be here to see it. We get that Billy pick too for the New York Yankees, something that they brought out earlier on the day. I wasn't the biggest fan of seeing the Billy. I don't think the performance that we got out of it was what I truly expected, but when you have that chain gain now off of a possible rallying charge or really anything out of this catch, Billy has some good combo potential here with this team.
Yeah, that's really going to be the main focus here, I think, for the New York Yankees. They have some really important CC in their draft. If you can get a Billy ultimate into the page like Captivating Reed, maybe a Kelvin Dome, and you can set things up with a Haze Sleep or a Bebop hook, you've got a lot of important displacement here for the Yankees, and that kind of lives up to the name, right? If they're just going to roam around and find people in the jungle, they've got plenty of tools to be able to do that. And they're gonna need to, because if Spirit Urn here's characters are just allowed to free roam in the jungle and get off to the start that they need, you're not gonna do a whole lot to stop a Fed Wraith in this draft. Or even a Fed Yamato, who I think is gonna be one of the really important tools for Spirit Urn here, just to stay alive in that mid game.
Yeah, no, I think that I'm right there with you. And for everybody at home tuning in, again, just to reiterate what we said at the top of this matchup, it is another elimination bracket matchup right now. As you can see towards the middle of the screen, it is lower bracket round 3. You lose here and you are out of this double elimination bracket, Soren. It's a big matchup for both of these two teams to see if they can push further through this tournament. So a lot riding on this one right now in chat. Want to hear from you guys. Who are you rooting for? Who do you got taking this one? Big one for both teams as we're locking into the cursed apple, Soren.
All right, here we go. Mid lane is usually the focus for these teams, and so it's no surprise to see the Yamato and Pocket committed here. Page, Billy are going to be pretty important to be able to sustain against some of that. They might have trouble against the Pocket, though. So I think that overall these lanes are looking favorable for Spirit Urn here, but you just got a tough side lane over here on the right with the Victor and the Dynamo, who are mostly going to look to sustain. And then, of course, Shiv Kelvin. So New York Yankees not without their strengths here, but Kelvin already taking some poke here.
And a couple too there for Spirit Urn, even stealing some of the farm from the New York Yankees off of those orbs, soul orbs. So across these opening lane matchups, I like the Page with the Billy too. Again, just another hero that like Billy that you're just able to provide so much dive off of that Page in the support side. But you have to worry about these power slashes though from the Yamato, because Page, you don't have too much health. You cannot just step up like that for free. So health trade definitely favoring Spirit Urn here with that Yamato in the mid lane. Big damage there.
Yeah, Paige is really the person who needs to enable the other person and not go in herself. You saw her just step up there to bridge, and then they didn't catch the Yamato sneaking up there and were able to get those cheeky little abilities off onto the Page. So New York Yankees taking a lot of poke on all these lanes, but they're still staying above half HP, so no real threats as of yet.
A lot of pressure coming out from Spirit Urn here. As the boxes are going to spawn, you can start to see a couple of these heroes leave lane to see if they can get some extra farm. Just something that we saw at a Cat Lover in our match previous on that Haze. This time Jack going to do the same thing, but no edge, no lead, no fights really coming through. And I think for Spirit Urn here, it's really important with these lane comps that you've been matched up against that you just do not overstep, because there is a lot of opportunity for the New York Yankees as they start to get more abilities to catch you down here. Missing out on that parry, and that's going to be some damage here onto Mechanic, but down to 200 HP. You're still able to get back towards your objective, still able to get to safety. No kills just yet.
It's really dangerous to go that low, though, against a Page lane, because Paige can just enable her laner to dive without any worry of dying. So Mechanic gonna have to play pretty safe now, but so will Lego Mage after taking that Carbine there from the Paradox. Just a lot of trades going back and forth, and it looks like Mechanic is getting healed up. Not so much this Dynamo.
That's a good hook. I mean, you get the Quantum Entanglement away. A long cooldown on your 2 if you're Stinky Poncho. Something to worry about in the dive from Tempo Melon. Pocket's gonna have to back up. A lot of damage from the Page as well, so fully backed underneath Guardian. Looks like the New York Yankees aren't gonna go too far in, and then re-engage from the Pocket. Possible trade, but nothing shown just yet. Parry as well is gonna catch Johnny, but Mechanic is there for the 2-for-1 deal that you walk away with if you're Spirit Urn. Big plays coming out from the mid lane. It won't add to any objective damage, but still good showing for the fight capability.
And it's going to continue over here in this right side. A good hook onto the Victor, and then into the Sleep Dart, and just the damage from the Haze. This Dynamo is not going to be doing anything to keep these two away. Yeah, that mid lane fight was won by just a well-timed back to base there from Mechanic, and it's still going on here. The New York Yankees realize that they have the health advantage, try to go in here with the Page shielding. They've got the Yamato pretty low. That's going to be another kill on that right side lane towards the Dynamo. That lane could start to struggle.
And look, Dynamo now, he's so far from getting that Singularity still. You have the Bullet Dance, and that's what Jack used to actually get rid of the Dynamo there. Mechanic's going to have their Shred Out transformation. You saw John Lee also with the Affliction. It was used to at least back up that mid lane, but with ultimates starting to come online, doesn't seem like it's mattering too much. Chill Bezo goes down again, and John Lee dies as well there in the mid lane.
Chill Bezel just 100 souls away from getting the refresh there, but he won't make it. And this Kelvin's in trouble as well now. Things starting to really collapse here for the New York Yankees. Kills just across the board. Well, not yet, but their health bars are pretty low. They managed to get a lot of the Spirit Urn here players on that right side. but then the mid lane,
Ow.
not going so well for
say.
them. Lego Mage dies again.
How is Lego Mage alive for that long? I mean, the finesse, the movement was nice from the Kelvin, but it was inevitable. You're still waiting to get that frozen shelter, still to get to that killing blow very soon for Sigbeef as well. But most of the ultimates for Spirit Urn here are going to be online, and now you have that Singularity too for those team fights. In for the dive, Mechanics going to get the better of Spangle Moth. The Page dying underneath the Guardian. Fights all over the place, and another kill onto Stinky Poncho, burning the Singularity as well there too. So nobody's afraid to pull ultimates. That's what I'm learning.
Not at all, but using that Dynamo ult is almost as bad as losing a member because that is a long cooldown, and so Stinky Poncho, after suffering so much to get it up the first time, is now going to have to wait even longer for the second. Here we go, the Billy with the Page shielding, trying to go in on this Yamato. Parry's now out. That means that these blasted stacks are going to come pretty hard. And that's a kill already. Pocket has to back up now. You could see a bit of tower damage here, but they've got to clear the wave first. And with that right side Guardian down, things are free to roam here.
I'm loving this back and forth that we're getting, but the one thing that we can talk about as we're nearly 7 minutes into this match, this best of one, not really any Guardian damage other than what we got from that first Guardian falling towards the right side of the map there from the Haze and the Bebop. So other than that, you might be looking to see if this Haze of Jack at 6k already might start to get that roam going. See if you can open up a couple of these other Guardians.
Yeah, the New York Yankees don't have a whole lot of Guardian pressure with this comp that they have. There's nobody like the Wraith from Clementine who's able to really just dish out the objective damage, but the player damage doesn't seem to be in short supply at all. Connolly gets caught there by the Billy. He's gone super low, but the Affliction has come in, which means this Billy has to respect the damage coming out from Mechanic. Connolly will go down. They've got a little bit of space now, but the Yamato is still putting pressure on things here. The Strangle Moth's gonna go pretty low here, and if they can find the angle for the grapple, they'll be able to take him down, but Mechanic not finding it. Now goes in for the Guardian. Doesn't manage to parry, though, and gets stunned by something. That is disastrous for Mechanic.
You get punched by the Guardian, and that just holds you down for long enough. In front of a Billy, not what you want to have happen if you're Mechanic. Spangle Moth will end up going down finally, but Temple Melon still here to see if he can keep the pressure up in these back and forth fights. John Lee has to be careful. We did see the left side Guardian fall for New York Yankees, so a trade in the objective for Spirit Urn here is something to note. Soren. And now the shocking reanimation going to be caught out for Chill Bezel. That might be a chance to dive into this Victor and see if you can find another kill if you're the New York Yankees.
Yeah, but the Yamato's back here, and this is just, it's a bloodbath all over, and we're not seeing as many objectives fall from these kills as we probably should. You know, neither of these teams seems particularly excited to roam around and just go for the objectives, but even still, that is a Guardian each way. So, you know, it is progress being made slowly, and now that the center sacrifices are up, that means that there are even more functionally objectives to contest for both of these teams, and so I expect to see them fight over these as well as they've been wont to do for everything else.
Oh, Majestic Leap for John Lee. Get an eye over towards Temple Melon. Briefcase is going to do a good chunk of damage onto the Billy, but nothing to follow up on just yet. You can start to see some of these rotates start to come in. Paradox, the kinetic charge. Now looking to see if you can land a paradoxical swap. You do right through the time wall, but you've already lost a teammate in Mechanic, and I'm not sure if you can fully follow up with this one. Affliction does it hit. Jack on the escape. Temple Melon will end up going down, so you get charged with the assist and a rallying charge. Is this the hurrah to bring you back into it? Nope. Chill Bezel with the Victor coming through to swipe that one away. No damage done from Jack, sent back to the respawn, and potential here now to push into the Guardians.
Potential, but this Haze is a wave clearing machine, and the Kelvin Dome's going to stall things out even further. It's just so tough to push into this New York Yankees squad. The Black Hole might open things up here. Kelvin going fairly low, but he's got the Page barrier to get him out fairly safe, and now the Billy's here to help everyone from New York Yankees in on this.
Well, most likely not the optimal target for that Singularity. The Kelvin's going to be able to get away scot-free. Hook misses from Pokyo. You still have lots to work with, and you're still chasing down some of these kills. Paradox is gone, and we actually have a disconnect in mechanics. So pause is going to be called for Spirit Urn here. A chance for a little bit of breathing room off of that as well. I imagine it was most likely a crash. We've been getting a couple of those across the day. But this gives us a chance just to take a breath from all these fights, Soren, talk about the state of the game, because it's been a while. Well, these Guardians are still active 10 minutes into it. It's been pandemonium in the Cursed Apple for this game.
It has, and yet we still haven't seen too much progress made on the game. It's just kind of kills that aren't really being traded into anything else. Like we see on the right side that now that New York Yankees have had to commit so much to the mid lane, and once we will eventually get back there, they've got the right side Guardian down pretty low, and so it could be finally making some progress for both these teams, taking down the mid Guardian in exchange for the right side one. But yeah, it's just been non-stop battles here. I feel like there's just a wealth of highlights for our observers to choose from.
Yeah.
And, speaking of observers, I gotta call out, quite literally, what are these keybinds?
Yeah, I just made a joke earlier when we first loaded into it. I had to ask Kashi, I'm like, what are these keybinds for real? And, you know, Soren, I know you saw the keybinds last game, but it's been a reoccurring theme. I'm kind of loving the bit, too. I'm an enjoyer. Kashi knows what he's doing right there. Just knows how to get a good chuckle out of us. But, yeah, I mean, lots of action, lots to choose from in terms of what to look at from the opening of this game. Still waiting to get Mechanic into it. Nope, Mechanic's going to be here. And we come back from the break, and Guardians are dropping now.
There you go. That's the
Here we
trade.
go.
As I said, there were enough members of New York Yankees there to turn around the fight and get back onto that Guardian, but they gave up the right one in exchange for it. So now it's just going to be about this left side, where there's not only a Guardian remaining, but also the Urn. The Spirit Urn here are trying to live up to their name, and they're committing a lot of people here to try and get an advantage headed into this first Urn.
Beef is going to be caught out there. Lego Mage has to disengage. Spirit Urn have done a great job at turning around some of these picks as the Walkers, or sorry, as the Guardians are starting to drop. And with these kills, we're going to get an Urn run neutral, as you know, it's still very early in this game, but there's a lot of wave control still for New York Yankees to possibly contest this. They're going to stick Jack in the left lane to contest that Wraith. And with this Urn distraction, you might call it, it actually gives way of that third Guardian.
Yeah, they just abandoned that mid lane. Everyone from that side, the Page, and I believe it was the Shiv who were near there as well, were just off farming. I didn't think that the wave would be crashing with the Urn being about to turn in, but here we go. This is the Urn fight kicking off.
Hyper Beam from Pokio, that's going to kick off this fight. You have the killing blow, and you're going to look to see if you can target this Dynamo. He doesn't have the singularity, so he's not the biggest issue. You need to worry about the Soul Urn areas. You do not want to let the New York Yankees sneak this one out from underneath you. Mechanic gonna go down at that killing blow, still alive, but not for long, as the trade from Mechanic's gonna be there to go down for the New York Yankees. In this fight, it is everlasting. Big slam coming out from Tempo Melon, and the Cold Front 2 to just keep him alive. Finally, the parry is gonna allow for Chill Bezo to chick him down with that aura from the Victor. A win for Spirit Urn, and now you can look towards reaping the rewards of that possible Walker pressure. But nothing really with the health pool that we're seeing.
You'll trade a Guardian for it on the other side. Not the greatest trade if you're the New York Yankees, but, you know, at least it's something. They got a lot of the Spirit Urn here members very low with their CC, but they just weren't able to find the damage to close things out. Whereas the rest of Spirit Urn here were able to just put in the damage that entire time.
You can even see it, just an 8k soul lead for Spirit Urn here. After that last Guardian does fall, LBP was able to secure that Soul Urn. That's going to at least buffer it out a bit more, but big pickup there for Lego Mage, just cleaning up a couple of these roaming members. John Lee's going to get caught yet again on this pocket. And although, I mean, like you said, maybe not the best start from New York Yankees and not the greatest trades that you can ask for, but really with that Guardian, that's the only trade you can get. So you're keeping up where you can.
If there's a bright side here for the New York Yankees, it's that you've shut down two of the bigger Spirit Urn here players in this draft. You know, Mechanic and Johnny have been the ones going down
my.
time after time, and you find another pick here onto Clementine. You're starting to execute what your comp is meant to do in this mid game, just finding pickoffs in the jungle. And Johnny here going to have to be a little bit safe with the Haze roaming around. And somehow, it's the Page who's the most fed from the Genkies.
Looks like the Paradoxical Swap's going to be able to avoid that knockdown, but the activating a read for the escape out of the Page, and welcome to the Billy Chamber. Stinky Poncho looking to see if he can get some assistance here. 3 members actually from Spirit Urn here looking to chase them down, and with that Quantum Entanglement, it's going to give a buffer of time, actually, for New York Yankees to get away from this fight. Singularity off of the hook, and that is not the delivery that you wanted if you're Pokyo. Such a terrible hero to pick up off that hook. You couldn't ask for a worse delivery.
I don't know what the equivalent of Amazon is for the almost 1950s New York, but that was not it. Bebop Express delivery. But... all right, that's a couple of picks here now in trade for Spirit Urn here, and they managed to secure their own doubles. They've got some good waves as well, so what do they do with it? Now they've got some heroes to try and get farmed, but you need to find next steps here if you're Spirit Urn here. You've got buffs and Urn coming up. You need to be looking towards those to try and deliver it while you've got wave pressure.
Yeah, still early in on this game. You can see with these fights, I mean, you're just trying to find an advantage on the map to possibly push into a walker, cross-map an objective, further itemize your team. But with it, a Spirit Urn here, although it's not the biggest margin, they have managed to keep somewhat of a lead. And looking at where this lead is going, you still have Clementine very high up, but the thing is, I'm impressed that there's not really one member who's standing out on the Spirit Urn here team. Everybody's got a piece of the pie right now, Soren.
Yeah, it is Clementine with the lead, as you said, and with 7,000 to spend here, I'm interested to see what he buys. Goes for just some value purchases, no big 6k rush, now that he's already got the Surge of Power and some other key items, so Clementine will be pretty dangerous right now, but as you said, none of the rest of the members falling too far behind here. They're choosing to play things, you know, very diplomatically and let everyone else have a piece of the farm.
Do you opt in for the hook? Actually misses the hook barely, expecting LBP to possibly pivot to the right, but Urn looking to get returned here. Rallying Charge is actually going to interrupt it, and Stinky Poncho goes down. Urn's going to be re-picked up. A Walker does end up falling. That's Clementine on the split push all the way to the right side of the map. And while this action goes on, now you need this to go your way for the New York Yankees. But even with Jack taking down one, is it going to be enough? A second kill there for the New York Yankees. At least you're getting some value from it, but you've lost a few of your own. And I'm not sure if you really want to chase anything more.
It's a pretty chaotic fight here. The Spirit Dagger missing from the Haze means that Spirit Urn here are able to get away just slightly, but it will be the New York Yankees taking this one out. Just the Wraith now up, and she's been split pushing that middle Walker there. So New York Yankees with a crucial fight win there over the Urn, which has unfortunately reset, so they won't be able to turn it in immediately. But also getting all those kills has reset the lead here to be about neutral. So finally a break here for the Yankees after that laning phase had started to devolve. Clementine doesn't go down there, so plenty of farm for him, but you really could have used your Wraith in that fight.
You could, and this time around, it looks like you're going to get another chance at it with Clementine. You can see as well, Pokyo and Sigbeef opposite sides of the Spirit Urn, so you're at a disadvantage. It's a 5-on-4 for this, and you don't have a lot of health in your Jack, so at this point, you just drop that Urn. Instead, you might be delivering this for Spirit Urn here. Jack just continuing to get chipped down on this Haze. John Lee's going to pick up this Urn, take it back for Spirit Urn here. Some more cash in your pockets, and Tempo Melon ends up falling on the exit. So immediately I like this call from Spirit Urn here. They're going to rotate into the mid lane and see if they can get anything more.
Yeah, just a miscommunication there, thinking that they could deliver the Urn, but with two other members on the opposite side. Now they're getting staggered out for it as well, and while they've got beneficial waves, which means that their Walker's not going to take too much damage, that won't last forever. And so with a lot of low health bars on the Genkies, you just kind of have to back up and go to base so that you can take a defense here at one of these walkers. Not quite sure, I didn't catch when it happened, but the right side walker did fall, so that's already a flex slot unlocked for Spirit Urn here. They're playing with a little more freedom than the New York Genkies are right now, and it's just kind of an issue of being able to finish off these fights. It's really Jack doing the lion's share of the damage in these fights, but then they're not able to finish it off, not able to get people low enough for the Shiv executes, and they're struggling to find any sort of purchase in these fights, while this Wraith and John Lee's Pocket are putting in all the damage for Spirit Urn here.
Even still, I'm expecting New York Yankees, with the fact that they've at least been able to stay toe-to-toe in terms of the soul lead that we get, not the biggest deficit that one might expect with a Walker being down, but one good team fight, one good catch-out. Still might be able to turn the tides of this battle, and I like this. You have your Fury Trance, you have Slowing Hex, and you're going to force out that Shadow Transformation really early in this fight, so a lot of chances still for Jack to get this kill. We've taken a lot of damage in return, and I'm not sure if you want to take on this Yamato, but you're going to prevail at the end with the help of the Rallying Charge to stay alive. And now can you find anything more? Here comes the Victor to chase you down. Chill Bezel, not going to let you get away free. So that's good for the Spirit Urn here to at least make sure that you're staying even on the map.
Great response there from Spanglemoth, able to save his haze and make that 1v1 into a more beneficial 2v1, but then the rest of Spirit Urn here rotate, whereas New York Yankees just kind of stay in their lanes. And so they trade it out at least, and you're kind of lucky if you're New York Yankees that it doesn't turn into more for the other team. So just a little bit slow on these rotations are the New York Yankees. They're maybe not finding the coordination to be where they need to be and call the fights that they need to be at. But so far that seems to be not a problem for Spirit Urn here. And so that seems to be how they're getting ahead in a lot of these small little engages.
But for Spirit Urn here, this is a situation too that you can force an Urn fight, Soren. And you have that Dynamo Ultimate, you have the Black Hole ready for this fight. So a situation where either you have to respect this if you're the New York Yankees, allow for this Urn to just be pushed in, or fight this and try to make your way around. But Jack's going to engage onto a very fed Clementine, pay the price, and possibility to take down Temple Melon as well. Big chain gain in. The ability's going to be right into the mix of things, and you have your Page right behind you. You force the shocking reanimation out, and they're going to go for a little bit more off of this one. John Lee extremely low, but you've bit off a little bit more than you can chew if you're Billy. And Temple Melon going down. 2 down for the New York Yankees. Spirit Urn here with a massive lead.
That's just another bad fight call from the Genkies. Like, they had the 2v1 on the left side, but ended up being a staggered 1v1 into another 1v1 against a Wraith. A very fed Wraith, as you called out. And so, you're just losing everything on the map for the Genkies. The right side, you were outnumbered, and then also had the engage without your Page ultimate. And yeah, all this is transforming into a Spirit Urn here mid-boss, and there shouldn't really be any contest from the Genkies.
No, I wouldn't expect it at that. You still have pressure onto your waves that you want to deal with, so Spirit Urn here don't have the opportunity to pick up this rejuve, immediately push into these last remaining walkers. So playing cleanup now if you're the New York Yankees. It's time to see some good defense out of this baseball team.
Well, it's gonna have to come against 3 rejuve crystals and down 13,000, so it's gonna be tough here. You're looking for a good split push, I think, if you're Spirit Urn here. You've got 2 walkers to be able to push. If you send your Wraith down one side and the rest of the team on the other, you know, you don't have some of your big ultimates up, but you've got plenty of split pushing power, as we highlighted during the draft. So plenty of opportunity for them to make a coordinated fight plan here, whereas the Genkies really just have to come at the mercy of whatever Spirit Urn here throw at you, unless you can get a big hook from this Bebop. That's really a way that you can try and turn this around.
Looks like Clementine's just going to continue to put this Wraith foot down on the left side of the map. It's going to pull the Page over to assist with Okio. Spanglemoth might provide enough wave clear that you can hold on to this Guardian or this Walker a little bit longer, but they're going all in for this one. Hyper Beam onto Clementine. Does it reach? Will for the most part, but Clementine's going to be able to get away with that one. So, ultimate from Pokio is going to be used to at least disengage Spirit Urn here. It's going to burn a little bit more this time, but hopefully they have that internal clock going that there's still 2 minutes and 30 seconds that you just need to hold on to these walkers.
And yet, even while you're defending your walkers, there's no farm on the map. Spirit Urn here have just slurped it all up while they have no reason to fear a gank from the New York Yankees. Like, they have not been playing very proactive around their Bebop, which is what they need to do to really push the tempo in the mid game, as we said they needed to do. The further that this game goes on, the more that Clementine is just going to have his way with the game. 32,000 is already a good bit ahead of most people on the New York Yankees, just 4K ahead of Spangelmoth, but, Paige is not really the carry that you want to be having for the Amber Hand. So Engage is finally going to come here with the split push on the left.
Maybe it was one of those prophesize gun pages, but that's not what we're getting right now. An E-shift Victor underneath the Walker inside the Kelvin Dome. It's just Christmas come early for this Victor of Chill Bezel. Singularity all the way through as the Walker goes down. A little bit extra for Spirit Urn. Clementine gonna burn that Rejuve Crystal. There's still 1:20 on the last two that you do have, but you're pushing forward. You're looking for this last Walker, and you got the rest of the team collapsing on these two members of the New York Yankees. Unsuspecting is Pokio and Jack. As Hayes, not long for this world, will go down, and so will the Walker.
Well called from Spirit Urn here. They did exactly what I thought they would do, which is just have Clementine force the 1v2 over on that left side, and then the rest of the team is completely free to take that mid Walker. And then they were able to turn it around as well and come help with their Wraith with the amount of time that she bought, get that Walker as well, and so it's just everything on the map has now gone to Spirit Urn here, and they're so far ahead. It's almost impossible to come back for this if you're the New York Yankees. You'd have to be calling superb picks in the jungle right now. You have to be playing proactively, which is something that they've not had an easy time doing. And so now with the Urn picked up as well for Spirit Urn here, and two members still missing, they're looking to press this advantage.
And not only that, it's going to take some monumental mistakes from Spirit Urn here, which is something we haven't been seeing across this best of one. So you disengage for the most part, you're running this Urn, and you're going to force another fight out of it, so the Yankees don't even have a chance to catch anybody out through this jungle. Early E-shift from Chill Bezel, not really going to affect anything. He's just going to back out and allow that Solar to get returned.
That's pretty much free. You expend the Yamato ult, but all of your really big team fight sort of things are still in play. You don't have the Rejuve or really any sort of advantage, so Spirit Urn here are just going to play it safe and not push into the base. That's, perfectly fine here, but New York Yankees have to find a way back into this, and they don't even find the hook here onto the farming Pocket, who's completely alone, so it's just tough at this point, How do you find a way back into this when you haven't had success finding these roaming picks?
And that's where that question of, is it impossible comes from, really. As even though Clementine has been such an issue in terms of the farming, we talked about that, Victor, albeit isn't as big a problem. I don't even want to say he's not as big as a problem, because look at him right now. 8-3, 6 assists. He's right in the mix of everything. And he is fully complementing this engage that you get from Mechanic as well as John Lee with this Affliction. There's so much that Victor still can do. He's such a problem.
And the unfortunate thing for the Yankees is that they've kind of been focusing him during these fights, and that's exactly where Victor wants to be.
Oh, yeah.
Finding all of the damage from the enemy team, and it's not where the Hayes wants to be, as she will get collapsed on here in the jungle. Mid-boss a minute away from being up. This could be the window for Spirit Urn here to push the tempo a little bit and start to push this toward an end.
I see they can get a little bit extra. As 6 on 5 for this fight, the first domino has fallen for the New York Yankees. And you're getting shoved in towards your base. Deep Affliction is their follow-up. Yeah, John Lee, he's going to take them all down with it. It was a large stomp from Stinky Poncho just to get them even lower off that affliction. And Clementine's going to burn the rest of these objectives. This first tier patron is going to go down in mere seconds. And albeit you still have 3 up for the New York Yankees, you step up here, you die.
New York Yankees on their last legs in this tournament. They have just one fight before they can find themselves going home without making it to day 2 here. So Spirit Urn here look to be on the cusp of going forward. And with 20 seconds until this rejuve comes up, you gotta wonder if they just force it and say, all right, you gotta contest us, and if you lose this fight, you lose the tournament.
Getting ready to teleport.
Both these two teams looking for a chance to push into that lower round 4 match. Further and further into the brackets. You lose here, you're going to be bowing out, I'm sure, earlier than either team would want to. If you give up this mid-boss, you might feel like you're going to lose anyways. Stinky Poncho does have the Singularity Telekinesis available, and the Paradoxical Swap. You're going to drop down with the Kelvin Dome right into the Singularity, and this fight's going to kick off really, really early. Take a look towards those health bars. This couple members are going to be getting low, and Spangle Moth, Lego Mage, and Tempo Mill, they just blow up right away. Sig Peef down as well. 4 down right away for the New York Yankees, and Pokio Jack, try as you might. Spirit Urn here, they're going to take the match, they're going to take the best of 1, and they're going to push further into the bracket.
What an excellent affliction there from Johnny. After everything runs out, the Kelvin Dome was used as soon as the black hole came in, but there was just too much follow-up for Spirit Urn here. They had so many tools to win these team fights, whereas the Yankees were hoping to take more of a split sort of approach in their draft. And instead they just got outplayed, and they were never really able to find the tempo that they needed, just waiting on a wave to show up here. It might not even need it with how fed this Wraith is, the infinite ammo, but there you have it. Spirit Urn here will be moving on, and New York Yankees, they fall.
What a game coming out from both of these two teams, and you know, it was excellent. In the laning phase, I was really impressed with both of them, and I think that even for the New York Yankees, what they put together with the Shiv Calvin adding in towards the page, having that Billy, they had the right idea for a couple of those fights, but as soon as Clementine Soren started to get ahead on this Wraith, as soon as any fight started, any Urn was proc there, it's just immediately those walkers are pressured out so quickly. And as soon as you started to see that first walker fall, that's when you started to see that snowball forming for this team. I mean, Spirit Urn here, they played fantastic through this best of 1. And even looking at these stats towards the end of it, you look at Clementine being the most farmed out. She's not going to be the one that we look at. Yes, 14 assists, 20,000 damage onto those objectives is all you can ask for from this Wraith. But what really impressed me was that even though John Lee really struggled towards that laning phase, after the laning phase was over, this Pocket was doing so much in these team fights.
He really was the standout player for me here. Just so many big afflictions, especially that one at the end there. I mean, you can't really ask for a better setup than everyone being crowded around Rejuve, but even without that, he was the one going in, finding the picks right before that big mid-boss pit, and then just so many other ones throughout there. You see him almost having the top assists. Len Pedro will steal that out with 19, but good attempt there from John Lee, and as you said, this wasn't an easy match for him. He had to come back from a relatively poor laning stage, but he was able to do it. And while Clementine is getting a lot of the attention with the amount of souls and the amount of farm and just the pressure that he was putting out throughout the map, it was Johnny getting a lot of these kills, and then Mechanic as well with a strong early game, pushing the tempo here for Spirit Urn here. And so they just executed, I think, a better draft and a better game plan than the New York Yankees. Shiv Kelvin didn't even really win their lane. Like, it was their Guardian that fell first, and then they were just never able to find the damage onto Spirit Urn here in any of these team fights.
And you know what? I think you and I, we gotta put an end to this talk about Victor just not being good. It's been a big question over the day, Soren. That's like, yeah, it's not the Victor that we've once known, but it's still a very good hero to choose. And it's why we still see Victor so high on the prio. Very hard to balance that hero. And I think that Victor is here to stay forever. I don't expect this hero to go away unless they uber nerf him again into the ground.
Apparently you can't kill him in the balance either. Can't kill him in game, can't kill him in the patch notes, so it's just invincible no matter what you do. But yeah, he's certainly not the uber carry that he was last patch, but he is putting in some numbers. You know, anytime that you can get the enemy team to focus on him, just put all of their resources into that hero who's got minimum 2 lives. If you pick up the rejuve, it's 3. But if you try and kill him before the rest of the team, you're just going to lose everything. And that's what you see in a lot of these team fights with the Genkies committing so many resources here. This split push, I think, was really where it fell apart even further for the Genkies. You know, Spirit Urn here had so much advantage, but they just leveraged it perfectly here. The split push with the Wraith onto the left side, drawing away the haze from that mid fight. The Kelvin Dome isn't even able to stall for very long, and there's just, again, it's Johnny with the big affliction here. That catches onto, I think it was 3 members of the Genkies. Black Hole comes in to clean things up, and you just get absolutely everything in this fight.
A big shout out towards one of our presenting sponsors in Metal for giving us a chance for these replays as well. Make sure that you guys are downloading Metal and you guys can have a chance to look through all your sick clips again. But yeah, it's just a situation that you look at the New York Yankees and you look at the composition that they put together in this draft, and you see the combos that you have, like the chain gain into the Kelvin Dome, but at the same time, with that late pick in towards Victor, that's exactly where Victor wants to be in those fights. It's inside of that Kelvin Dome, and even though that you're trying to heal up, you're trying to delay, all it really does is allow for that Victor to get a ton of damage out, and that follow-up Affliction Singularity really sends it home for this team. I mean, you looked at this composition, you said, okay, you're going to go for the Shiv Kelvin. We have exactly what we need to counter this one, and I think that we're starting to see that with some teams. That there was an era where I think I was looking at this Shiv Kelvin to be the end-all be-all for some, but with the rise of certain heroes and the change-up of where the meta is going, at least in a game like this, it didn't look as powerful as I once expected it to.
They just weren't able to really get off the ground. We never saw them sync up for really good lane kills. It may just be that these teams don't have the experience with the Kelvin like that. You know, he's been banned out so much that his skills are maybe starting to get kind of rusty. But yeah, it was a good Dynamo performance as well. We called that out as being a little bit questionable. We saw multiple impactful singularities to really swing these team fights. And the Stomps, of course, putting in the damage as well, just making sure that, you know, he's not completely limp without the Quantum and the rest of the Black Hole kit. So putting in good work there as well. Just the entirety of Spirit Urn here, putting on the damage and the performance against the New York Yankees, and then they'll be the ones to move on.
Look, I mean, you're not looking at Dynamo to be your priority pick for a lot of those teams, especially at the top echelon of Deadlock competition. But when you're sitting there as a professor, you're minding your own business, you're just waiting for your Singularity to become active, and those Stomps, too, are doing so much damage, at least in the general grouped up team fights. He can provide so much escape, avoid with that Quantum Entanglement, healing as well, and a big ultimate towards the end there. So as long as you're picking your moments to fight wisely with that Dynamo, which is exactly what Spirit Urn here were doing, he's a great addition to that team. And, you know, by all means, it might be weird, but I'm here for some things, sort of. So I like that we got the Dynamo in this game. I think it was fun to see that really unfortunate Bebop hook there into the Singularity. I think if anybody that you're going to target, just like don't target the Bebop, especially when he has ultimate. You're basically serving yourself up on a silver platter, sort of.
Yeah, it's sometimes the Bebop hook is not as much of an upside as you think it is. There's a couple of heroes that are like that. You know, Geist with Swap is someone you want to be careful about hooking, but yeah, it's tough to play Bebop these days, and you have to have someone who's really proficient with him to get a lot of value out of him. And so this time, just not quite able to come up right for the New York Yankees, but yeah, we'll have to see if Spirit Urn here can carry it on in the next couple of rounds.
Well, don't forget, everybody, as we're getting through this matchup, as we're getting through the night, that we do have a giveaway going on. So ! giveaway at the bottom of the screen. You guys can do it. You can enter to win a headset, a keyboard, mouse as well. All things provided by one of our sponsors here, Corsair. So you type !giveaway, or you scan the QR code that's at the bottom of the screen. You complete the tasks that we do have for you as well. And you can be the proud winner of some excellent Corsair swag, Soren, that I'm sure a lot of people are looking forward to. I love Corsair, so big shout out to them for giving us that chance for those giveaways. And if we can too, look towards the brackets on where these teams do go. Sadly, we get to say goodbye to the New York Yankees, but we do get to see, I guess, now, actually, we're not going to look towards that just yet. We're going to look towards Division 1 right now, where we did come off of that, the 6 versus the no healing only tempo, where the 6 did win. They moved into CCU later now for the losers round 3. This is a big one that we were talking about, Soren, because if you look towards round 2 of the winner's bracket, Goon Squad knocked the 6 into the lower bracket, so they're on their way to maybe get some redemption down there.
I'm personally cheering for the 2 seed here, Shiver Me Timbers. I've seen some exciting things from them in games prior, so I feel like that one's going to be a pretty decider match there, the 4 seed versus the 2 seed. We'll see if Goon Squad is able to run it back against the 6, or Shiver Me Timbers can upset them and continue their run through there. But yeah, tough opponents here for the 6 to get through next. The 2, 3, and 4 seeds all right there against them, but as you said, seeds have not meant as much today as they have perhaps in tournaments prior, with a lot of these lower seeds punching above their weight. Meanwhile, down here in Division 2, of course, we just saw Spirit Earn here. They will move on to face Toxic Positivity, who defeated Team 6 in the same round. Up top, we got Lashback versus Friends of Goomanity, another a fan favorite team there. With, maybe they have a McGinnis main in there. I happen to know the community has a few of those lying around, but Lashback here, the number 1 seed, still kicking. You know, it's been kind of famous that the number 1 seed is not particularly favored in DSC events, but Lashback looking to turn that around for their division.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what that semifinal is going to bring us over towards the top side of Division 2. But for Spirit Earn here, Toxic Positivity, that's a big one. We got to watch Toxic Positivity for our first match of the day, all the way back towards the top left versus SSMU. So it's been an unexpected run from them. After losing to Lashback, they might have a chance to get some revenge later on of their own as they've made their way into the top 4 of Division 2. We're winding down here, Soren, as we're getting ready for our last match of the night, you and I. And for everybody at home, make sure that you follow along. You are being a part of the community here. You're staying tuned because the action is not done for the night. We still have another best of 1 as we get ready for our last day on Sunday. So we'll see you soon in a bit with some more Deadlock on the way. welcome back everybody to the Death Slam League playoffs as we're getting into our last best of one for the night. Once again, my name is Seymour. With me is Soren. And Soren, it's been a long day of action here as we go through these playoff matches. But with this one, we're going into a match that I'm a little bit excited for because you get to go back to see Shiver Me Timbers play, and we get to see them take on CCU later. As we were kind of looking through it, I did mention that both of them were in a matchup where the opposite teams were looking for a rematch in this same position, but neither one get that rematch that they want. And we get to see this one now, and I'm kind of excited to see what the two have.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not a triple elimination bracket, so those two won't be matching up. But hey, this is a pretty good one to get as well. We've got some pretty high seeds going into this match, and Shiver Me Timbers is a team that I've cast a couple of times, and it's always exciting to get to see them play. So excited for that. And of course, these teams are fighting for a spot in day 2. Tomorrow we'll go to the best of 3s as we decide who from each of these divisions will be taking home the top spot in this playoffs. Unfortunately, no prize pool this time, I believe, but it is still all for honor on the line, and of course maybe priority going into next season of the Death Slam League. So these players are playing just to have it out with each other, and they're having a good time. And if you want to be a part of that, you can join our Discord down there at discord.gg/deathslam, and you can be a part of events or cheer the players on however you like to participate. We can support you as we're here trying to grow a community here in Deadlock. Of course, we're all here for the game and just to enjoy having a good time here in this community. So we're going into the last match of today. As you said, it's been a long day if you've been here for the whole thing, but this is the finale. The big boys showing up for this final matchup. What are you looking forward to in this one?
Looking forward to just continuous action. I think that's what we've been getting all day long, and that's not going to stop with this last one, Soren. So we got the draft ready to go, and we can see exactly where these teams are going to be taking us for it. Obviously, we actually got to see the Kelvin sneak its way through into our match last game. So right away for CCU later, they say see you later to the Kelvin pick. And, this is one of those things that kind of bring up. And, we brought it up earlier, and it's one of those things with the draft that I think needs to be talked about because there's layers to this thing. And when you get rid of that Kelvin right away, Shiver Me Timbers now have an option to go for a comfort band of their own. So I'm wondering what they want to take off the table here now that they don't have to worry about the Kelvin.
I think there's plenty of good options, but yeah, as you said, draft strategy is a topic of discussion that runs through pretty much every single game that has a draft. And this time Shiver Me Timbers will be the one to ban basically whoever they like here, whoever they're most afraid of, and that seems to be the Victor. We spoke about how he hasn't had a ton of impressive performances, but even still, Shiver Me Timbers don't want to have to deal with it. That pain battery does a lot of damage once it gets up to tier 2, so they won't have to deal with that one. Instead, CCU later are opened up to take something like the Pocket here. Maybe we could see a Paradox first pick. There's plenty of good options here to go early, but Shiver Me Timbers are going to have 2 picks to come back off of that and take the rest of the kind of S-tier heroes.
I'm going to be honest. I think that the Victor ban is warranted still, Soren. Full-blown warranted here after the performance that we saw, not just last game, but for a couple that we've seen so far on the day from him. So you don't have to worry about that whatsoever. Pocket pick for the opening from CCU later. A ton of affliction damage that we've been seeing all day long. I think that we could talk about Pocket forever, but it's not even that. I think that one thing we don't talk about enough for Pocket is just how difficult it is to actually stop a Pocket, especially when there is no Kelvin available on your team. So although you can go for the Paradox here, once he gets that affliction off, no matter what CC you give him, it's just he's done his job, and he has so much escape that it's really hard to catch him.
The thing about playing against Pocket is that it's not so much about picking heroes that are good against him. There are heroes who have favorable matchups into him, especially in lane, but once you get into kind of the mid game, there's not a whole lot of stopping him except in changing up how you play. You just can't let him get those big 3-4-man afflictions and onto heroes who are too deep to disengage. You just have to play around it in each of these team fights, and it's so annoying to do even at this relatively high level of play that most teams just prefer not to have to play against it. And so CCU later will pick it up so they don't have to, but they will have to play against this deadly Infernus Paradox, which has kind of been the traditional comeback against this start to the draft. So this is pretty much the exact same set of heroes that we would have seen pre-patch.
Yeah, albeit, Infernus might have gotten a little bit of damage to his initial damage that you do, or a nerf to his initial damage that you do see. I think he's still very much a priority for a lot of these drafts, and we've seen that across North America. We even saw it across Europe today for a lot of Deadlock. So it's great to see that Infernus is still a hero, unaffected by the changes. Especially one thing for heroes that are just tend to be good. When you play a hero that ultimately forces the other team to buy an item like Debuff Remover, that's a good hero. That's just you're taking cash out of the pocket of your opponent.
Yeah, and especially when Debuff Remover doesn't even like completely make you safe. Like there's some heroes like Haze where if you try and like full build into Haze gun damage, the opponent just buys plated armor and you're mostly neutered as a hero, and that is a situation where the counter buy is stronger than the hero. But Debuff Remover against Infernus will help, but you're still not completely safe from him. So a good duo to start there. But then CCU later come back with the Shiv Viscus, which are two high skill of execution heroes, but when they're played well, can be really deadly together, and kind of same with the Yamato.
I think Viscus tends to be one of my favorite kits in all of Deadlock, just in terms of that cube. It was creative to see on release, and I think that somebody like Viscus, especially into an Infernus, does make it a little bit easier to deal with that burn that is given to you, especially when there's a Paradox 2 on the other side for those paradoxical swaps. That cube from Viscus and the CC that he gives with his ball, it's going to be huge for a lot of these team fights for CCU later. We get our second wave of bans, though. Calico is going to be banned from Shiver Me Timbers. And to be honest, Soren, that's a little bit of a surprise to me, because we haven't really been seeing Calico get played today. Obviously, a little bit of an effect off of the nerf into her Gloom Bomb, but at the same time, it was balanced kind of in terms of that if you land that skill shot together, it does still do quite a bit of damage. So although we haven't been seeing Calico get played on the day, possibly this is a moment where CCU later are doing their homework against Shiver Me Timbers, and CCU later are going to top off the second wave of bans with Mo and Krill being taken out.
I think neither of these bans are super surprising. Mo is someone that you wouldn't want to pick up for CCU later with the Paradox Infernus on the other side. You've got the Viscus to be able to counter him, but as you said, this Mo has been kind of a roaming terror in some of these games today, so getting him out of there just means you've got one less thing to worry about. Holiday, as of yet, unpicked. CCU later still have that available to them, but yeah, the Calico ban comes in, and even though we haven't seen a ton of her, I think she's still pretty strong in the meta, and especially with what CCU later currently have, they've got a lot of like damage to follow up with. You know, Viscus, Shiv, and Pocket are all really good at finishing off low health heroes, and then Calico comes in and just engages with that. And so I think that Shiver Me Timbers just didn't want to have to deal with that. And they're going to take the Abrams as well, who would play into that style, and is also going to help set up their own as their own sort of engaged with the CC. So a pretty good draft here from Shiver Me Timbers, but CCU later, if they can pilot these heroes effectively, I think are still very much in contention.
Well, pretty much, I'd say par for the course for what to expect from Shiver Me Timbers. I think for CCU later, the one thing that I'm worried about, and I am going to talk about it, Soren, I've only seen Shiv lose since I've been brought onto this broadcast. Maybe it's my curse. Maybe it's like, you know, it's a caster curse coming out here, but I think Shiv just hasn't really had the effect that we've been wanting to see today. And I think the same can be said for the Billy. Even on the New York Gankers, they're going to be, we see you later take this Billy pick as well to kind of round out some extra damage in these brawly team fights. But I wasn't really impressed with these two heroes just in the draft.
I think Shiv is still fine on paper. He is a little bit harder to play than several of these, but I do remember Lord of the Booze earlier today had a pretty good performance on him, so he's not dead in the meta for sure. Billy, I think, is a little bit more questionable. I haven't seen a whole lot of good Billy performances lately. He is still capable of doing his old job, but I would have preferred to see someone a little bit more damage-oriented here. I think you've got plenty of frontline in the Viscus and Shiv. You know, if you wanted more frontline, you can go with something else, but I would prefer to see like a Wraith pickup here for CCU later. They've still got a pick though, so they can go for that.
Well, they get the Mirage instead. That's not bad either. That's good. Dot damage on top of the Shiv, and you know, for Mirage just in general, I think that he has been and always will be a very comfortable pick when it comes to Deadlock as a hero. So I'm not really worried about that, especially when you're looking for somebody like a Wraith to be picked up. Well, Mirage is right there too, and the potential cross-mapping that he can do with the Traveler available.
yeah, Mirage just able to get around the map means that he's never really been out of contention when it comes to professional Deadlock. Like, he's just always with the threat of being able to TP anywhere, means that the other team has to place so much more carefully around that, can't allow those split pushes, and you approach the big team fights completely differently as well. So I don't hate it, but Mirage doesn't have the full damage to be able to carry against a team like Shiver Me Timbers, I think. They've just got a really well-rounded comp right now. They've got plenty of frontline to be able to tank through something like the Mirage or the Shiv damage. Pocket Affliction is going to hurt here if Shiver Me Timbers grew too much, but I think they've got the tools to not even have to do that. So right now I'm liking their draft a bit better.
Hey, but how do you get through the front line? That's with just a ton of damage layered over time. And we got the last stand now in the Warden for those moments where Billy might lock you into the chain gain. And I'm here for it. We've seen a rise for Warden since he got the general gun buff to his damage in our patch yesterday. So seeing him come out for a lot of these NA teams, NA loves Warden. So as soon as they get a chance to play him, we see Warden back in towards the meta. So I'm excited to see what Shiver Me Timbers can do with this pick. They got Ivy to close it out, so there's some extra damage on top of it. And I mean, you can never go wrong with Ivy too, just because of how much potential rotations you get with that ultimate.
Yep, that's going to be someone to answer those Mirage teleports. Ivy, one of the only characters who can get around the map almost as fast, but also a lot of damage if you need her to do that. You've got the Infernus, so I don't think that's particularly necessary. CCU later, however, are going to be relying on the damage from this Holiday. Might build her into a bit more of a carry role with the Glass Cannon that we've seen some teams start to adopt here on the Holiday builds, but probably the only weakness for the draft here from Shiver Me Timbers is that they've got a lot of heroes who like to be ahead. You know, Warden, even with the buffs, I feel like needs a lot of farm to get off the ground, and you know, you've got Infernus who wants to be that late game scaler, and Yamato who wants to take off in that mid game by executing these camps early. Ivy, if you play her for a late game carry, needs a lot of farm, can play a more economical build with the Kudzus, but a pretty hungry comp here for Shiver Me Timbers, while CCU later have plenty of opportunity to punish you while you're farming.
Yeah, and I think that's the one thing that Shiver Me Timbers are going to understand with bringing this comp into the Cursed Staffel. This is their chance to make it towards Sunday. This is both of these two teams' chance to make it to Sunday, Soren. So you're really bringing out your best to close out the night. After today, if you make it into day 2, you can look back and see the adjustments you need to have. But I am excited with what these guys have brought to the table. I will say, I do think I still favor Shiver Me Timbers in this draft and what they have. I think that the execution might be a little bit easier with what they're bringing to the table, but at the same time, for CCU later, you can see the vision. You can see what they want to accomplish with this, and if they are able to win their lanes, get ahead, I really could see them take over as well.
Similar to the last game, they've got a comp that really takes off in sort of the post-laning stage once the map starts to free up and you can roam around a little easier. If you can get some of these ganks with the Billy and the Pocket and the Shiv just all diving on one person, you can really start to take off and push that tempo while Shiver Me Timbers are still trying to set up in the farm. But again, the later it goes, the more it favors this scaling comp from Shiver Me Timbers. Any one of these characters can realistically pop off and start to take over the game past around the 20-minute mark, so you gotta be careful for CC later to shut down every single one. And that starts in the laning stage, which unfortunately I think goes back to Shiver Me Timbers. I think they've got a lot of the scarier laners here, and CCU later are gonna struggle to take those Guardians early, but if you can have a Viscus in this mid lane, maybe paired with something like the Shiv or the Mirage, and just whittle down the enemy laners and get towards that Guardian, you can start to do it. There is a path to victory here for CCU later, but as you said, I think the ease of execution favors Shiver Me Timbers.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see what these two teams can do with their compositions put together. Last chance to make it towards Sunday for either of them, and although you're not really playing for a prize pool, you're still playing for all the glory of being a champion at the end of the road, and I think both of these two teams really want their chance to maybe get revenge, maybe just show what they're made of, but kind of make their chance to kind of push as far as they can and reach a new height as a team altogether. I do want to give a big shout out as well to all of you at home for sticking around and hanging out with us across the day. I think the matches have been so fun, Soren, to watch and to see, and for something that is growing within the grassroots community of Deadlock, we couldn't do this without all of you.
it takes, you know, the entire community to put on something like this. You know, we recruit a lot of players from the community. You know, these aren't pro players who've been grinding the game 40 hours a week. These are people who've just been hanging around and like the look of playing in a more organized setting. So these are you. This is the community coming together to play in this event. So we really appreciate all of these players and all of the viewers here who have come out to watch, and everyone who supports us in the various means that they do, including our sponsors. So we just really appreciate everyone out there in the chat at home. But these players should be getting into the game relatively soon, and they will be the ones who are ultimately putting on the show for you. We're just here to kind of give you some insight into what's going on.
Oh, yeah.
And these players are going to be the ones who will show you who's the best in these divisions.
We're just here on the journey along with all of you guys to take you through this action. And while you're here, don't forget to follow along with this stream. Make sure that you have the notifications on for tomorrow, because this isn't the end of the league. We still got more action across the bracket on day 2, where you can see one of these two teams at the bottom of your screen fight for the glory of being a winner. And that's really what I'm excited for. I'm going to be keeping my eyes peeled, Soren, for who's going to pop off on that day 2 action. But for now, we get to decipher this code in front of us on who's going to be the better team in the Cursed Apple for our last best of 1 for the night. Let's lock in, guys. Let's get it going. Shiver Me Timbers on the Sapphire Flame. See you later. Pulling up in the Amber Hands. When you get a look at this lane, or a couple of these lanes, and even with the pause, Soren, now you can break it down with a little bit more ease.
Tactical pause there to give us some time to look at the lane matchups. Tetsuo there saying he has an early morning. He wants to get this over with quick, wants to come out of the pause very soon, but he's going into Billy and pocket lane, so he'll have a bit of a tough time pushing without taking too much damage on this Abrams. He needs to find a good charge onto someone who's just stepped out a little bit. Over in the mid lane, we do have the Shiv and the Viscus against what looks like the Paradox and the Infernus. So, two strong heroes there, but I do like the Shiv Viscus lane. I think that that's a pretty deadly one with a good bit of poke, and then also the ability to follow up on that. So, I kind of like that one for CCU later if they've got good pilots on these heroes. And then the left side, the Mirage and the Holiday, two just kind of well-rounded heroes in the lane up against the Warden and the Ivy, who are sort of the classic DPS and tank combination.
Oh, a little bit of pressure early on from Tetsuo on this Abrams, as you can see that a lot of hesitation coming out from the Billy in the pocket and just not wanting to step up too far, get caught in that shoulder charge. As you can even see, Tetsuo doing a good job at stealing some of that farm with with Magic Shoe alongside you on that Infernus. Here's something to talk about that has been probably one of the more oppressive lanes to pop out through the mid lane, has been the Paradox and the Yamato together. So many chances for that Yamato to really take control of a lane alongside that paradoxical swap as soon as that ultimate is ready, but even still, the Paradox doesn't need to get into too much trouble when the Yamato is taking all the attention.
Yeah, that's Yamato and Paradox, no matter how strong they are in teamfights later on, have always been strong laners. And you can see it now, the CCU later heroes are taking a good bit of poke, but they're able to stay healthy. You know, Shiv has the ability to ward off some of that damage once he gets that third ability online, and then Viscus as well with the cube. I think he used that there to dodge the Crimson Slash that we saw come out from Slugmart. So these teams just taking some time to take all of their boxes now that those have come up, and these lanes have stayed relatively quiet. Not as much burger boxing as we've seen from other matches throughout the day.
It looks like we're going to be taking a little bit of a break away from the game to come back to the cameras and allow for a little bit of a reset for what we're watching on our screens for you guys at home. So hopefully going to be jumping into the game in a matter of just minutes, Soren. But during this one, with what you see off of the laning phase and what you see out of these lane pairings, is there anything that surprised you? Is there anything that might sway your attention or your expectations for this game?
I wouldn't really say so. I think that these are fairly standard lanes, as sad as I am to say that and not really have any big insight for you, but I think that these are reasonable lanes. You know, these teams are towards the top of what we have here in the Death Slam League. You know, these are some of the higher seeds in the Division 1, so they're not pulling any punches. They're going to be trying to, you know, to do as best as they can, and that means playing what we kind of expect, you know, not as much excitement with like the Dynamo picks that we see from some of the lower division teams, but that doesn't mean that there's nothing exciting going to go on in this match, as we will get back into it. Good shoulder charge from the Abrams. Not much follow-up.
No, not much follow-up at all, but players are kind enough to not really do anything while we were gone, Soren, and that's what I like to see. They wait patiently for us to get back here, and now we get to see this action unfold a little bit more. I'm looking at where this early farm's kind of going across, and a couple of the members of CCU Late are actually keeping ahead of the Souls. I know it's still way too early to tell without these kills really forming, but it really is glad to see. I'm glad to see it because it just means that you're not going to get out to some early discrepancies across these heroes.
Yeah, everyone's just being efficient right now, taking the wave, and then if you're not engaged in a 2v1 here, like the Yamato, you go back and farm your boxes, wait for the next wave. That is the name of the game here in the early lanes. If you're not going for these big brawls, you just want to be as efficient as possible. Good double slash there from the Yamato. Now it's just kind of resetting until 30 seconds later, the next wave arrives.
Even with that, just trying to figure out those strengths, those weaknesses across the lanes, and how you're able to really interact with a couple of these matchups that you do have. Good barrel onto Toka, as Warden's going to be forced out behind. Stoneform as well, so that's a long cooldown out from Ruin the Party on this Ivy. That's going to delay some of that pressure that is provided from Shiver Me Timbers and allow for a lot of space between this Mirage and this Holiday to use.
Not a whole lot happening in these early lanes. Again, everyone's just kind of building up to those ultimates, but once those start to come online, we could see some action here. The Infernus got down to half. If this Billy does manage to get his ultimate here, it could be a good chain gang, but he's already in the fire here from the Infernus. A lot of damage onto Dr. Defiance. And Animus has gone down pretty low as well in that mid lane. If either one of these mid laners gets their ultimate online, he could go down very quickly. It looks like the swap did set that up, but it's Slugmart who goes down instead, not quite up to the Shadow Transformation. And Green Swampy is able to punish the overextension.
Well, a couple of fun engagements to be looking at, but now something to talk about is going to be these ultimates and how they can influence a couple of the other lanes. Obviously, you see Ruin the Party is going to get their Ivy ultimate, but you have the last stand there from Toka now to worry about if you're Zito and Deverit, and it looks like they're just going to rip the last stand, knowing that this Holiday is extremely low, and Zito has to show some respect off of it. But the Tornado is going to keep you in place, and that Guardian damage is way too much to deal with. A weird call coming out from Shiver Me Timbers, and one I wasn't expecting from the Warden.
Well, it used to be the case when Warden was a bit more meta that, you know, as soon as you hit 3.4k, you just dive the tower and there's too much damage, too much sustain for you, and the enemy team can't do anything about it. But that seems to not be the case anymore, or at least CCU Later were well prepared for it, because they're able to punish both Takoa and Rune there, get both the kills, and that Guardian could be going the way of CCU Later. This right side, Daily Chain Gang not finding a whole lot. This Abrams goes down to about half. Backstabber now procced onto him, make sure that he can't get away, and Pocket will help finish up there. Magic Shoe also going very low, so these lanes starting to go the way of CCU Later.
Yeah, Magic Shoe is going to have to get away with that Flame Dash. Not give up their life too early. Provide some good wave clear to keep this Guardian as healthy as you can, but you're going to trade places with Tetsuo coming back to that Guardian. Heal up, return as quick as you can, but that Guardian's going so fast across this pocket in the Billy, and well, you're going to be able to push them away. Another misstep like that, and that Guardian's going to be knocked down.
That's kind of the difference between these Div 1 and Div 2 teams, whereas in last game we saw a lot of kills result in not very much pressure. With this one, just 1 or 2 deaths means that your Guardian's down to half HP, and Slugmart going down a second time in quick succession means that he's just sitting at 4,000, whereas everyone else in the lane above 5. This Yamato's starting to struggle here, and that's not what you want to see from someone who really is looking to be scaling in that sort of early to mid section of the game.
Well, still quite healthy through the mid lane in terms of objectives. This back and forth between the Shiv Viscus Yamato Paradox has been enjoyable to watch on both sides of the field. Gotta look towards these outside lanes to maybe get ahead so they can influence the pressure that you're going to be seeing through Broadway. But this might be a chance. Paradoxical Swap's going to force Animus to be a little bit out of position, but able to get away. Viscus is going to take a lot of focus, and the Cube's going to heal Shiv right back up to a situation where, yeah, you can still fight against this Yamato and not feel too pressured out. But Power Slash right onto the Guardian. This is some good damage to be getting from Shiver Me Timbers.
Yeah, that's that Guardian down to half HP. Again, you don't even necessarily need a kill as long as you've got a good wave and the other team can't step up for free. Means that you can shove that Guardian here, maybe even shove the enemy centers, which have just come up here at 8 minutes. You're going to give up some lane pressure, but that won't be too much for the Holiday and the Mirage to deal with. Meanwhile, this right side, everyone's just looking for a charge to start off this fight.
Slugmart's going to end up going down, so Yamato may have gotten a little bit overzealous with the pressure onto the Guardian, and this is a chance for CCU later to take a little bit of that space back. Affliction into the jungle, but that's actually a great Brave Case to avoid the concussive combustion, and the assistance from the Billy might be enough to turn it, but it's not. Saber still falls. And Affliction's going to come out empty-handed, and that's a big pickup there from Shiver Me Timbers, taking out the pocket. Shoving this wave yet again.
This is CCU later starting to put the gas on, but the Warden just kind of escaped that entire fight there on that left side lane, took down the wave and the Guardian with the last stand. He's now kind of out of position, but he's already got what he came for.
Oh, yeah.
Meanwhile, the other two lanes both shoving for CCU later. They could look to trade both other Guardians here. Excellent dodge there from Saber.
Yeah, that's insane from Saber just to avoid the shoulder charge and continue to keep this pocket into a very aggressive position on the map. Anywhere that CCU later can look to get an advantage is what they're kind of aiming for, especially through this mid lane. Stoneform Gold Front is going to be met there from Animus, and it's going to force actually out an early Shadow Transformation. Power Slash is going to range its target, and Slugmart still gets burnt down through the ultimate. A big matchup there for CCU later, continuing to aim for this Guardian and see if they can get a trade here in Broadway.
Shiver Me Timbers brought in the Ivy to try and leverage a 3v2, but it just didn't work out. Slugmart's too far behind in this lane, and Rune has to fly back over and keep his own Guardian safe, so that is now 2 Guardians gone the way of CCU later. Still 2 of theirs standing, and that means that they've got all sorts of freedom to roam, grab both these bridge buffs, as well as invade the enemy centers, which is a big part of this early game macro, is who can get all of those, not just the souls from the machines, but also the golden statue buffs. You see here another engagement, just trying to dodge Holiday damage, who's now a little out of position. He's got back up with the Mirage.
That is a lot from the barrels. I mean, Ruin is so extremely low. And in fact, Ruin's going to end up going down from the damage over time that the Verid has on this Mirage. So, good catch. That's going to force these two back, though, as you can see that with what Toka has been able to provide off of taking that early Guardian is that you didn't have a wave there if you're CC later, and this is another good call where I think the Verid is just trying to maintain some map control where you can by protecting the Guardian on the right side of the map.
And Shiver Me Timbers are behind by enough that they're going to have a favorable earn here. They're 10,000 behind at just 11 minutes. That's a little bit rough, but you do at least get 3,000 from this earn to compensate. There's no chance that CCU later are looking to engage here so deep when they are still working on this last Guardian, so Pocket's just kind of checking around, making sure that Shiver Me Timbers are having to escort it.
Hold up.
Really?
I was going to say, maybe a moment where Dr. Defiance doesn't want to push into that earn alone, but as soon as he gets shoulder charges, yeah, no, this is not where I want to be.
Yeah, he at least takes a peek, you know. Again, just making sure that they have to put the resources there, and that means a little bit of shove here onto this left side, where it's just an Ivy defending against 3 with the wave crashing.
Lasso's going to miss. Stoneform just to avoid it. And I'm enjoying what Ruin's kind of giving here. It's some good wave clear as well to force this Guardian to do some damage onto the heroes in front of them, but the Guardian's going to go down, and this is a chance now for CC later to start to shove past, see if he can take anybody down from Shiver Me Timbers. And through this chase, his Saber is going extremely low. He's going to end up falling to Tetsuo in the chase there on Abrams. Might want to cut your losses right now if your Shiver Me Timbers. Ruin is very, very low, and we'll have to back up to this Walker.
So it's a trade of a Guardian for a kill, which will favor CCU later, but they did also trade the mid Guardian. So just gone a little bit too deep on that pocket, trying to get the Affliction in onto the Ivy and the Abrams. But CCU later still ahead by just a couple of thousand, and it's a small lead, which means that any sort of pickoff in the jungle will pretty much negate it, but, you know, it's something for this team, and we expected them to really try and take off during this early mid game, so this is their time. They need to start scaling and start finding these pickoffs in the jungle, but Shiver Me Timbers have done a great job so far of rotating, making sure that that's not possible. Any one member that gets caught out alone is quickly helped out by, you know, either the fly-in from Ruin or just the mobility of the Warden and the Infernus. It's good macro play here from Shiver Me Timbers to make sure that CC don't find any easy pickoffs.
Well, because of that Spirit Urn, Shiver Me Timbers is still in a pretty decent spot. My big worry still stands with Slugmart on this Yamato, just not really being the Yamato that we normally expect from performances that we have seen. But on the other hand, I've been really enjoying Toka on this Warden, just not afraid to let this last stand loose. And he's going to push right into the mix of this fight. Lasso is going to catch the Magic Shield, puts him right behind. Flame Dash might be able to get away, but no, Saber finishes off that fight. And Toka's going to get the heck out of dodge. Fortunately enough, fighting against Viscus, it makes it hard to escape. That is a fantastic puddle punch from Green Swampy to bring the Warden right back in and Toka right back to spawn.
Yeah, this is just unlucky. When you find a big green fist in your face, it's not very easy to keep going the direction that you were. Tetsuo here, looking for a little bit of catch onto the Billy, but I think just not enough there. So that's another instance where Takoa commits the last stand, which is a pretty decent cooldown just to try and take an objective. And, you know, he gets what he came for, but he dies on the way out. So that's multiple times we've seen them take that trade. It's sort of working. Like, again, they've got the objectives that they were looking for, but they're down 6,000 partially because of those kills. So with just 10 seconds to these buffs here, and with more space going the way of CCU later, you gotta wonder if Shiver Me Timbers start to play the farm game, or if they really do just want to stay active this entire time.
And I think really you kind of need to start farming a little bit on some of these players, but you're not getting the chance with how active CCU later have been in invading your camps and continue to put this pressure on the individuals. Cube and the puddle punch, that's going to interrupt this engage that you're seeing from Shiver Me Timbers over towards the bottom side of the farm. Zito's going to go extremely low, and Holiday and leads the chase there from Reepoch or Cooper. Will be able to finish off that kill. Saber's going to go low as well, and Slugmart with the latch on will chase it down. 2 down for CCU later. Shiver Me Timbers, this is the moment that you've been looking for to bring yourself back.
Morales just escaping on a sliver of HP, but that's a good collapse there from Shiver Me Timbers, leveraging a 5v2, 5v3. Viscus will make it out. It's been a pretty good play here from Green Swampy on this Viscus. Impressive stuff coming out from him. Just putting in the value in each team fight, but not enough there. And CCU later will start to fall back a little bit. These teams now almost even in the souls, despite the double buffs going towards the upper hand. And this is a really early curse coming out from Zito, and a nice Holiday Lasso as well. Takoa, not a whole lot of chance he had there. Shiv execute just enough to finish him off. Are now picked up for Shiver Me Timbers, but they'll be keeping it safe for now.
That sort of is kind of what we were missing last game with the Shiv, is just chasing someone down. Fantastic lasso from Zito, and you get that early curse like you were calling out, and really nothing Toka could do in that moment. You're feeding into one of your power carries, and as long as Animus is staying ahead and staying in a situation where the Shiv is scary, you can do a lot between Animus and Dr. Defiance on that front line.
That Shiv execute was what they needed there, but they need to keep doing it and not have it happen to them here, as we're seeing Paradoxical Swap just misses by an inch, and Animus will be very grateful for that as he makes it out with his life. It's now an Urn turn-in for Shiver Me Timbers, 3-on-2.
I see Abrams.
Oh, binding word, last stand, see if he can catch anybody in their tracks, but see you later. Great disengage from that Warden ultimate, not wanting to stay too long. They got their kill into the magic shoe. They get out with their lives. And while that's happening, take a look over towards the right side of the map. You have two players pushing into this walker. And it looks like CC later, they want to take the first objective tier 2, and they're going to get that done. Traveler's going to be available for Devarit. Arctic Saber, not sure if the Pocket's going to be able to escape from this one, but already that pickup on the walker, even if you don't get out, that is a great thing for the team. He even gets out too.
Great ankle break there from Saber. You know, Slugmart thought that he'd go for the bounce pad, but he just went right back under and found the time to get off the Majestic Leap. But yeah, that Walker trade is a pretty good one there. It's, you know, there's actually a surprising amount of discussion on whether or not that's worth it, you know, Walker for an early earn. But it will mean that CCU later are working with an extra flex slot here, a bit more efficiency in how they spend their souls. And it looks like Reebok here is looking to get active. He's got Veil Walker queued up for the next purchase. Looking to really be the initiator here for Shifting Timbers.
Silence Weave. That's going to spell some trouble for Dr. Defiance, but here comes the chain game to see if you can outlast this now. Slowing Hex as well. That's going to allow for an engage off of Saber. See if this Affliction can come online in time, but not needed to take down Tetsuo. Because you got Animus there as well. Great burst of damage, and here's a look at a new feature with the addition to stunning someone off of the vents there. Reap Cooper not able to escape off of this one. Lined up for the killing blow from Animus. 2 kills into the Shiv. Executes. An extra cash in Animus's pocket.
Those executions resetting every time you get one means that you can just kind of chain kills like this. And now the mid-boss for CCU later, it's a pretty early call. There'll be lots of tools for Shifting Timbers to contest here. In particular, I'm looking at this Warden last stand. CCU later taking a lot of damage by sticking in that pit. They choose to finish it off rather than go for the fight.
Well, let's see if this last stand could be enough. Rejuvenator not going to be parried out to go the way of CCU later, but they're going to be burned right away, and Shiver Me Timbers on the re-engage post mid-boss are doing a hell of a lot of damage to turn this one back their way. Zitto goes down. It's all Saber left alone. The tide has turned back for Shiver Me Timbers. What an incredible call to go for that mid-boss. They got a rejuve of their own. They're not going to walk away with it, but that's everything that you can ask for and more.
Shiver Me Timbers just have the far better comp for those close quarters engagements like that. Takoa coming in with the last stand. Warden ult is not particularly meta, but I mean, you can't ask for a better situation than that for it. Then you've got the Infernus Burns coming in as well, the Ivy Kudzus, everything just concentrated into that small little area, and CCU later weren't expecting it. If they were looking to do the mid-boss there, I feel like they would have been better off just, like, as soon as Shiver Me Timbers show up, going for them instead, because as soon as they killed it, that meant that Shiver Me Timbers knew that they could pop all their skills and that CCU later wouldn't be able to disengage, as we've seen them do time and time again when Shiver Me Timbers are looking to engage with these big ultimates. So, I mean, the Pocket Affliction wasn't up for them. It just wasn't a good fight for CCU later, but that's the trickiness of going for these early mid-bosses. It's such an important sort of objective, but it wasn't able to be secured for CCU later, and so it flips the other way. And now Shiver Me Timbers are slightly ahead.
Well, now the Soul Urn. Only 2 members are going to be away from this fight, and it's 1 from each team, but a little bit closer is going to be Slugmart, so that's going to turn the numbers in favor of Shiver Me Timbers in a 6-on-5. Good paradoxical swap, and Sabers first to go down. Even with the Affliction, is it going to be enough to turn it back for CCU later? It doesn't look like it now that Dr. Defiance is out of the play. You get that Soul Urn now getting pushed into the return spot, and everybody from Shiver Me Timbers still in a great position to fight this out. And it looks like, actually, this Soul Urn, I think, just completely got reset there, so it's not even going to be needed through this fight. Shiver Me Timbers, they win with the kills. They take down 2 big hitters. They can look to spread the map a little bit more.
Yeah, that Urn turn-in means that they have extended their lead by a good bit. And while they were doing all of that, the wave was shoving on the left side for CC later, but nobody was able to take advantage of that and kill the Walker. So now things evening up in the objectives, and Shivery Timber starting to come back into it as well in the kills, means that their comp, which scales a bit later in the game, will start to take off. You see Magic Shoe with 25k already. Nobody from CCU later is really able to match that except for this Mirage, and in that 1v1, we've seen Magic Shoe take it multiple times already, forcing Deverit to back away. So, a dangerous spot here for CCU later. They're looking for a pick here in mid. Great lead.
Oh, the lasso just barely missing its target. What a moment that would have been for CCU later to maybe catch somebody else, but instead, Deverit goes down. And you're continuing to just find some losses across the map. That's not what you want to see here from CCU later, who had such a great start to the post-laning phase. Now everything's kind of unraveling, and I think Shivery Timbers are in exactly the position they want to be to just continue to lay down the pressure. Look at how rich they are.
Every member starting to scale here, and this is really going to come to a head here in this mid-walker fight.
Swaps up in 12. You're looking towards the walker to see if you can clear some way. Last stand. Going to do so much damage towards the objective, and you can see that CCU later, they can't do anything about that, especially with 2 down. So all they got to do is sit there and watch their last walker fall. No chase from Shivery Timbers, but really no need to chase.
No, they've got plenty of jungle to farm here. Plenty of heroes able to slurp it up as well. And again, the left side got pushed, but nobody was there to take advantage of it for CCU later. Let's walk her down to about half HP just from minions, but I think if you're Shivery Timbers, you're plenty fine with that. So we come back here and see how this mid-boss shook out. It was an early Kudzu, and then, of course, Takoa with the last stand, really just putting in the damage here. A whole lot of skills from CCU later thrown in. I believe the Affliction was used here. It just wasn't quite enough with the last stand damage, the Infernus burn, everything ticking away at the members of CCU later, and they just all die.
Hey, fortunately enough, I mean, you get a second chance for a couple of these people, but this does not matter.
But I don't want to take on the whole team alone.
Oh my goodness. This is just so ridiculous coming out for the amount of power that Shivery Timbers does have, and as soon as you get caught out, here's the goo ball, but I can't even escape the doorway right now, so... I mean, everything was looking so good to CCU later until that mid-boss fight. Might be a call that they come to regret later on, but something that they just have to deal with now.
And that was right about the time that CCU later's comp was starting to fall off. We called out that post-laning stage is really where they wanted to be taking the tempo, and... you know, that can kind of be an argument for either way, you know, taking the mid-boss or not, because you could see that situation and say, all right, we need mid-boss to continue pushing the tempo here. We haven't quite got the lead that we want for this stage of the game, but it really just was a better fight for Shivery Timbers, and yeah, that's really going to be the turning point for this game, because now they're over 25,000 ahead, and you see CCU later are struggling to do anything on the map.
Veilwalker for Zitto. And I think for a second you thought CCU later were going to look for a lasso onto Tetsuo, but not easy to keep up with this Abrams. Very fast to get away. Is like 5 people just AFK? Like,
I mean, I guess when you've got so much pressure on the map and you've taken all of the enemy farm, you can't afford to just sit in Veils and wait for someone to push up. See Reebok here, trying to make something happen on the Paradox, but he's in a 3v1 now. No members of Shivery Timbers to help.
Lasso. Tough scenes for Cooper. And that's an opening kill for CCU later to see if they can maybe turn a fight. Affliction's going to be used. Does it hit its target? It doesn't seem like it really did. Toka's just going to re-engage at that last stand and even things up into a 5-on-5 now for the chain game, pulling them back. This fight's going to be intense, and it looks like CCU later are taking the best out of it as Slugmark goes down. A small advantage for the most part of these trades favoring CCU later might be their way back into this game, as a couple more kills will fully swing them into a position to now look towards objectives, but they got so much work to do.
Midboss is up. The winner of this is going to have a sizable comeback into this game. it is a bloody brawl here. This Abrams is taking so much attention from CCU later, but with the ultimates down from Shiver Me Timbers, there's just not a whole lot they can do. Rune and Takoa are not able to do
This
enough
is a
in that
mid-boss,
fight.
right?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, this is the moment that you came to regret earlier for CCU later, but this time it seems like a much better fight with the Infernus not there, the Warden Last Stand already used.
Oh, look at
You have
this.
So many more tools.
I mean, this might be a really good call from Cooper with how far that right lane is pushed in. Cooper might look towards those base guardians, but rightfully so, backs up, goes for the Soul Urn. And yeah, this Rejuvenator is going to be given up for free, so CC later going to reap the rewards of that last fight, very well executed through that mid lane. Is this their chance to turn it around? Unfortunately, you still look towards the top, and my worry comes down to the Soul lead. Still 20k, give or take, lead towards Shiver Me Timbers. Even if they are down with the Rejuvenator, all they need to do is stick around these objectives and win the next fight, and I'm still very confident that they're quite literally capable of rolling over the CCU later.
Well, if you're rolling, it's an uphill fight. But the Rejuve is how you get a bit of a boost towards that. So, I mean, it's now down to this Holiday to find a pick here onto the Farming Infernus. But there's a Yamato escorting him, so this could be a bit more dangerous than the Holiday is bargaining on. Yamato comes in, but there's a good Viscous Cube to get him out. It's just been good macro play from Shiver Me Timbers, keeping them alive now, but the Rejuve is going to make things difficult. The left side Walker, rather, is going to go down here. Just not enough members of SMT there to contest.
That's a great cross map from CC later, just recognizing a lot of players from Shiver Me Timbers are showing respect to this Rejuve. And if you can get this third Walker and get out, that's great, but I don't expect Shiver Me Timbers just to walk away and give it up for free. And you see Slugbar went deep for this one. He's going to be the first to fall, so no Yamato. Is going to be no dive for the follow-up in that early damage. Last Stand's going to be called in, but it doesn't seem like it's going to ward away this fight as Toka gets burned. And now you see CC later finding their footing in the map. This is incredible for the turnaround that they've shown.
Great resilience here from CCU later, just waiting to take an opportunity like this. As soon as they've got the Rejuve, they go in, and really a lot of Shiver Me Timbers' strength falls apart when you have a revive like this. Takoa with the Last Stand got in there, dealt a bunch of lightning damage, or lightning scroll procs, but when you're able to just get back up and essentially waste all of the resources that they used trying to kill you the first time, it means that these one-time use ultimates are just not quite as strong, and Slugmark going down early meant that Shiver Me Timbers didn't have the sustain in that fight. So yeah, CCU later will be turning things around. We're now back even on the souls, and CC with so much pressure here onto these shrines. Still 3 members up from Shiver Me Timbers, but this is going to be a patron drop for sure.
Well, you still got just under 2 minutes on these last 2 lives that you do have. Saber's going to burn one of them. Tier 1 Patron's going to fall, and CCU later with the swing of a century off of what was a brilliant fight through the mid lane, opening up a mid-boss take. And all 3 Guardians down, as well as the base cracked open for that extra flex slot at the end. And it's going to fully itemize CC later and really create some titans on their team.
This is exactly what we want to see from championship caliber teams here in the Death Slam League. The ability to bounce back even when you've fallen behind and your comp is starting to fall. But this Soul Urn has been the strength for Shiver Me Timbers. They've not allowed CCU later to deposit one yet. Even when CCU later had just taken the mid-boss, Reebok had the important sense to grab the urn and make sure that it didn't go the way of CCU later, who would have had a favorable urn with the Rejuve, just would have been free, but instead it's been denied from them, and denied now a second time by Tetsuo. So great understanding of the urn game for Shiver Me Timbers.
When you talk about championship caliber teams, how about a 15k soul lead comeback for CC later, and now they're the ones in the hot seat. It's penalty kill for Shiver Me Timbers, and this is where we get to see what they're truly made of and how much grit they have to perform a potential comeback of their own. As they're not down by a lot, but it's that last flex slot being opened that's really going to create the difference for these next couple of team fights.
You see Rune here with 39,000, going for more of the route of the Spirit Ivy, but his slots are full, and there's not a whole lot of upgrades that you can have here. So these flex slots are going to start to be a problem here as we're across the 30-minute mark. The longer these games go, the more you're really wanting those slots. So,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, CCU later with that important advantage means that they're taking a lot of space here. Trying to get up towards that urn, but Shiver Me Timbers are just too many.
You might have 200,000 souls on your side, but without anywhere to spend them, you're just sitting on extra cash right now. So you're still holding on to that soul urn, and realistically, with a minute 10 left until the next mid-boss does spawn, you don't necessarily have to push into the base again. If you're CC later, you just need to wait for that mid-boss to spawn up, and that's going to garner yourself another fight for that Rejuvenator. But that brings us back to that conversation about how these drafts have really come together, and you then talk about Shiver Me Timbers. If they get a chance to have a 6-on-6 in the mid-boss, you still might give them a chance to bring this back.
Definitely would, but they need to find a way to force that because CCU later are not giving them the opportunity. They're playing very spread out. They're looking for these picks with the Holiday. With that early Curse, still just using it on throughout this game with the Veil Walker now. Trying to find something, but nobody is stepping up from Shiver Me Timbers. They're doing a good job of playing safe. Now the Yamato a little far up, but she's got the unstop.
Lasso's going to miss its mark, and just in case Cooper was there for the Kinetic Carbine, Stone Form not going to land onto Animus, and a little bit of a handshake comes out. 3 seconds, and the mid-boss is going to spawn up, and you got so much map control if you're CC later. You might pull the trigger on this, but nobody's making a move just yet.
Shiver Me Timbers are very aware of what CCU later are trying to do. They're making sure that this mid lane doesn't get too shoved. And now with Davarit trying to deliver the urn, the most fed player from CCU later, really who they're relying on to do the damage in a lot of these fights. Shiver Me Timbers could see an opportunity here to engage onto someone like the Viscous. But instead, they're just taking the wave pressure.
Something to kind of think about. Do they maybe sneak the mid-boss while they go for this
they
spear
are.
urn? This is a bold play, but realistically, this is the only play that you do have. Force a fight where you're in an advantage and try to catch some of these players who are looking from the outside in. The Shriek of the mid-boss is going to call for CC later to get right into there, and right away, Green Swampy is going to find a kill onto Ruin. So without the Ivy, you don't have that Lightning Scroll on the ultimate to really shake things up, but the back and forth is still going 4-on-4 in the pit. A lot of low health bars for Shiver Me Timbers to now look towards the disengage. They don't want to deal with that killing blow, but they're going to go right back in. 2 Rejuvenators for Shiver Me Timbers, and a chance to immediately come right back into this fight if you're Cooper. Still a 4-on-4 for the fight. Toka as well, burning that Rejuve. And they're going to chase down to see if they can get a couple more of these members down with Tetsuo out of the books. Now you have to just think about getting away.
CCU later have done a great job of sustaining through the power spikes of Shiver Me Timbers. The Last Stand wasn't able to find enough value in that fight, and they just stay alive longer. And that is the weakness when you have these one-time use ultimates. We said it before. If you can't get the kills with that first investment of ultimates, then you're not going to be able to last through an engaged fight. And so CCU later do a great job of disengaging despite the mid-boss coming down, and they lose 2 crystals.
Look at
They're the ones
this.
who actually get to keep it.
Base Guardian goes down to the minions on the other side. That's going to open up the flex slot now for Shiver Me Timbers. So a little bit more to spend to come right back into it. But is it going to be enough to hold on to this? You're going to jump into the pit, look to end it here and now. If you're CC or later, it's Last Stand for Shiver Me Timbers. And you look at that Patron's health just continue to tick down. Not today, they say. And from 15k souls down, CC later punch their ticket into day 2, and they knock Shiver Me Timbers out of the tournament.
That's the kind of game that you want to see from 2 teams that are trying to fight their way into the finals here of the Deathslam League playoffs. An excellent played game from both sides. Different ideas in the draft and different spaces where each comp would excel, but both teams playing to those strengths extremely well. I love the play that Shiver Me Timbers tried to make there towards the end, forcing the mid-boss fight when that was where their comp was better, while CCU later were busy with the urn, but it just didn't quite work out. They weren't able to get the engage that they wanted, and the Last Stand was maybe popped a little bit hasty there from Takoa, so that was the fight that sealed things for CCU later. Is very even. CCU later, an impressive comeback out of their really heightened phase of the game. They were still able to make it work, and just well played macro from both of these teams, excelling in what they wanted to do, coming in with a clear game plan and executing.
Well, you know what they say, Soren, you got to save the best for last, and I think both of those two teams really left it all on the table. First, to enjoy the entertainment of the last best of one, fourth and night. And like I said, unfortunately, we're going to be saying goodbye to Shiver Me Timbers, but for See You Later, what a performance that they were able to show in terms of, falling behind and still managing to pick themselves up by the bootstraps and fight their way through the oppression that was this really heavy dive that was given to us between Toka and Tetsuo. So many chances early that we did see this Shiver Me Timbers team really look like the stronger squad, but I think that's some great resilience shown. I mean, you look towards some of these heroes like the Mirage, like the Billy and the Shiv, who just had so many big moments for these team fights. But again, I mean, you talk about what has been consistent today in the pocket pick, doing so much off that affliction, setting up those killing blows, and the Holiday with those lassos, 15 assists, also assisting in Animus becoming the Shiv that we then saw towards the end.
The player of the match for me for CCU later has got to be Green Swampy. Not as many flashy plays as perhaps Zitto or the Animus, but just the consistency of having those puddle punches when they're needed and then escaping. You see only one death across 36 minutes. That's a pretty impressive stat there.
Yeah.
Just always able to get out of trouble and always contributing in these team fights. Kind of quiet, but that's where the Viscous likes to be. He's kind of unassuming, but just always putting in the value here. On the other side, we got to see why Warden has kind of fallen off ever since the Rejuve changes. He put in a lot of work with these ultimates. You see him with the top player damage in the entire lobby, but it just wasn't quite enough. And especially when CCU later had these Rejuves, there was just nothing he could do. Anytime that they had a free revive, that meant that that last stand was just kind of wasted. And even it was a cheeky little refresher there at the end to try and make a last stand on the last stand of the patron, but again, just not quite enough. And that's why we've seen Warden not really take off here, especially with the sort of ult builds that have that one-time use.
Warden and Joyous across the North American plains, Soren, are looking at that, like, the patch notes especially, and they want him back. And you know what? You see those moments where you see Warden really have so much effect in those team fights, especially that first mid-boss that we saw for the re-engage coming out from Shiver Me Timbers. But it's still something that it doesn't look like it is as impressive as the old Warden was through those last stands, and still looks very, very beatable, as we just saw in this match in general. But we get a look back at some of these replays courtesy of Metal TV, and we get to see exactly some of the fun that we had between these two teams, and especially this first mid-boss that we had. What a fight it was. 2 rejuvenators for CC later, but look at how much burst comes out from Shiver Me Timbers off of the last stand, off of the combustion through the Infernus, and just the amount of sheer dive that's given, even with the Yamato in there. It just immediately blows up that rejuvenator and really kickstarts what was a good lead for Shiver Me Timbers.
It's always the mid-boss fight that makes these comebacks happen. You know, it was Shiver Me Timbers with the first one, and then CCU later that had it afterwards. And it's just such a big point of contention right now in the game of Deadlock. And I've seen some people questioning about whether or not that should be the case, but whatever your thoughts on that matter are, it is the case right now. Like, these fights are what makes or breaks these teams in Deadlock. Can you contest the mid-boss well, and do you know how to approach a big mid-boss fight like this? CCU later struggled in that first one. You see here the Warden doing a lot of work. This is the second one, I believe, where CCU later were able to bring it back, but just understanding the mistakes that they made in the first one and how to disengage successfully even in a confined space like those underground sewers meant that CCU later were able to bring it back here.
Hey, you don't group up like you did the first time, and Toka didn't really have a target with that last stand like we saw before. Still, Shiver Me Timbers walk away with majority of those rejuvenator crystals, but in the end, it really doesn't make that difference, because you look at the health in this fight, and so many times with Green Swampy providing that CC, with the amount of mitigation that Shiv gives you, and the amount of self-healing that you get from Dr. Defiance on this Billy, is that they just outlast them. And Divant just doesn't even need to be in that fight in general as the Mirage. You can travel your way out there, meet them on the exit, and chase them down above ground. after that fight is all said and done. So I mean, it's a great way to look at it towards the end, and I think that I'm just genuinely impressed with the way that CC really handled themselves after being down.
An excellent comeback, and they'll need to probably do it again as this tournament goes on. You know, you never want to be in the position of having to make a comeback, but as they will head on to face the loser of Twin Omen and Buffs in 10 tomorrow, you know, you have to be able to make those sorts of comebacks. So CC Later proving that they can do it here in the losers round 4 means that they have a lot of hope going into the best of 3s tomorrow, and it's an exciting time for Deadlock fans. You know, you've got the best of 3s tomorrow to decide who's going to be the champions of these 2 divisions. What are you looking forward to?
I think I'm just looking forward to seeing what more CC Later can do against Twin Omen and Buffs in 10. To talk about these 2 teams in the semifinal, I mean, we got to see Buffs in 10 in that upper bracket earlier on, and they were a fantastic team. So, I mean, lots to look forward to over there. On our other side, for I think this is our Div 2 bracket, we look at Lashback versus Friends of Humanity in that semifinal. And for Lashback versus the New York Yankees, they looked like a force to be reckoned with. So that's another team that I think a lot of people are going to be excited to see take to the Cursed Apple once again, Soren.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see who comes out there, and then Toxic Positivity will be the ones who will face the loser of that. But before we can get into all of that, that's all going to be tomorrow. But what we've got right now are the winners of the giveaway that we've had. The Corsair giveaway has been decided. If you're trying to get into that now, it's a little bit too late, unfortunately. Our winners for tonight, we've got 3 of them. We've got Bly Zero, will be winning the first prize. We got Dot Revolt as well, and Hecro, Hecro, are the winners of the Corsair giveaway of tonight. So we will be in touch with you guys about how you can receive your prizes. But if you missed it this time, don't worry. We've got more for you in future events as well. Corsair has been kind enough to give us repeated opportunities for members of the community to win any of their excellent products. But if you are Bly Zero, Dot Revolt, or Hecro, we will be in contact with you about how you can receive it this time. But don't worry, if you missed out on any of it, we've got other things that you can do as well if you want to support the show. We've got merch, as you can see down there on the lower third exclamation point merch. We've got plenty of designs for you with the shirts. We've got mugs as well if you're a particular coffee or a tea enjoyer, as the case might be. Plenty of things for you to be able to enjoy if you just want to get yourself some swag to support the show and as well have something cool to show off.
I think I need a classic merch line of I Heart Cursed Apple mugs, just like the I Heart New York mugs that we do have in regular New York in real life. So that would be a great idea that anybody really can steal. I'm not going to patent that whatsoever. But Soren, it's been a fun day of action. It's been a long day of action here for the Death Slam League. And to close it out, I just want to say for everybody at home, thank you for tuning in, following along for the entire day. And we're excited for tomorrow's action as well. So make sure that you follow along towards the stream, turn on your notifications so that you don't miss a beat here. Because tomorrow we hand out the glory to one lucky team. Well, not one lucky team, one team that earns the glory at the end of the road. So make sure that you tune in tomorrow for more of the Death Slam League at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Have a great night, everybody. We'll see you later. Same time, same place. Stop